Can I finish? If even if they are in the future trying to do a regime change, I think it's still a poor joke.
So what?
I think it's still a poor joke to talk to include in
Poor
this conversation.
joke or poor job?
Poor joke to include in this conversation.
Oh no, it's a good joke because that's the perception that the people in power want the public to have, right? And so many people buy into this, right? You see their tankies, right, who have this dumbass fucking view. Well, the bigger problem is
They
that
joke about this. They
the
make these
common
dark
person,
jokes, which is
the
just
common, the big no, the thing, the bigger problem is that the common person actually more or less believes in this. That
I mean,
we are
that's.
trying to liberate them, basically, kinda. And
I don't think they're
needs to
trying
be
to liberate them.
dispelled.
I think they're trying to
You fucking
destabilize the
talking about?
regime.
Say that again.
I think they're trying to destabilize the regime, not
Stabilize the regime.
destabilize.
You're right.
Destabilize.
Right. Yeah. For what purpose?
Perhaps to weaken it, or perhaps to give the Iranian
For
people
what
the chance
purpose?
to abolish it.
Oh, okay. And what would be the ideal outcome?
The ideal
That
outcome of this
election.
bombing, Iran does not do nuclear weapons.
No,
The
no, no.
ideal
I'm
outcome
asking what the
of
people in
removing the
power.
regime would be Iranians not being subjected to a brutal regime.
Dude, you're living. Zoid, you know this is not how capitalist states thinks, right? In general states, in fact, right? Like, what do you think is the purpose for them trying to quote unquote liberate them? Because you basically are, because you basically are talking about liberating them, right? Like, but do you not think? And you know, I can like say hello to your waifu. Hello, waifu.
Sure.
Is she listening, or do you have headphones on? Motherfucker! Fucking kill
Kind
half
of.
of my units. Great, half of my fucking units are there. Never mind. Well, no, Zoe, you there?
But we're talking about cosmology. I feel like we interrupted eggs and Andy.
Yeah,
No,
sure,
no, it's
sorry,
fine.
guys.
Fine.
We don't want this is like my boring fucking geopolitics, which I love as a subject.
Wait, it's a hot potato at the minute, right?
Well,
That's all anybody can talk about.
Very, very much so.
I feel bad for the conversation. So
Feel bad for all of those fucking
No, it was good.
for all of those like nuclear scientists who died there.
yeah, I think it's bad. It's definitely bad. Although it's kind of funny to me because all of these entities, which I completely despise, to different extents, obviously, different nuance there, are kind of fighting. So let's see.
What were you saying, sir?
I think there's quite a little bit of enjoyment in me, at least, because all of these entities, these countries, who I despise in different grades, different levels, are fighting. So when my enemies are fighting, I just sit back and watch.
Okay, my guy. Okay, look, right. I don't know where you. This is such a. I don't know if it's not cynical. It's like, I don't know, man. Like it's like when people are gleeful about Russian troops dying in the war with Ukraine. Right?
Believe or not
Yes,
believe,
they
but
are. Yes, they
I'm
are.
happy that my
Or
enemies are
be sensitive. They're not your
going into
enemies.
like these.
They're
I
not
mean,
your enemies.
one way or another, they are right now.
They're not your enemies. No, this is all constructed by a bunch of people in power in both of these states, right? Well, in the case of Iran, it's like a religious fundamentalist right-wing regime, and with dictatorship
And in case of
theocracy, right?
the
Which
United
came about,
States and
which came, well,
Israel.
let me just wait, which came about due to Western fucking imperialism of people in power in the West before, right? Because they tried to do a coup, right? The British government wanted to do a coup against Mossadegh and put in power the Shah. Let's not forget that. That is the cause. That is the reason
I was
why
reminding the people
we're dealing with Iran the way it is, right? which is a fundamentalist regime, because they realized eventually, oh, they're getting fucked over by the West, right? And the only people left there, because they killed all the leftist, communist, socialist, right, and anarchists there in that society, tortured like and murdered like 40,000 people under the Shah, right? So that's the context, right? And in the West, you still have the same type of person in charge who just wants to exploit these people, this land, their resources, right? That's facts. That's the minimal facts of the matter that we should tell even our children in fucking primary school, in history fucking class, right? About the situation, right? But instead, how it's being taught and how it's been portrayed by Western media is, oh, Iran, you see, started this war. Iran is the aggressor. Poor Israel, right? Oh, and then don't get me started on history of Israel, Zoid. You know. I'm done. I'm done venting. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was good, dude. That's first time I think I've agreed with you.
I think we have more agreement than you think. In more instances, anyway.
That was nice. That was yeah. You obviously looked into it a little bit.
You look at Operation Ajax. That's literally the official name of the operation. The TMI, I think it was CIA and MI6 together. I don't know if they had different names for the operation. I think this is the American name for their operation. Operation Ajax. Churchill, this was under Churchill. Churchill wanted to invade Iran because they refused to be a big. So Mossadegh, being a democratically elected prime minister of Iran, right after the British left, the British, decolonialized, quote unquote, but they had like one caveat there, like one condition, which is that the refinery there, which is and the pumps, right, that were extracting oil, would be still theirs,
Yeah.
and they would get and they will give like to Iran, like I think, couple of percentage from the revenue. Right, of this.
Yeah, it's called Iranian. What was it called? Standard
Oil,
Iranian
maybe,
or something.
but it's the company that became BP. Actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to think of what it was called before.
Yeah, and Mossadegh, being the democratic elected prime minister, was like doing his due diligence. It's like, hey, can we look at your books? How much did you extract? How much you're actually paying us? The British government said, yeah, thank you, no. And Mossadegh was like, well, okay, I'm gonna try to pass a vote in the Senate, which did pass, to nationalize the oil, all of the oil. Of course, Churchill didn't like this because he's beholden to those corporate interests, those oil interests.
To Zionists. You can say it's okay.
No, I
To
think it was
Zionist.
No, I don't think
As
it
if
was
the British
Zionist.
Empire
wasn't a Zionist now? What the heck?
needs the
I don't
Zionists to extract oil. That's just ridiculous. Andy,
it wasn't a
your
Zionist.
mind
It
is
wasn't-
your
it
mind
wasn't
is
a Zionist?
Andy, your mind is riddled with Jews, man. Like I
No,
don't
come
know
on,
what
dude.
you.
Come
They're like
on.
living. They're like living.
You're
they're
really
living.
bad, man. Like I'm not gonna lie. You're the kind. You know what? Like you, Andy, are used in Israel as propaganda tools. Like people like you have played, like Nick Fuentes, all of the famous anti-Semites.
Oh, I
They
hate
played
that guy.
to played at young people in Israel and told them, here are the Nazis. They're still alive. They still want your destruction, right? You don't realize it yourself, but you're the propaganda tool to make people more radical. Like, not even joking, Andy. It's crazy. You were used to radicalize a bunch of people. I'm not even joking. You're used to tell them, yes, the white people still want to genocide you, so we have to take them out first. You are the reason why this is happening. You should know this.
Really?
He has a point. He has
Yeah,
a point.
like all of the new Nazis that currently exist, like you and other people, like you guys are the reason why Israel is like that. Like you're running the country. I'm not even joking.
I'm hearing that thing again where if you disagree with someone, they're a Nazi.
You specifically are. Come on, Andy. You engage with the
come
JQ.
on.
Come
Stop
on.
being
You
so
are.
silly.
It's fine. It's fine. I can talk to you. It's fine. I mean, I'm just saying though, like you are literally a propaganda tool for the right wing in Israel to proclaim eternal victimhood. Like you should know this. You're helping
I mean,
them, and you're doing a good job, actually.
Benjamin Netanyahu said about Churchill, he was the greatest Zionist of the 20th century, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I mean he was like very racist against like the Palestinian.
I mean, let's not forget, Churchill was drunk most of the time. He was a drunk,
Mm.
and
Yeah, yeah. A
and
man
you'd have
after
to
my
be with
heart.
how many women and children he killed.
Yeah.
Guy was a psycho.
I
He
agree,
was.
but I don't agree with the Jews, man. Definitely not. Like, so just for anybody listening, yeah, I disagree with you on that, and that would be made a different conversation for later on. But yeah, the history there is one of Western imperialism. This is why we're here. Cannot forget that, right? This is like talking about how imagine in schools or in the media we portray Jews and these Nazi conflict, right? Like, oh, look, these Jews, they're just attacking white people. Like, they're just attacking people who have, like, their own ideology, right? Like, why are they doing that? These, like, Jews who are just attacking people in the streets, who are, like, have, like, this symbol there, just because of a symbol. Like, why would they do that? These evil, stupid people, why would they do that, right? Because if you don't provide a context, it's a whole different story, right? If the context is, oh yeah, because these fuckers, their whole intent was to, kill every Jew, right, or something.
No, I don't think that's true.
Well, I mean, I think their ideology was like very radically kind of get out of hand.
I think they tried to
But
do
almost
what the other 100 and something countries did, just move them along.
that's a meme. That's a meme.
That's
I mean,
not even true. Like, Andy, I will give you $10,000 if you can find a accepted academic from a reputable institution, academic source where it says Jews were kicked out of 100 and
Well, of
something
course,
countries.
there's so much money involved. How could I find it? Listen, in David Irving's trial, they brought some of these accepted academics along, and some of them have been paid almost $250,000. How are you supposed to remain objective and being paid $250,000 is beyond
So
me.
these academics said that Jews were kicked out of 100 and something countries in the trial. David Irving's?
You heard of the Avara agreement, right?
No.
Yes, yeah, of course you have.
No, please still
Well,
enlighten me.
For the audience, the Avara agreement was was an agreement. They made a commemorative coin. On one side there was a swastika, on the other side was a Star of David. Now, when I first looked into this is a long time ago, it said they moved 1 million people from one side of the country to the other, but then I started arguing with Kosho about it, and I looked into it again, and it said 100,000. But either way, if we pick a number somewhere in between, that's a lot of people, right? Now, in the height of war, resources are going to be stretched thin. And yet they decided to move all these people from one side of the country, from the west of the country to the east of the country, Jews to Palestine, as it says on the coin. Seems very strange to me, illogical even, that if they were just going to murder them all, why didn't they just murder them all? Why put all this effort into moving this vast amount of people? And by the way, any land, they gave them the equivalent and tractors and training to live in this part of the world. This was all in the Havara agreement. You can look this up. This
By the
is
way,
history. This is mainstream history.
So I don't know. I don't know about the environment agreement, but I do know about the coin because I've encountered this conversation, this type of conversation online in the past, and the coin itself is completely debunked by Western and Israeli academics. It's a fake thing.
All right.
It's a fake thing.
Anything that goes against your narrative is a fake thing. I see.
I mean, that's what academia says.
You have to like deal with the possibility that there might have been fakes created because by the way, how the Western powers and the ruling class toppled the regime of Mossadegh in Iran was through fake like false flag attacks, right? Like these people are not beyond killing like children and women, and they're blaming it on the while waving the flags and wearing the clothes or whatever.
By the way,
Identifying-
you're not pronouncing it correctly. It's the Havara Agreement. That one I've heard, by the way. But I wanted you to actually pronounce it correctly.
Oh, thanks.
but
I'm
you get
just
the
I'm
point,
just
though,
a
right?
dumb
That, like,
guy. I'm just a dumb guy, master.
I mean, you
No,
are.
you
What
are
can we do about it?
I'm trying my best
Zoid.
over here.
No, you have no idea. No, Zoid, like you cannot accuse. Listen, this is stupid. Like, first of all, I know I can personally test Zoid is a good person. Like beyond any shadow.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. I mean, you're not like Jesus, who is, relatively speaking, you're a good person. I don't get this, man. I mean, well, actually, no, I do get this, right? Because look, I think the leftists have like this sort of okay, let me say it this way. Because of the leftist analysis of like dialectics, right? We don't have to appeal to like malicious intent of some group to explain flaws within a system. Because we recognize the system as flaws, right? That's the whole point of the analysis. Well, like capitalism has flaws. It's paradoxical. It leads to negative effects on the populace, right? Be it because of the tendency of like profit, just basically profit incentive, right? Like profits above all, right? Well, guess what? That's going to result in your society, right? Like it ain't gonna be that everybody has the enough time to spend with the children, because more and more now families have to have double income. Both of the parents have to work just to live, right? Just to be able to afford a rent or even a mortgage, food, right? And then they both work and they see their child quarter of the day at best. Right. That's not a healthy thing for a child. That's not a healthy thing for a parent. That's not
Neither is
reflecting.
mouth breathing, dude. You should try breathing through your nose, bro.
Who, me? Mouth breathing? I'm smoking a cigarette. I'm smoking a heated tobacco. But yeah, right. So I think, Andy, this is to you. I don't know if you're listening still.
Yeah, I'm killing zombies and I'm listening.
Okay, what game?
Last of Us Part 2.
Ah. Well, so here's
Oh,
a thing.
by the way,
Why
that was done by a Jew, Andy. They're propagating trans to you right now. You're gonna become trans after you finish the
Zoidberg,
game.
just so we're clear, I love the Jews. That's why I have one
Oh,
as my
really,
PFP.
Andy?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
that's why I've got a Jew on my
you
PFP.
better love the Jews.
I do. Very much so. They keep the world very interested.
But no, Andy. So do you get the point, right? I think this is why, like, we are like quite incompatible, right? Left and right, like analysis on like the Jews, the blacks, right? The Romani, man. Because your analysis is, well, there's like ill in society, right? There's like bad things in society, and it's not the system. Cannot be the system, right? Because I presume you support capitalism. You support like hierarchies of wealth and power because you think they're meritocratic.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, that, isn't it? Because I see inherent flaws with capitalism too. Greedy bastards. There needs to be some restraint there as well, right?
Right. You see,
Yeah,
greedy,
but
right?
Spartacus,
You're blaming
you and Andy will not agree on who the greedy bastards are. That's
Well, no. I would not even say that this is the proper analysis. It's not about greedy, because greedy is a character, right? It's a character trait, right? It's not that some people are just born or even have been conditioned. Well, no, actually, it is them being conditioned. It's them being conditioned to be greedy. That is to say, put profits above like human lives and human well-being
I
and
agree.
total
I agree
and
so far.
social well-being, right? But it's not because it's just a random fluke, right? It's that the system of economics that we live in also dictates our sort of hierarchies in society. Who gets what, right?
Yeah, I do think there were. The more I look back, anyway, there were a hierarchy that's been, I don't know. I want to say usurped, but basically, there was I think, a clear hierarchy. It's an interesting
But the
topic, this,
king, of
'cause
course. Yeah, you're a fascist, right? Sorry to interject. But
I'm not a fascist now.
really,
But
oh,
there is
you're
a.
regular concern.
Well, the thing is, the world sort of we've come to a place now where we like to think we're in these enlightened times, multiculturalism and all that, and I quite like that. I'm about that. So, but the more I look into history, the more it seems to me that they were a group of legendary white people, quite tall as palm trees, the description, that gave their
Oh,
wisdom,
the
their knowledge
Atlanteans.
to a lesser sort of people. Yeah, that's exactly it, Zoidberg.
Okay, man, that's like way out the left field for me. The Atlanteans, like actually, the you talking about the
Yeah,
myth?
actually, the Atlanteans. You've never faced somebody like that, Spartacus? I'm surprised.
I didn't know. It's just, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's what I feel the true evolution is, of spirit into matter, a la fucking what's his name, Rudolf Steiner. The sort of the epochs. Right now we're in the Aryan epoch. That's the true evolution, spirit into matter.
So when you watch Indiana Jones, you root for the bad guys.
Well, it's so funny you say that, because I fucking loved Indiana Jones. I mean, who doesn't love Indiana Jones? But it wasn't until I listened to a million talks by David Irving and read one of his books and so on, and learned a lot about World War II. I was like, fucking hell. It really ruined those movies for me, I've got to be honest.
These are the good guys now, aren't they?
Did you see the last one?
Yeah. To be honest, it's quite difficult to watch, you know, whatever he is, septuagenarian. It's difficult to see Harrison Ford in that state. It's like Clint Eastwood. You watch a later Clint Eastwood film, you're like, oh, man, you want to go back and watch him in his prime, sort of thing.
You
Oh
know
no,
the
I don't
Harrison
mind. I
Ford.
think he's
You know
badass.
that Harrison Ford is Jewish, right, Andy?
Wait, no
I
way. Is
told
he
you,
fucking
I've already
Jewish?
told you,
Yes.
Zoidberg. I like Jewish people,
I
generally
don't
speaking.
fucking way.
Yeah, he is. He
Man,
unironically is.
the fucking JQ is real. What the fucking hell, man?
You seem to have this idea about me that I'm anti-Semite. I'm this hateful anti-Semite. That's the
I
picture you're
never
trying to
said that.
paint.
I called you a
Yeah,
neo-Nazi.
yeah. Like, listen, even like in Nazi Germany, they had like honorary Aryans. There was like at least
Yeah, one of them was a
three.
Jew.
No, well, yeah, exactly. No, three of them actually. It was like some actress and some scientist, I think, and some other guy that Hitler himself had to sign off and say, "Oh yeah, he's a Jew, but he's one of the good ones, boys. Don't worry about it."
They few and far between. Let's hang on to them. I always think that was Gene Wilder. Good old Gene Wilder.
Rings a bell. Old person, right? Nowadays, Gene Wilder. That sounds
Yeah, I grew
familiar.
up on Gene Wilder movies and Mel Brooks movies, by the way.
He used to play Charlie the Chocolate Factory. Sure.
Good it.
Oh,
He
that
was
guy.
he was in Blazing Saddles.
Yeah,
He
another
was
great
Jewish too.
movie. Yeah, he did an interview near the end of his life where he said, because he was turning down more scripts than anything else. And they asked him, why are you turning down all these scripts? And he said, you don't believe his answer. He said,
It's
too
the
much
Goyim
cursing.
Road.
There's too much cursing. I said, why is the character always cursing all the time? Bless him.
Wait, are you a theist? You're a theist. You're definitely a theist. You're a
Yep.
Christian? Oh no, you're Christian-ish.
Yeah, I'm a Christian in
And
name only, I would say.
Like you believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think there's more of a sort of esoteric sort of knowledge to that.
Okay, what do you think that is?
I mean, that's a long conversation. You want to turn
Actually,
the
no, never
conversation
mind.
into that?
No. Thank you. Thank you for asking
Gene
before.
Wilder, Gene
Uh,
Wilder from Movie Buffs in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The cane scene where he came out with the cane. That was all improvised by himself. It wasn't in the script.
Yeah. And it works really well as well, doesn't it, P. Mike?
Fantastic, yeah. Bit of a genius.
yeah,
that
this is how you know a great actor when he gets a feel for the role and the environment and like contributes himself. That's a good
He's
tell.
like, I'm gonna come out with a cane and I'm gonna do this, and the director's like, what? I just listen. If I can't do it, I'm not doing the movie. And he did it, and it's cohesive.
Yo, guys, did you guys see? Did you guys see? I mean, this is kind of corny, maybe like mainstream, but Star Wars, the prequels, the second one, where you had the black guy, Mace Windu. Because I had the DVD back when I was a kid, and I watched it religiously, along with the commentaries and behind the scenes shit. Apparently, who's that fucking actor's name? That black dude?
What,
Don't know.
Richard Pryor?
No, the black dude who plays Mace Windu. What's his name? The
Oh, I
actor's
don't know.
Well, anyway, he had an argument because he has a purple saber. He has a purple saber, right?
Oh, Sam Jackson.
Samuel, yeah, there we go. Yeah, and so in the behind the scenes thing, there's a footage of him arguing with the director. Fuck, what I also forget his name, right? About like because he wanted a red saber.
Lucas?
Yeah, George Lucas. Yeah. He wanted the red saber, and George Lucas he's the kind of actually meek and mild guy.
Also
It's
Jewish.
kind of yeah, for fuck's sake. We went full circle. Yeah, and he's like, he's like dumb. He's like kind of like uh, domineering him, and George Lucas like, no, no, you can have this, no, no, you cannot have a red lightsaber. Like, hey, why not? Because that's what the Sith have. No, you cannot. Something like that. And then eventually they give him the purple one. Like, oh, can I have a purple one? Okay, you can have a purple one. Samuel L. Jackson.
Mumble, mumble, mumble. Yeah, and Jackson didn't really become an actor until he was 50 or something, I believe. I'll check it up on Wikipedia. But Samuel L. Jackson with Pulp Fiction, I think, well, he's a strange guy, but he didn't actually become famous till he was in his like 50 or something. So it's never too late, you know.
He was like, what was that like? What made him famous? Actually, was that the movie Bruce Willis?
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
He was in True Romance first.
True Man's Die Hard. He did the Die Hard one, but he did the Pulp Fiction and all that. But there was something before that. Yeah, he didn't.
What's
I mean,
up?
he was in his late 40s before he started becoming famous. Like.
What's up, P Max Flatty?
Hey,
Yo,
Flatty, how's it going?
P-Max? Oh, that's a different P-Max. Okay, never mind.
There's only one P Mac.
No, there's another guy too. Whatever.
Oh, I seen him. Yeah, he's an imposter. He's a bad actor.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, guys, give fucking praise to Bruce Willis. He has dementia now, unfortunately. He's like barely cognizant. Poor guy.
Well,
Yeah.
same with Gene Hackman went out in a bad way. I mean, if you've seen the pictures of him before his passing there, it's sad to see somebody so genius in their field just
Yeah.
deteriorate like that.
Everybody
True.
dies.
Everybody dies. Nothing lasts forever. Only the
Right,
good die young.
So, yeah. And I
Alright,
think it's
D-Mac.
weird. I think it's weird that they got to be on stage till they're 97 years old, like they know the big money.
Who's that guy I seen the other day too? He's 90. He's over 90, and they've got him on stage doing shit.
Do you think he wants to do that?
Joe Biden.
Change my
Yeah.
depend. Put me on stage right now. Put me on stage. Change my depend. Do you think that's what a 90-year-old does?
Yeah, no, he doesn't want to be there. Frankie, what's his fucking name? He's one of them crooners.
People on purpose, though, don't they, as well? So, I don't know. They carry on doing it. Just
Yeah, I mean, there's the two choices. It's like they either want to do that or someone's making them. You know what I mean?
I think it's
I
more
think it
making
comes to a
them
point where they're like, I don't know anything else.
have. You know, you
Oh, that's
see.
true. That's true. A lot of
You s-
people that are older usually have like some kind of thing, and they'll go home, they'll be retired, and then they'll go out in their backyard and still do their job that they don't have anymore in
Yeah.
their mind. Yeah, it's weird.
This is why they say that people when they retire, they just die basically. They
Yeah,
feel
don't
like they serve the
retire.
purpose.
Yeah, don't retire. That's a bad move. Just keep going. It's like, for example, like Lisa Kudrow and the other ones from Friends. They made like near $1 million fucking episode. It's like they don't have enough money. There's plenty of examples out there, but then you see them. Even Al Pacino, they're doing stupid adverts on television. Uh, 20, 30 years after their prime. They've tons of fucking money, but yet they have to
Hey,
show up on TV and do an advert to make another $1 million. Like they don't have enough money. It's like,
dude, I will raise from the dead if somebody pays me $1 million to do like.
Some of
yeah, once, like not fucking all the time. Take your
I will
million and
just
go and
wake up
enjoy
from the
life. And
grave. I'll just wake up from the grave. Oh, it's somebody offer $1 million to do a commercial. Hell yeah.
you believe Money Mayweather's broke? Floyd Mayweather, you believe he's broke from not paying taxes or doing something weird or whatever?
Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah, they said he's going broke.
you know
Well,
who that
he's
is,
he's
right?
an idiot. He's an idiot. If yeah, I know he's the guy who boxed with the
Okay.
yeah, that Irish guy. Was he Irish?
Well, they said he never paid none of his tax up front. He got his money up front, and he would never settle out on the tax right. Or when he go to get a vehicle, he give him so much on it, and they're like, "Oh, it's Floyd Mayweather. He's gonna pay us a fucking little whatever." Like, I don't. And then
Th-
he wouldn't pay him
This
the
is
money.
this is honestly this is like what Wesley Snipes, right? It hit the he was really bad with money too, right? It's like why the fuck you didn't like first of all there's ways to avoid a bunch of these taxes. There's ways to avoid that. But
I think
even if you're paying the full taxes. Yeah.
the Irish guy you're looking for is Conor McGregor.
Yeah, sorry, Conor McGregor. Wait, Conor won, right? By the way, Conor won.
No, no, no.
Really, Mayweather won?
Yeah.
Fuck me. Wow. But yeah, like Wesley Snipes, man, he avoided taxes. I don't know why. He could have like still easily like had like tens and tens of millions of dollars left still. I don't know why he did this. And he appeared in Deadpool 3 movie. That was really fucking nice. As Blade. And
Did you
he
like
was in
it?
Deadpool.
Yeah, I like Deadpool 1, but 2 and 3 didn't really do it for me. Like.
Well, 2
Deadpool.
was kind of man. 3 is actually fucking good, man. I like it. I like the dynamic between him and like the other character, Wolverine. Right? It is. I like.
Oh,
I just like it.
I don't like the Wolverines, but my daughter said to me I have to watch Deadpool 3. I don't know. I still can't bring myself to do it. I don't think I'm going to like it, but
You won't. You won't like
yeah.
neither one of them.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
not? It's good, man.
Nah,
I
they're
mean,
not
Yeah.
good. No,
you
they're
have all the
not.
cameos, right? It's like it's intertwined with Loki, the
It's
TV show,
Leonardo da Vinci mixed with Liberace.
right?
I'm just saying it's like a robot mixed with like a guy and a girl, and then like girls and guys, and like some weird shit going on the screen. And nah, you
Have you
probably wouldn't like.
watched the movie?
Nah, it's not that
What
good.
did the robot? No, it's fucking amazing. Like in the beginning, he's like digging up the grave of Wolverine after the last movie of Wolverine, by the way. So it's connecting all of these. Yeah, it's connecting the last Wolverine movie.
Wolverine was
Um,
shit.
They showed
Yeah, I
some
didn't
stuff
like.
that
the last one when there was like the kid,
normal adults
the
don't like
little
seeing.
girl.
Normal adults don't like seeing the stuff they're going to show, though. I'm just telling you that. So,
I have a claim to fame.
not just action. Put it that way. It's different kinds of action.
One of my best friends from South Africa, her mother is going with Loki. What do you call him? Hiddleston, Tom, whatever his fucking name is, Loki. His father. One of my best friends is her mother is has been going with Loki's father for like years. I was actually in his house in Bangor in Northern Ireland having a cup of tea with Loki's father. It's crazy, like that's my only claim to fame. Like,
Why with the actor's father?
yeah, Tom Hiddleston or Hiddleston or whatever. Yeah, I can never remember it. His father, yeah, I was sitting having tea. His father poured me a cup of tea in their big fucking farmhouse mansion type thing in Northern Ireland here. His father was a Cambridge professor for many years. They're fucking loaded.
Loaded. Always keep it loaded.
Yeah, I had tea with his father. That's my claim to fame. And he liked me. He actually says he liked me.
He says that about everybody.
He did, yeah, yeah. He's got to be lying.
He's a good kid. Let him water your plants. He'll sleep on your porch or your couch. He's a good boy. He'll walk your dogs, especially on the weekend. He'll get your newspaper for you. He's a good kid.
To be honest, at this stage, I'd rather talk about movies than fucking geopolitics, eh? But
Yeah, but it's all fake. You know the world's a stage. You
yeah,
know
it's
you
all
can't.
fucking.
You know you can't hurt a sand pile by bombing it. That'd
Stick
be
around
like
a bit.
putting firecrackers all in your sandbox. You ain't gonna do shit to it. It's still gonna be a sandbox when you get done.
Yeah, man, but that sand pile is my mom. Because she's so fat, you know?
They might just be constructing. They might just be reconstructing the area. You know, like bombing it all up. You know, to make it then till it out, for level it, and do the thing. Might be what they're doing anyway. Just preparing an area.
Yeah, things are crazy now, aren't they? The last, I don't know, since 2012, it's just perpetual state of war. War is peace. It's
If
just
you're standing on the
non-stop.
ground, if you're standing on the ground, how do you know where all these places start and end if you're just standing in the dirt in the desert? Like, is there a line that says this line you crossed is this place?
Well, all I know is that if they've closed the Strait of Hormuz, then that's
How do you
20% of the world's oil, so I'm going to be paying more at the pump for my
well how do you
fucking gas.
well how do you know you're leaving Kuwait or Iran or Iraq or going to Israel or wherever? Like, how do you know you're getting to or from anywhere?
Uh,
In a big
see,
desert, like
is this something to do with camels?
so I know, but I'm saying like how would you and I were traveling over there? How do we know we just crossed into another state or country or whatever? How do we know? Is there a marker everywhere or state line? They got country lines there too, like we got, or what?
It's a good question. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't think they know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't even think there is any territory markers. They're just like, we own this land. Don't fuck with us.
Yeah, a piece of land is probably most profitable thing you can own ever. There's a well-known quote from somewhere in economics about owning a piece of land. It's very good.
Yeah, but if I'm walking in the woods, how do I know it just crossed into your land without a marker?
Because you'd have missed the trespassing signs, and I'd shoot you with a shotgun.
So there's like, it's like an invisible shotgun line.
You'll know it when the pellets hit your body.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. So as soon as I step across that imaginary line, I'm like, oh shit, pellet time. No, I'm just saying, if you're in Iran or Iraq or like we're walking in the desert, like how do we know we just crossed over?
Oh, I get it. I get it. We get it, the milk. We get it. Yeah, they made a whole bunch of lines, the British and the whoever else, and back in the day. And this is Iraq. This is Saudi. This is now Persia. This is We straight lines. Good luck. It's all fake, D-Muck. Fake as fuck. Hey, Andy, you there?
Yeah, I'm still killing zombies, dude. How's it going?
Oh, glamour zombies. Just kidding. So I was wondering, what is that squirrel actually whispering in your ear?
Squirrel?
Yeah, on your avatar.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Bob Ross. Yeah, I had a different one where he's painting chemtrails. That was the picture I had before. And it said, can you remember, can you ever remember these clouds when you were kids? Or something, I can't remember. I'll have to post the thing. It's on my old computer.
That's another good topic, chemtrails, isn't it? Weather modification. Remember back in the day, like 10, 15 years ago, you're like, they're probably real. And people are like, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. And then you would quote times where they did that back in the 60s from ships off the coast of England, etc., trying to weather modify it. And turns out it's real.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they've probably been trying to manipulate the weather ever since they could put something in the sky to do so.
Yeah,
And
the
they
UK
don't
now.
forget the declassified documents where they literally admit to putting some, whatever it were, some toxic shite on Americans. I forget
Yeah,
the towns. I forget the date, but it was probably somewhere in the 50s or the 60s, somewhere around there.
yeah, I remember that. And people are in denial, and then Bill Clinton comes out and apologizes on behalf of the American government for experiment on the American public without their knowledge by putting stuff in the fucking water system. Oh my god, like. They're fucking with the air and they're fucking with your water.
Oh shit! I was just talking on mute like an idiot. Sorry. I was just going to say I've got an interesting topic. I think anyway. You guys let me know.
Let's go.
When I was a first, I was a noob conspiracy theorist. Fucking so funny. It's so funny saying
What do
that
you
word
mean
because
was?
I know exactly where that comes from. You know why they introduced it into the lexicon, into the zeitgeist. But anyway, the, when I first started looking into things, I remember one of the first big documentaries I saw was called A Rich Man's Trick in the early 2000s, which was basically all about JFK assassination and 9/11 and that kind of stuff. So It's funny, you know, I watched it quite recently, or I watched the first hour of it, and I disagreed with half of it. Isn't that funny? But back in the day, I thought it was interesting because it went into the whole what's the term that fucking that guy uses? The deep state. Alex Jones.
Yeah, but you know terms. Terms words wrong. They can
But
be changed by us, by how we want you to perceive what they are, and you understand what we mean by it. So, like, if a group of people says this word only means this thing to us, and that's it, buddy, like you got to take your other part of word, like everything conforms to what the human agrees with. So if we
Demok,
change the word "f you" tomorrow, yeah, bro.
yeah, move the mic off your head. Your voice quality. Your voice quality
anyway,
has deteriorated somewhat.
If we change
yeah,
the
it doesn't sound great.
tomorrow to mean something different,
That
it
sounds
goes by
better.
what the people say. We direct the word doesn't direct us in actuality and accordance. So,
Yeah, conspiracy theories just means people conspiring to make some means to an end. That's all.
I mean, a word doesn't write itself from nowhere. A word doesn't say, I'm going to be conspiracy word today. No, a human makes a word for an idea they want to set forth. So it either goes through or doesn't, right? So the people either use it or they like it or they don't. It either gets put in or taken out. And
But
then
yeah,
you decide which language you use as your language. Do you name the language slang and say that's stupid language or that conspiracy language, or do you say that's just as good as English? So I
well,
mean, language is what you
yeah, I agree. I'm just using. I'm thinking of it in terms of social engineering because the wizards use it for the norm is here conspiracy theorist, and then all of a sudden they can just sort of hand wave dismiss whatever it is to lump a lot of things together, in my opinion. But the thing I was going to say was an interesting topic was when I was younger then, so little less than half my age now, I guess. I thought that the last genuine president was JFK. And it's only, I suppose, in the last few years, sort of redefining what I think of democracy, alleged democracy, a democratic republic, and all that America's supposed to be. I thought to myself, I wonder if there's ever been a legitimate president because
can't
it kind of doesn't make any sense.
you can't be one. Department of Defense runs it all. You're on to something now, boy. Now you're cooking with butter.
Yeah,
No, there's never been a legitimate president. Even like from its inception, they like people were realizing that Freemasons were all in politics, so they
yeah.
made an anti-Masonic party, and just for us to find out later that the candidate was literally a Freemason. That's admitted by the mainstream.
Well, they have to be part of the club. I would agree. There's so many different groups of these people, but they're all yeah, they're all amount to the same. They have to be part. That's why I often say they have to be part of the fellowship, because there's that many different names to them, Knights of Malta and so on. I used to know quite a lot of the names, but I've forgot it all now. I lump it all into this category I call truther shit because there's so much shit as well. That I just at some point I was like, oh, can't be doing with it. But it is interesting. By the way, that's part of the deceiver's ploy is just to put that much shit out into the world that you can't decipher what's actually true or what's false.
Well, that's a
But
bit like what's happening with AI now, right? You don't know what is fucking real or not. You're just gonna. The internet was a good tool. Now it's just like you don't know what you're fucking watching. They're just gonna make it so. They're just gonna flood it with so much shit.
You can't even look up a fact on the thing. You can't even ask a question. They want to give you an answer these days. You can't even Google and answer this shit. I ask stuff and it's like it gives me 400 different fucking things have nothing to do with what I asked. Nothing at all. Like, what the fuck's going on?
Your voice quality is going down again there, D-Muck. But yeah, 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours, Andy. Fuck. Everything is a rich man's trick.
Oh right, is that how long the proper? Yeah, it's been a long time. Like I said, I watched. This is going back to the early 2000s probably, and then I watched it again recently, and I completely disagreed with a lot of the World War II narrative they put forward, and I was like, okay, so even this is, which I thought I held so dear. Well, that's good, isn't it? Because that just shows you learning, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, that's not a bad thing.
But they did tie in a lot of the police and court systems with Freemasonry, which I found intriguing then, and I still find intriguing now. I'm like, this is super interesting. Like Eustace Mullins famously said that walking into a court is akin to walking into a Freemason's lodge, and they'd make this gesture where they throw their arms forward as if they're like throwing themselves on the court, sort of thing. You know, they put both hands up in the air, and of course there's other things that they do, little key. Because Eustace Mullins tried all these tricks because he spent a lot of time in court systems, and he says if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. Because he used to fuck with them like left, right, and centre. He used to countersue lawyers constantly, and
I've heard
they
that
lost
name.
some kind of
Who is
benefit
he?
for him doing that. I forget the exact thing, but one of them came up to him almost in tears because he'd sued him and he'd lost this benefit. And Eustace was like, "Oh, brilliant! I didn't know that was a thing. I'll just keep doing that then." So, and he put all these like Latin terms in the into his arguments and shit, and the the lawyers, nobody knew what Eustace didn't know what they meant. Nobody knew what they meant.
Admiral Byrd wrote some weird stuff in his book about how the government doesn't. The people he thought like he worked for wasn't the ones who run shit. It was this other group that he ran into. They were the ones actually running our the whatever, the defense of the world or whatever, the spy fucking whatever, like everywhere, everything. That's like the main head where it all has to go. So like when you hit the mainstream, you talk to presidents, you talk to all these fake people. It's all like a stage, but the real shit is like some weak ass goofy, supposedly smart. That just know regular technology at Earth. Everyone can do the same thing, from a kid to a fucking old person.
You lit up and then you went mute again, Andy. I don't know if you're trying to talk or you're taking a break.
It's like doing it big versus doing it little. Like back in the day, they used Earth more than you fucking even know, and they did big, big things. Like today, you look at like a drill or a kid in his backyard digging with a spoon, and just think about that, like big, to where they fucking there was no like little bitty tunnel for a guy just to dig through. They made a tunnel big enough for a building to fit through. Their machine was a big building. It was a big ass fucking. They had all kind of shit, man. And your type of machine just has to be a moving log. You got a big redwood stuck to something spinning. It's going to be a grinder, chisel, just like any motor. Just rotate that bitch. Come on
What's
now.
this? What's the story about? They've got these big underground things, like we kind of suspected all along that all the money's been going into it, and they've got massive underground bases and domes
They're
and shit.
everywhere. Everywhere you go, people discover a cave or a mine or a shaft or a thing where all kinds of shit happen. They find gold, they find stuff, they find tools, they find shit. But then nobody knows who put them there. They're always found.
But is this real? This thing about underground passageways through LA and all kinds of shit that the elites use and crack like that? There, apparently it's real now. They're actually big fucking.
Well, the
I don't know.
military's back in the
Fucking net.
day. Militaries back in the day used to not know certain things. So your military would go underground 18 feet, set up shop. There'd be a Korean military base underneath yours, a Chinese military base underneath theirs, and a Russian military base underneath all of you guys. And none of them would be the wiser. And then you'd have some Mexicans going underneath everybody smuggling coke. So nobody knows. What the fuck? Everybody thinks they fucking know something, but they don't know shit. It's weird, right?
Yeah. El Chapo, he built some nice underground tunnels into America. Yeah, we don't know shit, do we? Really?
Yo, guys, since it's quiet, let me ask you guys something.
Okay. Shoot.
Does anybody here believe that the war is not going on? That the war with Iran and Israel is some sort of, I don't know, some sort of not real thing displayed on TV?
Oh, it's SC. I recognize that voice. Yeah, no, I think it seems like it's real.
Anybody here think the war is not real?
Is there anything to indicate that it isn't real? I see.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Andy, that it is or is not real?
Is there anything to indicate that it isn't real? Because I mean, you're obviously asking the question, so.
Yeah, well, I'm getting some feedback from the text, right? And there seems to be some people that are, when I post this stuff, they're lying. They think I'm lying, or they think it's not real, or I don't know. I'm just curious.
Right. I've no idea. I mean, if it weren't, then that'd run deep, wouldn't it? Like I know I often question the Palestine stuff because I was like, well, aren't these the same people? But essentially, right? So I don't know. I'd just say I generally don't believe news, just as a general rule. So I'd have to actually know a bit more about it. But it seems like there's been a conflict that goes back decades and decades, right? I mean, Netanyahu's been banging on about Iran for over 20 years. So, yeah, I don't know. If it isn't real, they've been playing the long game on this one.
I'm not sure I believe in Netanyahu.
Oh, he's there. He got his 70 odd standing ovations, didn't he? In the American Senate.
We're told they did, but have you seen it?
Well, no, you watched it. We watched it, didn't we?
Oh, we saw it on TV. Well, we saw the moon landing on TV.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's been this plan to bring democracy, quote unquote, to the Middle East for a long time. Seems to me.
But you're else trying to do it. Columbus tried to do it. What'd you say, Omni? You don't believe in Netanyahu?
I'm not sure.
Like, what do you mean? You don't believe that he's a person? You don't believe that he's the president? What don't you believe?
I don't believe in him. He could be an actor. He could be a crisis actor.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that.
No, actually, I second that, Omni. Holy shit, I agree. Well, holy crap, that's crazy, Omni. You better cut it out.
Well, I hope it's not real because all hell is about to break loose. I don't know if you guys heard they're threatening to attack U.S. soldiers now, and you have quite a few of them around that area. So I hope that doesn't happen because that's the plan. That's Israelis' plan all along. Is to do something stupid, have the Iranians attack American soldiers, and then give you guys an excuse to go in. So I hope that doesn't happen.
I I see 8Ball in the chat talking about direct energy weapons, and I'm just gonna say those. I don't think those actually exist.
I've been hearing about that stuff. I don't know. I hope it doesn't exist. I really don't.
Well, I mean, there are anti-drone lasers, which count, but there aren't orbital particle beams or ships outfitted with disintegration rays or whatever.
The Ark of the Covenant was supposed to be one of those, wasn't it? Oh, they've had the tech since way back. That flat Earth laser beam tech.
Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant was said to kill anybody who touched it, unless they were, properly, whatever.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, that's what they say. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert in Ark of the Covenant stuff. I just remember one of the Apocrypha, I think, talking about somebody brushed against it, while they were transporting it and was struck dead.
I was wondering what chat you were talking about, because usually you can push the wee chat bubble and you get the live chat, but you have to actually click on the omnipresence text chat. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, it's the omnipresent is the main text chat.
Oh, okay. I'll figure that out.
There you go.
I'm not a total retard.
Holy shit, I've been trying to do this bit of the video game for like 2 days. I must have died about 60 or 70 times or more.
That's because you're talking shit online. You should be concentrating on the fucking game, man.
Oh my god. Thing is, I got it set so when I die, it goes right back to the beginning. So that's why. On the hardest
You
setting
love
as
it,
well.
Andy. You love it. You love going back to the beginning and trying again.
I did actually, because that bit in particular was really good.
As you go through the same thing, I know this bit, and you do it like without even thinking, you know. And you get to the hard bit, and somebody says something on OmniChat, and you're like, ah, fuck.
Andy, I got a good question.
Yeah.
How far away do you have to get from a spinning object for you and it not to be the same frame now? Like
Oh my god. See, gravitationally,
Pinball.
it's millions of miles, I think.
No. No, in reality, not joking around. So you're
No,
standing on the
that's what they
spinning ball.
say. I'm pretty
Hold
sure
on a
that's the
minute, man. Let me
rhetoric.
finish. Let me finish. You don't even know what you're answering. That's weird.
Okay.
So you're sitting on a spinning ball, and now you see what the ball sees. From the ball's point of view, you see shit spinning around that's actually sitting still because the ball is spinning. Now, how far away do I have to move you from that ball physically in real life for you to stop seeing the spinning sign and see it sit still?
33
In real
inches.
life, like think about this, not joking.
What, you mean like just a few 100,000 feet or something like that above the ball? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm a couple feet, couple inches.
A couple of inches? I mean, we're on a
Yeah,
massive
that's what I
scale
said.
here, right? I mean, it's turning very,
What's that
very,
mean?
very, very slow.
Yeah, every scale is 360 of a sphere. They're all scaled down for each other. I mean, scale of what? Scale one, scale them up, scale them down. They're all 360, right? I don't know how you could go wrong with this math.
His
Well,
voice quality's dropped again, bro.
They say that you sort of dragged along with the atmosphere, don't they? For a good while. I'm not sure the exact altitude where you're no longer.
Don't make shit up, Andy. On a ball, on a real ball, we have a camera. We stick it to the fucking camera, Andy. It's spinning. It sees the spin. How far away does this camera have to get before the object sits still? This real physical ball in your hand. Whatever size you choose, brother. No stories intact. We're not making up no shit. We don't care what anybody said about what they say. We're gonna look at the real ball. I
Right,
mean,
but
why are we gonna? What do you think that ball's lying to you or something?
you can't compare. This is why I say my brother
So you
should
don't think
be.
a real ball? You don't think a real ball's a real ball, Andy? What's going on now?
Well, on a medicine
Something's
ball or
wrong.
a basketball, it doesn't have the physics, does it? The
Physics
same.
of what, a real ball? Yeah,
And
that's
it
what
doesn't.
we're
It
looking
doesn't.
for. You don't know
doesn't
what
have.
that is.
It
What would
doesn't
be
have the
your
gravity,
reference for
does it?
physics of a ball, Andy? Show me where you get your reference for how balls work, please. And don't
Well,
say the fucking earth, stupid.
dude, I'm just saying that if you compare the globe to a
So
tennis
where's your
ball,
reference for a
that's
ball
like
is what I'm
comparing an
saying.
ocean to a
Saying
puddle.
a whole bunch of
It's
nothing.
not.
Stop
No.
saying nothing. Where
Okay.
is your reference for how a ball
DMAC, let him
works?
finish, man. Come on.
Where'd all the hostility come from, bro?
So
Yeah,
how? Okay, who's got the ball reference so we can see whatever the fuck kind of magic you're talking about? 'Cause I'm talking about a real ball, brother. Talking about a real ball that doesn't lie. It beats itself. It doesn't talk to you. If you don't make shit up for it, you spin that motherfucker around and the camera either touches it or moves away. You can get them bigger and smaller. It doesn't matter to me. It's never going to change what they do. It's still going to be the same. I'm predicting it's going to be the same. You're the one that says there's some magic fucking scale somebody convinced you of that you can't demonstrate. That burden, that religion's on you. The magic scale that don't exist.
Oh, okay. There's probably some history here, Andy. What's going on?
So it turns out that none of that is true. We have plenty of evidence for gravitation, and we have plenty of evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
So the fact, wait just a second. So the fact that you're demanding that we show you a gravity ball at a smaller scale is just a goofy standard
Say
evidence.
any of that word.
Same thing as somebody saying, well, you don't know how refraction works because you haven't measured light over a air corridor for hundreds of miles long.
We're just looking for real
Same-
physics to not be lied
same-
about. Not making stuff up.
Same
Can
goofy.
can real physics be their self of a ball? What's the reference?
So same goofy. So we have
You
the
just stop lying
reference
to kids
for
and making shit up. Now
The
we're gonna
Yo,
tell the
Demok,
ball.
can you
We're
let
gonna tell the
people
kids how
finish?
a
Come
ball
on,
works.
bro.
How do
the
you tell the class
Let
how
me
a ball
have
works?
their.
report is the
No.
Cavendish
How
and
do we
Cavendish
show the class how balls
experiments
Demok,
work?
can you let people fucking make a point in response
And-
to you?
and
How do we
testing.
show the class how balls
Jesus
work? What's
Christ,
our
he's
reference?
just helpless.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody will show us how balls work.
Because you for some reason you've decided that experiments like Cavendish don't mean anything to you. Well, that's fine. If you
Got a
don't
ball
understand,
handy to put them on?
I would
For some
guess.
reason you won't put them on a ball to see what that does.
So
You
we
keep
know
telling us the story about what it does.
Cavendish is
I think
actually
you guys are weird.
Cavendish
For
is
some
actually
reason you think a
powerful.
ball's a conspiracy.
All right, that's it.
You think ball physics don't work? You won't
Dude, you're
trust them?
just not even allowing people
That's
to
not, I'm
engage
not
with
the one
you.
being
Just
a weirdo
interrupt
staying
them
out
as
of the
soon as
lab.
they try to say something.
Yeah, well,
Can you
you're
just-
trying to spin a ball and tell us how
Can you
close you got to be for it to be your reference frame and how far away before
Well,
it's
bro,
not.
let people finish. Maybe you
How do
will
you find
fucking
out? By
discover that.
talking to each other? So you guys talk to each other and that's how you figure it out? You'll never know.
Dude.
You never really know.
Can't you just let people have their beliefs and whatever and talk about other shit for a while instead of baller?
Well, I mean, a ball does this, says the guy in the corner. Well, I think a ball does this, says the guy in the basement. Well, I think a ball does this, says the guy in the attic. Which one of you retards are right, and how would you know?
Dude, you don't even have a flat Earth model. Shut up.
Model of what? A ball? Fuck no, you don't. Nobody
No,
knows
a
what
flat
that is.
Earth.
Nobody knows how balls work.
What's
don't
the
trust
model
them.
of flat
You
Earth,
guys don't
Demok?
trust balls. You don't trust physics of spheres.
What is the model of flat Earth?
Go do your own research, weirdo.
I did. Yeah, and there's none.
Yeah, well,
There's none that
cool.
comports with
It's
reality.
where the ball's not. It's everywhere the ball's not.
We have observed, we have observed that
flat Earth.
24 hours
You got water that's not
sunlight
turbine,
on the South Pole.
non-turbine
Observed
water.
a 24
You
hour
ain't got no
sun.
South Pole.
That
Shut the
is
fuck up. You ain't got no South Pole,
impossible.
weirdo.
Okay, dude, you
Where's
just
the
know that.
South Pole compass? Where's the
Dude,
compass that points to the
This is
south?
why you get muted all the time, man.
South Pole compass. Where's it at? Let me get it.
Okay,
Lion
can we talk
fucker.
about something else? Other mods here, can we talk about something else?
Quit lying, you weird son of a bitch. Get a third party view of you doing all that live.
Dimok, what I'm saying is we're talking about geopolitics,
You're gonna need a side
movies,
view.
stuff, and then suddenly this happens. I mean, there is other servers for that. I am a flat Earth.
You don't even know what a ball is. Shut up. You don't know
I'm
how
a
it works. You
non-ball
have no
earther, but I'm not interested in talking about that right now. It's my conversation with people about fucking Iran, Gene Wilder, Jews, whatever. You know, just chill, bro. It's like you're not people are not your enemies because they have a different fucking belief, you know. There's no need for the whatever you're doing. Right, so does anybody have a topic I'd like to talk about? Like bowling. I like bowling. Sometimes I get strikes.
They don't know what a ball is, so they have to resort to being
a
stupid.
bowling ball is a bowling ball is round. Isn't it?
They have no reference. They don't even know. They can't even learn what they're talking about. They can't even teach you. They couldn't even teach a kid how a ball works in reference frame of a real ball.
Okay, you happy now? You got that out. Do you want to let your blood pressure go up a little bit higher and shout at other people about things they don't know? Like, just fucking relax, bro.
No, I said nobody knows what a ball does,
I
and
said, I don't care what you
it's a
said.
ball religion, and the ball lies to them, and they can't trust it. The ball's conspiring against Glovers. Real ball physics. It's conspiring against Andy too. This is weird. So you got a guy who's on the fence that won't even trust what a ball does. How would he ever know? So you believe what people told you, but you don't trust what a ball does, Andy? That's the weirdest low IQ shit I've ever fucking heard of in my life.
Well, I gotta give people fucking props for not muting you by now, which is usually what happens on most servers, but they're just letting you rant.
So if I had a ball gear, it wouldn't work. No engineering.
Interesting.
It's not scaled down or up. I couldn't put 24,901 teeth on it. These guys are just stupid as fuck.
Yeah,
Just
so
dumb.
I don't know. I don't know. I just
So
don't think
how do we see the reference
this was the
frame of a
point.
ball? How far do you get from a ball before it's not your spinning reference anymore? Before the stop sign stops spinning? Let's do this experiment, Glover.
4,562 minus 3 inches.
Hold on. Let's do the experiment, boys. Anybody willing to test reality, or just guess, and make shit up for it? You guys just talk for fucking reality, huh? That's how it works. What science?
We're just a bunch of numpties on a fucking Discord server trying to talk about shit, you know?
Don't pay attention to what this ball does. Imagine what I'm going to tell you what it does.
We're
What
the
do you
man
mean,
behind the
teacher?
curtain, yeah.
Well, imagine this ball's bouncing up and down and fucking doing crazy eight. No, but it's sitting in your hand. I know, Bobby, I know. But just imagine, because globes, it's bouncing around and doing crazy eight flips right now in your face, and you're stupid for not knowing that, Bobby. But in reality, it's just sitting still in my hand. So, I mean, which one is it? What do we tell the kids, guys? This ball's a fucking liar, or the guy sitting there telling stories is the liar? You tell me. I didn't know inanimate physical objects could lie. How many ball? Where did the ball get the courage in the dictionary to lie to you guys? Where to learn how to speak? What's the ball language you guys know?
So what's going on in fucking Iran, Timok? What do you think? Is it real or not real?
Got to be got to be a secret ball language. How they talk to the ball, right? And find out all this ball shit that we don't know. That we don't see it do that. We don't ever see none of this shit. Where do they see it at? Where's the reference for all this magical shit not happening to a ball? Andy, you can't even film something orbit the sun, dude. Start there, brother. You can film any object orbit a fucking sun. We'll start there.
Is your entire life made up of that? Are you obsessive, Timok? If you figure something out, you think you figure something out.
You mentioned real physics, and the
And
whole
other
room
people
just
don't
goes
believe
blank.
it. Are you gonna beat them over the head with a big stick until they fucking do, or are you just gonna go, well, that's it's their choice, whatever they believe? I mean, why get yourself all riled up over what the rest of the world is doing? Keep your blood pressure down, bro.
I don't know why people believe weird shit.
Well, who cares? You know, I mean, you're just wasting your energy thinking about it. Let them. What does it matter to you what they fucking, what other people believe in?
Believing it's one thing, but them forcing it into your mind, that's weird.
Well, your mind has no longer been able to be forced, so why are you worried? Like,
Yeah, how did they force ball magic into your mind or ball physics that don't happen? Like,
no, it's
how
a
did
great
that get in
question.
there? So a cartoon was your reference. A liar and a cartoon's all you need just to believe ball magic. But then a ball you don't believe. This is it's just weird, right?
Yeah, and that's the point I'm trying to make. If they want to
Like,
be weirdos, if other people want to be weirdos, that's up to them. I'm not gonna
oh
fucking
no, I know that. No, they're still weird. They're still
stress
being
out,
weird.
stress out
No,
about it.
I didn't ever stop them from being weird. I'm not stressed. They got to be stressed. The stressed people are the ones who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, who hope for the best and hope they're right because somebody said so. They just
But
want to
you're an
go
angry
along to get
man. You
along.
always sound like an angry man, D-Monk. You're an
No,
angry.
I think it's a comedy
I don't
show,
know,
brother.
little or big man. I don't know. But
No, don't worry about me. I think it's a big comedy show.
that's exactly what I'm saying. Of course, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about anything.
They make me
Come on.
laugh so hard because they think stuff's real that they can't prove to themselves or their kids. It's like, yeah, Bobby, you put your life on this stuff, but you can't even show your grandma or your son. That's weird. What a
Yeah.
loser.
There's no need for passive aggressive or aggressive behavior online about things that people, other people believe in. What's the fucking point, bro? Yeah, you got what's you gonna accomplish?
They
That's
don't
all I'm
believe in
saying.
Wi-Fi. They don't believe in direct energy or Wi-Fi or Bluetooth while they're talking on their phone. It's crazy, right?
Ah, the whole world's crazy, man. It's always been crazy.
They don't believe in radio frequencies.
Yeah, whoever they are, who cares? You know, there's a group of people who don't. Great. There's who do. Yes, you can. You know. So what? So fucking what? No need to get upset about it.
Nixon didn't need any wires to talk 238,000 miles to the moon. That's a lot of power.
I'm curious, and you don't have to answer this question. What do you do for a living? Definitely not customer care. Do you work, Dima? You don't have to answer, of course. How much tax you pay? What's your home address? Nah. What do you do for a living, bro? Dig holes for the elite, for their underground cities. I like you, D-Muck. I like you. I just gotta say that, right? I think you're just a little bit too tightly wound. A little bit too wound up about things.
McToon should give $300,000 to figure out what balls do, to study ball physics, a ball physics institution, a ball museum, ball science, of all
So
the
what
different
you're
balls
saying
of
is,
every size, acting different and being magic in different ways. You get a 2-pound ball and it's going to be different than a 10-pound ball, different than a 3-pound ball, different than a 5-pound ball. And they're all going to, according to their magic math that gravity knows, start orbiting each other because they don't know how to do anything else. I mean, unless gravity's just selective and it just does what it feels like every once in a while. It just won't do its own thing anymore.
so what
Gravity
you're
won't be
saying is,
gravity.
so what you're saying is it's a load of balls.
Yeah, all spheres are 360. They should all break down according to math. They're already scaled down versions of themselves perfectly. How could you scale down a sphere better than a sphere? It doesn't make any sense. They're all 360. They are the perfect degree of each other. That's like saying if I got 1,000 squares and they're all different sizes, but this big square is going to magically hold me to the fucking bottom.
Math
Is that what they tell you? So squares it doesn't work with, but balls it does, right? What about triangles? What about a cloud shape? So with balls nowhere, no one has any reference for this shit, but they believe it. Why? Why? Why?
I don't know. How you gonna live with no balls?
We need a new physics class. It seems we need to teach kids physics again. Like nobody knows. Nobody knows any physics. Weird.
Yeah, the whole thing about fuck me, hang on. The whole thing about orbital mechanics is a load of balls. Anybody want to hear a song? I can sing this song if you like. Name a song, I'll sing it. I'm just kidding.
Are we talking about balls now?
What sort of balls are you referring to? Are the triangle, rectangular, square?
Your balls.
No way. All these people in here and no one's talking? No way. I don't believe it.
I was just waiting for a subject.
What's up, PMAC?
It is.
Yeah, I want to know which ball would you put in the center of the museum? It sounds like a good plan there, D-Mark. What ball would be at center stage? Like when you walk in, what would be the main ball? Would it be a ball in a vacuum, a ball in water? What would be the main ball? D-Mark, you there? Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
I thought you were addressing Damak. Sorry.
He's probably going to empty his balls.
It's the first time I heard D-Mark silent. I hope he's okay.
Isn't it lovely? I like it. He spoke for half an hour about balls, and then when somebody actually replies, he disappears. Bad timing, bro. Bad fucking timing.
What, the physics of a sphere?
Oh, he's back.
Ball physics. You'll never know. Ball physics. They'll never show. Ball physics. They say they grow and get different. You'll never know. How big? How small? What's the difference? What's your reference?
When Globers claim they don't have to do the science, that's how you know that it's pseudoscience.
Because you know they don't know and they can't prove that it's so. You just have to believe the shit that they won't show.
Could the real bullshitty please stand up? That's a good trick.
The tangential speed and velocity of a spherical object.
Viscosity.
How each sphere is a time machine in a vacuum chamber. Show us that, guys. You can at least show us that with a couple ants and mice, right? Put them on a spinning ball and then put the other mice away from the spinning ball. And the mice on the spinning ball are going to age. They're going to stay younger. Forever young. Spinning ball time machine. How does that work, guys? How does your time machine just a spinning ball? This is
Yeah,
crazy shit.
that's a great idea, Damak. If I put a mouse in a centrifuge, does it age faster?
Sure wish we could demonstrate that. You know, a lot of people want to sit in your spinning chair and stay young forever, right? Just spin them around and they'll never grow old. Peter Pan. Peter Pan on a globe. Forever, Peter Pan. You'll never grow up on a spinning ball.
I like Gorky Park, to be honest.
You're gonna spin forever. A spinning ball.
Whoever. Forever.
Do you really want to spin forever?
Forever's fun. You're gonna spin forever young.
That's funny.
That's pretty good.
That's a good remix.
I like it.
Are you gonna spin forever? Forever dumb.
Forever dumb.
Forever dumb. I want a globe. Forever dumb. You won't know where your physics come from.
Forever. Whoever. I like. Jeez, D-Mark, I didn't know you're a bit of a fucking musical genius there. That's pretty good. You should record that.
Just imagine how smart these dudes would be if they actually believed real physics, man. I mean, they would actually be like top dog science dudes, you know what I mean? I'd be like, damn, you boys are good, you know?
Yeah, next level, boss level.
Yeah, they'd be at boss level if they could really touch a ball like any of them, man. I know they could do it. I believe in them.
Ooh, that way, yeah, okay.
Because how do you believe a story? I mean, and then mess with it, and then talk shit about a religion, right? How do they talk shit about Jesus or God or anything like that when they have a fucking ball story that they have no reference from, no way to prove it? Somebody just said, yeah, because the thing's so big you can't do shit, son. So all you can do is prove everything by saying the word so big. So the word so big has been all the science we've ever had to do in our life to say so big. 360 so big pi, r squared pi, cotangent, 360 so big. I mean, it's hard. Hard to be a globe parrot, isn't it?
Let's just pretend that you're on a ball. Look to the sky, then don't know why.
With no proof at all. Let's just pretend we're on the ball with no fucking proof at all.
It's like
Are
they're
you
against
gonna prove
teaching
a globe or
anybody.
not?
Globers will not teach you globe ball physics. They will not for their life. They'll die without teaching you shit.
Just had to check. I'm not the 24/7 server, server, am I? Nope. Okay.
They'll learn you something, but they ain't gonna teach you.
Nobody
They'll
wants to
show
argue
you a
with you, man.
program.
You don't fucking shut up, bro.
They'll program it right in like a cartoon. Like Superman does this. Superman balls do this because so big. How do we prove it? Shut up. Just repeat. Superman balls do this because so big. Little Tommy, go to the office. You didn't repeat so big balls. So big ball science. That's how you pass this test in ball class. So big. Gravity, so big. Down. Go in engineering and tell the teacher you can't show him your final engine result. Tell me you just got to believe you. You got a magic Superman engine that runs on hope. Like gravity, it runs on hope, just like gravity.
I got big balls that I can't deny when they're telling me a big fat lie.
And 9.8 meters per second squared per second of hope will get you nowhere.
Fuck.
I never heard so many people ask for proof of physics. Well, the only physics we can prove is flat earth physics. You're welcome to prove me wrong. You got the globe physics to demonstrate. We'll wait.
No slope, no handicap ramp.
That's what a globe is, a big handicap ramp.
Right. Now watch your step. You don't want to fall down the slippery, sloping globe.
They like to repeat the word "we know, we know, we know," and then someone says, "What's your reference for that?" They're like, 10 million years ago, somebody had an idea. They did. Okay, what the fuck are you on crack? So what? Are you serious right now? Some guy had an idea? Are you fucking kidding me? Some retarded dude had a fucking idea in a dress and sandals, no calculator, no ruler, a stick, and he's probably fucking drunk anyway.
You know, some of the stuff, Dimok, some of the stuff they say might be believable, right? But I want to know this. How do you convince a smart person, for example, that you can take time and space and put them together and get space time? How do you convince, like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, right? How do you convince somebody of that?
By reference, being able to demonstrate it somehow. Like if I say this fan blade works different than your fan blade, I'll show you this one spins this way and yours spins that way, and you'll be like, "Oh, okay, damn, gotcha."
No, but if you're a baller, right? Don't you feel like really, really dumb? Like really, really dumb trying to explain that or believe that? Like how did like doesn't your conscience play with you that you've been played? You've been played, man. 3-card Monty, man. You picked the wrong shell, bro.
Well, here's the key. Physics can, or physical stuff can only affect physical stuff. That proves physical things. Physical attributes, action and reaction, right? That means a physical thing. Now, unphysical, imaginary things can affect imaginary things. So imaginary time can affect imaginary space. You see how this works? The proof is in the pudding, in the authorship. So
Can you
if
imagine?
yeah, so if something
There's no
physical,
pudding, Dimok. There's no pudding, bro. Nothing.
no, I'm saying that in physics we don't have their pudding. So you're right. There is no pudding. Exactly. There is no right. The proof is in the non-pudding. They don't have it. No proof.
There's no pudding, there's no bowl, there's no spoon.
There's no proof, right? The proof would be in the pudding. They don't have it.
Really, I'm saying it as a joke, but really, guys, how the hell have you been convinced of this? Like, seriously, man, you gotta know you've been played, man. Like, come on.
They don't even know how far you get from the ball to make it not your reference. They don't know anything, brother. I swear to you. I'll bet money that they don't know shit, none of them. And they don't have a reference and they can't prove it. I'll bet real money live on camera, and we'll get a 3D sphere of any size we can touch that's real. And none of this shit's true. I promise you that. That's my prediction. Mick Toon or anybody who wants some. Anybody who wants some real physics on this side, sons.
Show me the bowl and show me the pudding. That's it, man. I want to see the space-time bowl.
I want to be forever ball.
Yeah. And the thing is, they say, oh, flat earthers are stupid. Bro, you gotta be more than fucking stupid, excuse my language, to believe that they took space and time and made a fabric out of it. Like, you gotta be the dumbest MF ever to believe that, in my opinion.
Yeah, but listen, it's like indoctrination, schooling, what do they call it when everybody else believes it? All kinds of fucking thingies. It's just, you can't, you know, don't be so hard on yourself.
I get it. You think smarter people than you told you this, and you think they're so smart that they can figure it out, but really? You actually believe that? That's astonishing to me, man. Truly
Yeah, well,
astonishing.
what's the bias when you have like a bunch of sheep in a pen and they all believe one thing and you go along with it? There's not confirmation bias, some other bias, whole pile of fucking biases. If everybody else believes it, I have to. Otherwise, I'm gonna look like a fucking strange person. Like I'm gonna be an outsider. If I say anything contrary to that, everybody around you is gonna fucking start calling you names and like he's a fucking weirdo. He believes this. Can you believe that? He's fucking mental. Listen to him. You know, it's all that kind of crack. Like it's
But they
conditioning.
want to fit in. They don't want to be the nail that sticks out type deal.
Yeah, so you've just gotta, you know.
Right.
That's how I don't know. I was what am I now? 50 fucking 8. It's been 15 years. So it's been a while before I even fucking realized. Jesus, maybe what we're being told is not real. It's a big leap. Like it really is. I wanted to tell everybody when I realized it, all the facts and the proofs and the sciences that I had, and I wanted to just scream it out to the world, and then I realized that's probably that's not gonna end well, you know. So I just kept it to myself mostly. The system's built that way. It just conditions you. It brings you up that way. It's day after day the same thing, repetitive into your brain, and you haven't got a clue. There's so many out there that still don't.
You know, when Einstein. Go ahead, Dima.
Say they built the globe pyramid scheme, and they're just, you know what I mean? And they're mad because they bought into it.
That's
And
a
the
good way
people
to
that
put
they
it.
think, yeah, the people they think is smarter than them, where are they at when you ask for a demonstration and the reference for where they got all their information? Go ahead.
The Globers are smart enough to not defend space-time right now.
How does such a stupid, moronic, idiotic, non-physical, like there's so many words I can put to it, right? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like it's an obvious con, but yet it's taught as fact in schools. Like how does that happen, man? Like where's the critical thinking?
Yeah. Yeah, I've had that thought myself.
Like are we that stupid? Like seriously. Are our smartest people that stupid? Or are they afraid? They want to just get their PhD and go on and make some money.
They equate their intelligence to just, regurgitation. If they can just repeat their textbooks as accurate as the textbook says, then they're smart.
Yeah, yeah. And nobody has the guts to stand up in class and say, "What? Time and space? Are you kidding, sir?" Unbelievable.
Yeah, it makes no sense. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they think is going on. You have space, right? The absence of matter. And then they say, "Oh no, we're not talking about the absence of matter. We're talking about something else that is also there. It's present in the same location as the absence of all things." What?
That's herd mentality. Herd mentality.
And their only answer is when you question them, But you don't understand. You don't understand. Really? What's there to understand, dude?
Like vacuums, motions, zero proof, etc., etc. Obvious con.
I've even ran into Globers that say stuff like, I don't understand it. I don't know the subject you're speaking on, but I know that you're wrong because science is whatever. It's like, dude, you just are totally
Well,
just keep that foot in your mouth. That's all you gotta do.
yeah, that's one of the things that I realized too. You're like, so how far away is the sun from the Earth? Oh fuck, I don't know. What is the circumference of the Earth? How far away is the moon? I'm like, fuck, I don't even know these answers. These people are telling me it's fucking flat. They're saying this doesn't work, that doesn't work, and they're asking questions that I couldn't even fucking give the answers to. Right? Maybe there's something to this because I was full on globally. And then you're like, fuck. Right, and then you do your own fucking research, and you're like, shit, bruh, there might be some actual truth to what these people are saying. And it was the last place you would think on Earth, a flat Earth, that you would be, is questioning the shape, vacuums, and all that motions. And the next thing you know, you walk out. It took me about 3 days later, and you're like, fuck. I don't think I'm a globe earther anymore.
You know what makes it you know what makes it twice as wild? They'll come in and they'll tell you like, I don't know the subject, but I know that there's physicists out there that agree and they consider that it's true, so I'm just gonna trust them. Like, dude, the physicists are literally contesting space time. They're trying to get rid of it.
Exactly. It doesn't the peer review change if science changes? Should the very stuff of science be changing? It's supposed to be ever changing, right? It's supposed to be finding out more and more of what they didn't find out. So everything they know is something they didn't know, right? Science is always something you never can know. Just think about that.
And how does one of the dumbest people that ever lived, Einstein, right? Complete and utter nonsense. When you hear him talk, he can't even speak properly. He reads from a piece of paper. How does that buffoon become the smartest man in the world?
Because the science winners tell you what you can't know, what you can't prove, that you can't understand.
Because
their whole premise, yes, is based on you'll never.
They once asked him, check this out, Dimok. They once asked him, what is the speed of sound? He didn't know the answer, bro. He didn't know the answer.
700 miles an hour.
The smartest man in the world did not know the speed of sound. I don't keep this information in my head.
That clearly shows you, yeah, he didn't clearly, he did not deal with any type of anything in any kind of reality.
I'm willing to bet any one of us in here knows more about physics than Einstein. I'm willing to bet that if he was alive right now.
Speed of sound. Is it 28 inches per mile squared?
Try to find a speech from Einstein. Try to Google Einstein giving giving like a lecture about something. Try to find the smartest man in the world. We have no recordings of him. We have no video of him explaining his theories. Don't you find that a little strange?
Yes.
I challenge anybody. Try to find him saying anything. Go ahead. It's going to be like short clips of 10, 15, 20 seconds and him reading a paper like a buffoon, like a literal monkey reading a paper.
And he was smoking cocaine.
I don't know about that. But he did marry his cousin. Relativity.
Well, when they show you a guy and say this dude's super, they show you how fake, like Goodwill Hunting, and everybody's like, man, that dude's smart, man. And you don't even want to hear it speak because it's going to make you retarded because you won't even know what he's saying anyway. So They don't want to talk to him about certain shit. They just want to ask him a question. Well, what do you think about this knower of everything, Einstein bot? And he's like, oh, well, it's paper.
Like we have more video of Charlie Chaplin talking than Einstein. What does that tell you?
Damn.
Not one. There's not one video of his freaking conferences of him talking of nothing. Not one. We got hours and hours of Feynman, right? And all these other guys. Why not Einstein? How come? Because he was a buffoon. That's why.
He was just stuck his tongue out and not comb his hair right.
Fabric and space-time. Everything that he came up with is not true. Everything. There's nothing that he said that's actual physics. Nothing. Zero. All fantasy. One brother aging slower than the other. All nonsense. None of it is proven.
Plus, he married his
Yeah.
cousin. She must have been smoking hot.
And he was
You're
a
gonna say
Freemason.
something else now instead of just saying the same thing over and over again?
Yeah, and he was a Freemason.
Are you gonna
That would
counter
be-
him?
That would be insanity.
Well, I don't need to counter him because Einstein's dead and I don't really care about him.
Okay, well then agree with him. Be like, you're right. There
Yeah,
are
I know.
no
Yeah,
videos.
you're right.
Isn't that
You're right.
weird?
Whatever. Einstein could be an idiot. I don't care. But if you keep saying over and over again, it doesn't make it true.
Well, someone give him closure so he can move on.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think these guys already have.
What, does that offend you with what I'm saying? Or does it bother
No,
you?
it doesn't offend me. It's just you calling it stupid isn't really like if you wanted to say something else about it, that would make it better.
Okay.
Like if you said about space time is stupid, what else is stupid about it?
It's not stupid. Well, it's more than just stupid. It's not real. Like, let me ask you. Do you believe in space-time fabric? Tricky question.
Well,
Huh?
okay, not everybody calls it a space-time fabric, so
Okay, whatever you want to call it. Do you believe in that? I'm just curious.
well, I believe that they observe something. It's observed, like, okay. If you, well,
You said you observed space time? What's that mean? Exactly.
well, I didn't observe it.
Exactly. So how would you even know what that means? If I
I'm not
told
trying
you I
to
observed
teach
it?
anybody anything either, so I don't know.
Why do you
I'm
believe
just
it,
saying
Miss
that
Diane? Why would you believe something that you don't have to?
I didn't say that. Did I say I believe it's like 100% true? I
No, we don't
right
know. That's
now
what
it's
he's
the
asking
best thing
right
we
now.
have. That's what I've heard
No,
people say
what's
too.
the best thing you have? Show me it. What do you mean?
If you
What's
could
the
come
best
up
thing
with
you have?
something better than it, then
Everybody's grandma
that's what
already
you could do then.
has.
What is it?
Everybody's grandma's already came up.
What's
You're
better than it
telling
then?
me that you've never heard a person come up with a different reality than yours? Are you serious
No,
right now,
then
brother?
space time. I'm like, are you
How
trying to
many
say that you
books
have
are there
something
on
better
different
than
realities,
space time?
realms, and everything? There's no space time in them. Stupid. In that
Yeah,
book,
I'm stupid.
there's no
Thanks.
space time.
Thanks
There's only
for saying
well,
I'm
you're not
stupid.
making no sense. You just asked me, and I'm trying to tell you. Now you're
Well, I
not
didn't
wanting the
say I was
evidence.
smart, did I?
So now
You
you
have to be
don't want
smart
the
to talk
evidence.
here. You have to be like some
Holy
smart,
fuck!
super
Don't
smart
be
guy to
saying
say
anything that
anything
you're
here,
saying,
right?
bro. No,
Okay.
nobody
No,
said maybe
hold
remember a
on, Dima.
word.
Give me a second, Dima. You said there's nothing better than that, right?
This is very productive, right? What he's doing to me.
No, well,
That's how you learn.
but for real, like you said that there's like it's the best thing we have right now, right? So in other words,
Well,
it's like
as
you're
far as I
believing in
know,
it.
yeah. But there could be alternatives that are better. I don't know about them though. But maybe there's something better. But I haven't heard any of you guys bring anything else to the table to
But
counter
you
it.
a story? You just want to hear a story?
In
If
order
you
for
think
you
if you
to
think
say,
if you think if you think the government has some hidden knowledge or some hidden technology or something, that would actually be like I would say, okay.
There's no such thing as hidden.
Maybe that's true.
There's no such thing as hidden technology.
Maybe they're hiding certain technologies so that they can
There's no such
keep
thing as
using
hidden
gas
technology.
and instead of being able to have free energy.
That's all there is free energy. That's all there will ever be.
Well, why don't you make some then if it's so easy, D-Muck?
That didn't make no sense. How am I talking to you?
Yeah, no, it didn't make any sense, did it?
Yeah, my mama made free energy, and I'm it. I'm talking to you right now. Stupid.
Hey, you fucked her last night too, right?
That didn't make no sense.
Inbred motherfucker.
So that's what you got, weirdo?
Well, you called me stupid, so.
So you don't know anything about anything. So then, what you
Dude,
got?
I
is
watched your
bread.
video on YouTube, but you didn't even know how to fucking do anything.
Did you go get a ball?
Does
and
anybody
repeat
actually
it?
watch this idiot's video on YouTube?
Because I didn't edit that video. I made one video that was one continuous video, retard. Now, whatever you see
You
is
didn't
not
even
what
know
I
how to
put out.
fucking make a nail straight on a
Hey,
fucking
you want to come to my house and see the
curved
video
piece
I
of
make with
fucking
you? I'll
shit
make
'cause
a
you're
video
dumb.
with you, retard. Yeah, the guy
I'm
that just
fucking
told us he
streaming
was
right now
dumb.
on Twitch. You can look at me right now, you
just
fucking
said you're dumb
idiot.
as fuck. Listen, you said you're a dumb motherfucker. Who needs your judgment?
Yeah, I'm stupid, yeah. So what?
So what do we need you? So what do we need you for?
I don't have to pretend to be smart to talk to people, right?
So if you're not smart enough to know what I did, then why are you talking about it?
Because nobody else was talking to you guys. You were just having an echo chamber of fucking people calling Einstein stupid the whole time.
So you got to be dumb to believe in the globe? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, sure.
I'm with you, brother.
All right. There you go. We agree now.
That's great. I like that.
There you go.
Well, dumbass.
You want to talk about something else now?
Yeah, sure, buddy.
All right.
Conservation of momentum with balls. How's that work? How do you learn that?
I'm not a teacher. I don't need to teach you shit.
Holy shit! You said we wanted to. Okay, what's your
If
topic?
I'm stupid, how am I supposed to teach you shit?
I don't know, bro. What is the topic? I'm asking you, bro. Can
What
you
the
teach
fuck,
us
Stupid shit.
What is the topic a dumb person could bring to us that's interesting?
Being on Twitch.
I'm gonna stop
Besides being
streaming
on
anyways
Twitch.
now.
I'd stop streaming if I was you too. I wouldn't
I
want
don't
to
want
be
people looking
in
at
the stream with me
you.
with my voice in there, because
You want to see my
it's not gonna
spinning
make you
ball,
look good.
D-Muck, that I have? It spins in the air.
Well, Billy, I heard you say that something could come along and pretty much, supersede the space-time model. So I heard
Yeah.
you say that. So that's honest. I appreciate you saying that.
Thanks.
Good job.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It takes a story. So space time, guess what? Here's my story. Erase that story. So take that book and erase every word out of that page. Now you got a blank book. Now go outside, throw the book in the garbage, look outside. That's your doing. But you see stuff too, let it be that. Like make stuff up for it. Don't say it's doing other things because it gets bigger.
I was speaking to Oblate Anvil, and I think this is really important. The idea of a grand unification theory, because we have 4 different fundamental forces. They don't work the same on every scale. Like you have a quantum scale, our scale, the human terrestrial scale, and the astronomical scale. Quantum mechanics doesn't scale up, and relativity doesn't scale down, right? So we're trying to find out how these forces work on different scales. And until then, we don't really have a comprehensive understanding.
Well, they do say they scale down. No, they do say they scale down because they make a sun in a nuclear reactor, a little dot sun. So that's a little bitty sun. And then when you look up, that sun's not the same size. So apparently somebody thinks they scaled that down.
I feel like someone must have heard.
No, I know, but the very thing they said they can't do, supposedly they said they did do. But they tell us they can't scale a ball down to a ball, but they can scale a sun down and a black hole in the lab. Just saying.
But what I heard Oblate say is that, a grand unification theory is not necessary for, a more cohesive understanding of the universe.
Yes, it is.
I think so too. I think it is necessary.
It's called the one physics theory. It's called the what you can demonstrate conundrum. If you can't demonstrate it, what a fucking conundrum for you.
That's true. Repeat, demonstrate, repeat, demonstrate.
They've sold them a pack of lies, right? The cosmological model is a pack of lies. It's falling apart daily. Like I said in the text, bring me your best cosmology believer, the best scientist that had ever lived. Bring him here. I will make him cry live on air. That's right, Blue. Give it a go. You believe in magic. Magic, very easily torn apart.
It is magic, isn't it?
In the Glober model with relativity, basically in the Glober model, light has to bend when traveling through bent space. It takes curved geodesic paths when traveling through bent space caused by the it's caused by the mass of things. So there's bent space everywhere in the Glober model. Yet they claim they're well, the ones that aren't up to par with relativity, they claim their light travels straight unless going through a medium. That's actually incorrect. Light bends when there's bent space-time, which is everywhere. The sun's got its gravity well that encompasses the whole solar system. There's bending light. There has to be bending light.
Right.
And then when you bring this up, most Globers don't know about this, but some of the ones they do, they say, oh, well, there's the light bends when it hits like the edges of like masses, like do the. But long story short, the Glober model requires light to bend.
Light doesn't bend.
Talking about the Glober model. So,
No, I
for
know.
example,
Okay, in the Glober.
with their celestial navigation, when they assume straight light, that's called an ideal. That's called an idealization. Not to take it away from them. They use celestial navigation. It works, whatever. But their method, that idea, it's an idealization. That's not what's actually happening. That's not the actual truth.
They don't know the medium from the light. They think because the medium has waves and fluctuations and movements like water, that the light is the actual thing bending. See, when you poke the hole in the 2 liter and the liquid pours out, it's just reflecting the light, and it's just holding the light like a mirror. That doesn't mean the light's bending. The water's bending. The light's everywhere around it, everywhere. Light's every fucking where. It's not just right there.
For all we know,
Really.
light could be bending in a vacuum, but at such a small rate where the little perhaps the scale of the experiment or its sensitivity might not be enough to pick it up. But the concept of but like look, this doesn't make any sense. Say you take light, this is a Glober model. You take light, put it through a vacuum, and assume it's traveling straight because there is no medium. That's wouldn't the light be bending? Demok, bro, I'm not trying to prove the globe. You have, bro. I'm talking about something new, man. I'm talking about something new. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll fuck off. All right. Give me 5 minutes. I'll fuck off.
So maybe they think the vacuum is the light reaction. Shut up and learn something. The light spreads out, so maybe they.
Who muted Demok?
I'll make it real quick. That's basically just the idea. How could light be traveling straight in a vacuum if light bends due to curved geodesics, due to bent space-time? We are in bent space-time. If not for the gravity of the Earth itself, the gravity of the sun, the gravity of the galaxy, and bigger and bigger and bigger, light cannot travel straight. So that's all I have to say.
You're strawmanning them. They invoke lots of gravity like involved with the space-time bending light. So in like a little vacuum experiment, you're not gonna see that.
You're exactly right. So light rays are parallel when it comes to celestial objects in their model. And then at the same time, they say that there's gravitational lensing. Light bends due to gravitational wells.
Yep.
Double speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they say the star is not,
Duh.
the light from the star is not going around any large gravitational objects.
Just to add more to the convo, I know no one cares about it, but like concave Earth, it's non-Euclidean. Light's bending everywhere
Yeah,
all
you're
the
right.
time.
No one cares about it.
I care. I care.
Don't do
I
that.
definitely care.
Right. When does light not spread from the source? So you could say light acts like it's a vacuum idea of what they want to fucking declare of a vacuum action or reaction or something going from the source and have to spread from that thing outward, like time and space expanding in front of itself. So the whole idea of their fucking vacuum might just be based on light doing what it do. Shit.
Shit. Thank God my girlfriend is almost here and I can fucking turn this shit off. Fucking no, it's good. It's good though.
Oh.
Take a break from all this fucking.
You'll be wishing you could turn her off too.
I'm gonna turn her on.
They say they
That's
see
all I'm gonna fucking do.
they see the sun and they see the light from it like spread like an angle and spread like a triangle. That's not bending like a circle. It's just spreading like a triangle. So why would stuff have to spread apart? Why does air have to act like it needs to spread apart? High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. It's not a vacuum.
So,
It's a vacuum effect.
so some people say there's there's a light out there. It's traveling 9 million light years to your eye through the
93
vacuum
million
of
miles.
space, gravity wells, asteroid belts, other stars, etc., etc.
Galaxy, nebula.
Somehow, some fucking how, it still manages to catch your eye. That's a little bit strange.
With nothing in the way. Something's in the way. Yeah.
Nothing. Hey, Nirvana.
Nothing's in the way. No planets orbiting the sun. Nothing orbiting the sun. And everything's supposed to orbit. All meteors, rocks, comets, Jupiters, everything, Jupiters, everything.
Jupiters, Jupiters, and Jupiters. Yeah, it's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so next time you debate a glober and they claim light's traveling a straight path anywhere, that's according to relativity, that's incorrect.
That's possible.
To hasten your citizens across the land.
Hey, Renee, hot mic.
Thanks, Renee.
There's also other concepts of like a variable vacuum permittivity, which is basically like a in the vacuum itself, you can have variable charges, and that will bend the light itself. There's this glober model with this idealized lights traveling straight. This is like elementary when it comes down. It's not correct in the higher levels.
Well, here's
So
apparently life is
unfortunately with FE we can never get past the globe with this, because like I don't know, what are you going to tell them? What's okay if FE brings this concept up to the globe, if it's true, then how would this concept work in FE?
It's not a vacuum in FE. It's just the way light acts. You guys mistake everything's action or reaction for what you want it to be or what they're telling you. That's the problem. You have real physics, not magical ones. It's simple, brother. Don't believe the garbage.
I'm just giving you tools, bro. Bring this up to the Globers next time. They won't be able to say shit to you. So giving you some new tools in your disposal.
Oh shit! I just gave you one. The
Appreciate
light
that.
is the idea of the vacuum. There is no vacuum. It's light spreads. One hand. Here we are.
Thanks, T-Muck. Now I have to go listen to fucking Nirvana something in the way. Cheers, bro. You bastard. There's always something in the way, and light is not infinite. By the way.
They claim such wonky, like goofy ball shit in quantum mechanics. If you look at the particle, and then it's gonna appear there because you looked at it, and then when you look away, oh, it noticed you looking at it, so it moved. What?
Yeah, what?
It's all double speak nonsense.
Why do they want me to believe like teleporting particles?
You don't got to believe anything, bro. It's just their model. We're all individuals. Like, I'm an individual in this world, and I, as a truth seeker, I'm seeking these truths, and there's systems developed by other humans that is, their best attempt at this truth. And I, as a truth seeker, I could choose to believe it. I could choose to look into it, pick things out, gain some knowledge, look at other systems, figure out the bigger picture of everything, figure out what's the problem here, what's the problem here, what's the problem here. Can I be creative and is there a solution? All while remaining tempered and honest with yourself, knowing that there's levels to this. Like, we need to continue learning.
The thing is, don't lie to yourself because you think somebody smarter than you told you something that you feel in your bones cannot be true, right? Like one brother aging faster than the other. Like, you know that can't be real, right? But yet you still believe it.
Yeah, that's a funny idea. Like I don't see why spinning would make me experience time faster. Like I don't see how those two things correlate.
You ever seen time lapses of plants? How they right? And then like the sun will come and go, and then the plant will keep dancing and doing this dance, and it'll keep growing. What do you reckon if you change the speed of all that? What do you reckon would happen to that plant? It would grow faster.
The 15 degrees per hour?
Whatever. Yeah, whatever. It'll probably grow faster.
Yes.
So there seems to be some kind of system, and it's rotating, causing things to rotate within it, and shit happens as a result of that rotation.
The bleeding effect. It's called the bleeding effect. Everything bleeds into the next thing.
So it's like time. It's like this time rotation is like flowing through you, and this flow through you is having this, like, what do you call aging or whatever, through your body. The aging is an after effect of this flowing thing through you. So if this flowing through you, it's going faster, your body's just gonna respond to. I don't know. It's just a possibility.
I like how you're describing this. I do.
Well, the new shit comes out and then gets old, and then the new shit comes out and gets old, and new shit comes out and gets old. I think that's just the cycle of how the stuff is going to work. There's a wear down. There is a wear down.
The only way to know if somebody really experienced more or less time than you, it shouldn't be based on like how much they aged. I don't know. It should be based on like how do you? It should be you should have a clock. You gotta bring a clock with you or something.
Yeah, you can't. You can't see somebody's age, true age. What about that little girl? What about Benjamin Button? You don't know somebody's age.
I'm holding everything in consideration. Like, for all we know, we could be living in a magical world where like your body, like what you believe ends up happening to it. Like, I'm just making shit up. Like, if you believe in old age and stuff like that, like your body will go through it. For all we know, we could live in a world where like death may not even be guaranteed. Who knows what the truth is? Or death could be guaranteed. I don't
Now
know.
you're on.
I don't know anything. So it is
Now
what it
you're on.
is.
No, that's true. Now you're on to something.
Just because everyone else died, well, maybe because everyone else was born and their being and mind were programmed, and they lived in a way where they believed in everything, and they ate and they died like everyone. I don't know.
What if there is a forever group that runs this and they can't die? You don't know.
One can
Unless
just
they
play
kill
around
each
with these
other.
ideas. Who knows what the truth is?
Kind of like a turtle, brother. Unless you poison it or kill it, it doesn't usually die. Its insides don't break down. So you never know. There might be a group of people like that. They might be the turtle eaters. They might be the reptile people because that's all they eat is reptile. You never know why they call them reptiles. Who knows? Or ant people. You've heard of the little ant people, right? That are hidden still that nobody can find. Little white and black, maybe white, black, and red. Little ant people. You never heard about them? So they still exist in the ground somewhere. Running around them.
Who knows the nature of the world we're living in? I don't like. There's just so many theories, and there's just so many theories. Like, who's the authority of your life? What man is gonna tell you like what's true for you?
You know, that's funny. What's true for me, dude, is that I seriously just can't jiggy with all the fucking globe bullshit anymore. It's not jiggling.
I know going through like the whole flat Earth route, it's like aliens are fake and blue beam and all this stuff. There's a chance aliens could be real. There's so many theories of everything. Like, who knows what the nature of this place is? You think in the 30, 50, 60 years you've been alive and the information you've been allowed to be fed, like, who knows what the truth is?
Everyone had to determine if aliens were real before they heard flat Earth.
To me, when I say who knows what the truth is, there is no fear in it. There is no fear. There is no like anxiety. It's purely wanting to know for truth. I feel like truth's empowering. So who knows what the truth is? I don't know what the truth is. I know lots of perspectives. I know what a lot of people believe. I know what I was raised to believe. But who knows what the truth is? So
What were you raised to believe? Were you raised if you're online, you can be an ignorant asshole to whomever you want?
Yeah, we are kept from fundamental truths because knowledge is power. Like, who knows how much we don't know? It could be. It could be that they actually know how everything works. Yeah, and it really puts it into perspective when you think about like how little amount of time you're on the Earth and how long the Earth has been around. There's no fucking idea what these people could be doing.
I just posted an Instagram account. It's called Alien Carvings. It's this one guy that runs this account. He's been let me just give it to you short. What this account is this guy, they've been doing diggings. This is recent shit. Like, this is like past 5 years, even going on today. They're digging in Mexico, Tula, Hidalgo. They're digging in Mexico and they're finding relics. Like, just look at it from previous civilizations, a shit ton of it. And just look at it. Look at the fucking symbols. Look at they're finding crystal skulls, like machine edged, machine. elongated crystal skulls, multiple different types of elongated heads, alien elongated heads, crystal skulls, carving. They're finding carvings with symbolisms. Weird, like it's like ancient Egyptian combined with the Anunnaki people, like you see like on. Who knows what the truth is? This looking at all this stuff, we could be living in some world we've never imagined, and we were like, like you've already heard, fucking higher intelligences, like these aliens, higher intelligences beyond your fucking imagination, and they could who knows what this seed worlds, create life, and there's so many theories, man. Like, who knows what the truth is?
Like when we talk through the channels, the phone, and the radio, Crystal just pick all that up and decode all
Some answers, like some religious answers, like it gives you some answers like how to live, but man, we need to keep searching. We just need to keep looking. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Crystal's what you put in your CBs and your radios to pick up the signals when the cops are talking to each other on private. We get more crystals, we pick up their stuff.
There's something that I believe is true. Like I think it has a lot of conviction when I think of all the information I've heard that kind of points to it. It's the idea that we came from plants. And like I don't know, they don't straight up and down tell you that. Like, you really do have, kind of like the anatomy of a vegetable all throughout your body. I don't know why they don't tell people that. Many parts of our bodies resemble vegetables. They called them simple vegetable at one point, and then we evolved into complex vegetable beings. And that, in the story, or the philosophy, whatever, evolved into animal.
Remote vegetables. You can walk around like fungus. Yeah.
And I don't really give a fuck if people think this is funny or weird, but Greek statues where they depict a dude with the leaf over his fucking, right? So the idea of that is like one of the latest installments. Like that is literally downloadable content for humans right there. That wasn't always the case. It's complicated, dude, because they believe that, truly reverting back to your pure, sent by God version of yourself is you just, you revert back to a sperm, which makes you androgynous. So the idea is like they created procreation and us like finding pleasure, like, pleasure in the sensory of it. And that was like downloadable content. It's like all that. Yeah.
One quick question.
The leaf was covered in hermaphrodite, guys. Hermaphrodite. Go ahead.
I know there's a lot of speculation going on.
Aren't the carvings with the leaf? Aren't the carvings with the leaf over the sensitive areas of statues, like modern, well, medieval recreations of the old ones? I don't think the Greeks were all that prude and covered them up with leaves. I think the older ones are just bare.
You're saying the older ones don't have leaves?
That's my understanding. Is that the medieval Christian sensibilities, when they recreated the statues or copied that style, they wouldn't actually, they put the leaves on.
The privates were out, yeah. The David, they were naked. Naked.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, David definitely lets it all hang out. I think he's even older than like the medieval period where a lot of that.
The story.
They're all naked. Leonardo da Vinci draws himself as the Vitruvian man, straight naked. Winger, dinger, penis, vagina, balls, and all. Leonardo da Vinci is in vitro. I don't know. Unless he discovered or made or was a part of in vitro this. fake babies, or I don't know what the fuck that means. So you got in utero, which means natural, and in vitro, what means artificial insemination, or what? Like, what are we talking? Way back in 1400, boys, Leonardo da Vinci was fucking around with in vitro.
Leonardo da Vinci.
There's also the story of Adam and Eve, how they covered themselves with leaves. All this. Well, I don't know. Yeah, at least maybe I'm not building the case strong enough for you. But you at least hear what I'm alluding to, right? Like parts of our body do resemble vegetables. They say that we have genes from bananas.
Yeah, bullshit.
Could be a
Well, I
spore.
don't know about that
Well,
crazy
it could
stuff.
be a plant spore or mold. That's a plant too. So it's all living things that grow. And the thing they can move is they're autonomous plants. There's autonomous mold that can spread and pour out and grow, climb up and move, over that. Like, so the idea of plankton, I think plankton is a plant that can swim, right? So are there any plants that are remote? That's all I want to ask.
Cancer is probably
Besides
a
us.
I'm part banana. I'm part banana and part monkey.
No, I'm saying, are there any species of plant that gets up and walks around?
If I wanted to be scientific, I could say that I'm a banana and a monkey.
Yes, you are, you little asshole. Time been space. And space bends mass. If you don't like it, I'll warp that ass. What? I'll warp your mass. Time bend space. Wormholes. You can be everywhere fast. And if you don't like it, you can warp that fast. Be a gazillion light years between you and the sun. You're looking through a $19 million wormhole. The sun could poke a wormhole, because light does all that magic cool stuff in space. But either way, so a remote human, we walk around, we do our things, we're like animals. So what would be the transitioning plant? Where is the plant that people came from? Like, what is that plant? Is there a mold, a plant, a frog, a dog, a duck? Like, what is it? That's the question.
Yeah, fungi is interesting.
Why was the mushroom the life and soul of the party? Because he was a fungi.
It's a fun goofy.
Goofy guy.
D-Mark is a mushroom confirmed.
Mushroom confirmed. He is a mushroom. We have the toad people. And we have the lizard people. We have the ant people. This is getting crazy.
There's a whole lot of syncretisms you could find between mushrooms, the idea that your genitals are vegetables, and the idea that whatever.
What the fuck?
No, this topic, I'm not
Asexual, man. Asexual, basically. Everybody can be asexual. They just don't
I could
know
connect it all. I promise
You
I
know
can
what's
make
kind of
it
really weird though? It's like when you think about pizza. Pizza is grains mashed into fine dust, then a fruit mashed into puree, tomato, and then just meat, and that's it. Pizza is just like dust, fruit, mashed fruit, and meat.
No cheese on that pizza. No milk. No mama's milk.
Solomon.
No, okay, you can say cheese. Yeah, but that's literally it. It's so simplistic, isn't it?
It sounds pretty cool. Yeah. What was the point of that outburst?
I just feel like classifications are like sometimes too overbearing in the sense of they like try to convey meaning which is beyond the initial core components of what the thing was formed from, right? You know, like we say, oh, this is very sophisticated. Or pizza is very artisan pizza, but instead it's just a bunch of dust, some secretion from an animal, some animal flesh, and maybe a mashed fruit like the tomato. Right?
Beer is just spoiled seeds.
Man, you just described pizza in the worst way I ever heard, dude. That doesn't
Yeah,
sound like pizza.
I don't like pizza anymore.
I don't think that should stop eating pizza because of this. I was just saying it seems like we aggrandize
I
a
know.
lot
I
of
made
these
you
like.
think of pizza because I said mushrooms, right? Well, let me break this down.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, in the book John M. Allegro, what do they call that book? The Mushroom and the Cross. So the word jest apparently means tree of life. Apparently, God used the flaming sword to cut down the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. And, you know, it's just, I don't know. You make all these weird syncretisms if you really felt like it. And mushroom is the cross. The cross is the tree of life, is Jesus.
Are you into semiotics, Jesse?
Symbiotic, not
semiotics. Semiotics is the science of understanding science. Like linguists usually delve into semiotics because a lot of languages are pictographic. So they like study semiotics to understand what the pictograph means or where it comes from, right? So if you're like into signs and like glyphs and stuff like that, you will be like very interested in semiotics, which is a very interesting science indeed.
That sounds sounds right up my
alley. Part of linguistics. So, for example, we know we can reverse engineer some like Japanese kanji or Chinese hieroglyphs, and we can understand where they come from, what it was supposed to describe originally, right? Like a house, a crane, a crocodile, something like this.
You know what I'm trying to describe is complex. I wasn't nearly finished, but I'm not doing a good job either way. I'm butchering it.
Sorry.
No, it's just it's complicated. I don't know if anybody else has ever heard what I'm trying to allude to right now.
I've heard it, but it's not. Nobody cut down the tree of life with a flaming sword. It's protected by a flaming sword.
Oh shit! Did I really get that?
But the tree has a sword? Like, hold on.
No. There's a cherubim on the east side of the Garden of Eden, along with a whirling sword of flame to guard the way to the tree of life. That's Genesis 3:24.
Isn't that sword belonging to Michael?
The idea is that when, right? My bad. Can I just try to completely butcher this idea? So in the book, The Mushroom and the Cross, apparently they found the Dead Sea Scrolls and Thessalonians. Apparently these guys were eating mushrooms to come up with the concept of Jesus. Which I don't know if that's true, but that's a story that I've heard somewhere. So then you associate Jesus with the mushroom. You associate Jesus with the cross. And the mushroom is the tree of life. But I don't know, all these
I thought the mushroom was the cross.
This isn't, I'm not trying to say you must believe this now. This alluded.
I thought Joe the Joe Rogan says the monkeys ate the mushrooms and then became us.
Fuck Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan?
Joe the Joe is a little guy.
Yeah, that guy's a shill, man.
Joe says wow when he's not impressed. He's like, wow.
Joe says, that's something you really got to prove.
Oh, hold on. Joe Rogan is a massive shill. He will adopt the opinion of his guests doesn't matter who comes, he adopts their opinion. The next guy is completely different than the first guy against, and holds like a
100%.
thesis against, and then he switches and like adopts that guy's like thesis. Like it's
I
just
don't think
he's like a human.
Joe,
I don't know.
the
I don't
toe
think
did
here-
not get
Format.
canceled. His guests get canceled.
Yo, Tara, help me out. Why do I feel like I read that a tree was cut down in the Garden of Eden? Like that has no validity.
There's stories in Ezekiel of a bunch of trees being cut down, and before the flood, and there was like these huge trees, and they would be cut down, and then people would carve them out and live inside of them. So I don't know if maybe it's a mixture of the two, but yeah, supposedly the tree of life is still being guarded, and then the tree of knowledge of good and evil probably still just is here.
I make all kind of weird syncretisms that might not be accurate. Like
The
I've
tree of
heard that
knowledge
the word Jesse means.
is in
Yeah, what's that?
the gardens, right? Are the gardens on Earth or?
Have you
No,
heard
I
that the
don't.
word?
Go ahead, Jesse. Sorry.
My bad. I was just gonna. Have you heard that the word Jesse means tree of life? Have you heard that before?
Yeah, yeah.
That's all.
Tara, how's your eye, man? Is it getting better?
Yeah, it's a lot better, man. Yeah, it just doesn't contract or dilate, but it's all good. Its vision is good.
At all?
No, yeah,
Can
it
they
doesn't.
Can they
Just
fix that
stays
shit
one
or?
Yeah, God, I pray. Yeah, I've been praying about it.
Jeez, man.
But yeah, no, there's not like a doctor that can fix that. If you can see out of your eye, doctors don't really suggest operating on them.
Yeah, because it's like very.
But yeah, it is good. Yeah, the root Jesse is like the father of David, right? And but anyways, yeah, those trees, like I don't know if something was cut down in the garden, I'll have to look back, but I don't remember any trees being cut down. But there are stories of trees being cut down, so maybe that's kind of where they're pulling from, Jesse.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I stand
Stories.
corrected.
Stories.
And then Zoidberg, I don't know about the garden, if it's still on Earth or if it was retracted. I kind of believe that it was taken back into heaven, and then that's what is being made into a kingdom, and that's what will come down in the end for Yeshua and Yada Tabernacle there.
I gotcha.
What is
I
in the
mean,
book? You believe anything you read
from my perspective, at least when I was in the faith, like the idea was to recreate the garden on Earth. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the sacred
Kabbalah.
duty of any Jew. You
Yeah,
have
it's
to
either
make
that
heaven
or
on Earth.
or create hell on Earth. Whichever one is easier will trigger God to come back.
Adam Cadmon or Adam Belial?
There's a red heifer. Red heifer's coming soon. What the hell?
A red heifer
Do the
prophecy.
Jews believe in the Garden of Eden?
Yes, absolutely.
The whole story with the snake and the tree, and that's book. Is that
Yes,
is that okay?
absolutely. I see.
It's not a literal snake in Hebrew. It's the shining one.
Yeah, so the Bible is not literal.
But it's not a little snake in the Bible as well.
But in these Americanized versions of the Bible, a lot of people end up believing that to be the case. So that's an issue. I don't need to get into that though.
Why would you give yourself over to a book? That apparently somebody wrote so many years ago about things. But I mean, I know I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, what is your worldview?
Doesn't matter.
Well, you're asking why do people hold to a specific worldview, and then a lot
Why
of
do
people,
people? No, I'm
yeah,
asking, why do people believe in a book?
Yeah, well, they don't believe in a book. They believe the worldview the book portrays. Okay, and then the worldview to them is coherent and logical. Like to me, it's coherent and logical, and by reason of elimination, process of elimination, seems to be the most reasonable and logical, coherent worldview out of all
Okay,
world.
all right, that's just word salad.
All right.
So they believe in coherent and logical. It's a book that somebody told you that was written 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. This is the way it was. There was this there in a garden, and people used to put vegetables in their genitals, and there was a snake into this and the other. I mean, why would you
That's
even
just a
fucking?
straw man. That's just a straw man,
Well,
dude.
no, I am
So if you're
straw
just
manning.
gonna
Sorry.
declare everything that I just said was word salad, when everything that I said was complete sentences and coherent, then everything you're
no, that's
saying
not
is
what I
just a
said.
straw man. You're just
That's
saying
not
a
what I
straw
said.
man. Dude, you're
What I
just
said is,
straw
so
manning
you
everything. You're
believe in a
just
book?
using a fallacy, bro. No, I don't. I already explained that. See, you've taken my position and you're straw manning it. I don't believe in a book. People, I already explained this, believe in the
So what do
worldview.
you believe?
Dude, you're people believe in the worldview that the book portrays.
So you think this world was made by God and everything is by God?
Yeah, good luck proving anything else, bro.
Why would I need to?
Yeah, that's fine. You could just live in obscurantism and just you don't know anything, and yeah, you could be a brain in a vat for all we know. That's fine, dude.
No,
Live there.
that's not what I'm saying, though.
That is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is, why do you believe in that? What way?
Because in order for intelligibility to exist, in order for knowledge to exist, there has to be a
Intelligibility? What is that a word?
yes. In order for knowledge to exist, for something to be intelligible, you have to have a source to point to say this is what makes that possible.
I'm just trying to figure out why people believe in things.
Okay, well,
That's all.
do you
That's all I'm
believe
doing.
do you believe knowledge exists, PMAC?
No. Don't don't cut screw that.
Do you believe that knowledge exists? Do you think knowledge is possible in the world?
Knowledge,
Yeah.
of course.
I know
Okay.
y'all are about to have your one-on-one, but can I just say to P-Man, like, do you agree that the Bible elucidates truths rather than trying to create them?
Do I believe in the Bible?
No, I'm asking, does the Bible elucidate truths?
I don't think so.
I really disagree. Okay.
I don't care. But I don't believe so.
What about like if it says turn away a like harsh answer with like niceness? You don't think that could be true?
I think it's a possibility.
Oh my God, killing with kindness is the greatest way to piss someone off when they're being
here's my other cheek, bro. Fucking smack that too. I don't give a shit.
So then you do think that it elucidates some truth?
I think it's got some wisdom in it, yeah.
nice. So it holds value. Like if you read it, you're going to gain knowledge, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Awesome.
I think everything holds value. But I don't
One of
know
the most valuable
acolyte
truths
or
in the Bible that I feel like isn't really like prevalent in any other book is the idea that we are of the flesh and we can fall to temptation. That's like the most important thing that I think the Bible expresses.
Oh, well, okay, fine. I agree with you. All I'm saying is I don't think that the truth can be found in the book. That's all I'm saying. I don't think you can find the truth in a book.
What do you mean by the truth?
Well, I don't think you can figure out what the fuck's going on here on this earth or wherever we are, what's
Well,
happening.
why not? You could theoretically do that
No,
in a
I don't
book.
think you ever could. You're never going to win the game. There's
So
something
then
else
therefore
going on.
therefore you're a brain in a vat for all you know.
But you're
no,
appealing to like some. You're appealing to. Sir, you're appealing to something very strange to me because right
You know,
now
okay.
we there. Sir,
No,
I'm
go ahead.
speaking.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Sir, you're appealing to something very. It's fine. You're appealing to something very odd to me, in the sense that you said no truth can be found in a book, when actually, in reality, we as human beings find truth in books all the time.
Can you
About the
not find-
universe, cosmology, ourselves. Like, I don't.
Come on now, universe, cosmology, truth in a book. Come on now, who are you fucking talking to? But do you not think you can find the truth in yourself? Why do you need a book? Why do you? Could you not just go through life yourself and experience it yourself? And
Just said
figure it out
no.
for yourself?
You all, PMAC, you just said no, you can't do that. Nobody can find the truth anywhere. It's not outside of yourself. It's not in yourself. It's nowhere to be found. You said that.
The truth has to be there, right? It has to be there somewhere, right? It has to
What
be
do you
there
mean by the truth? What do you mean by the truth?
Well, but reality.
Reality is the truth?
No, I'm saying what is reality? How do you find out what reality is? Do you understand? Okay, hang on. I'm trying to explain this better.
How do you find out what reality is? So what is everything?
Could you, do you not think that you could just go through what you're going through now, experiencing it as a conscious being, and figure out, all right, maybe this isn't, maybe that.
You're gonna. You have to
Why do you have to
define
go to ancient books and people that things have written, and obviously it's to make a system that possibly isn't real, and then you have to try and you revert back to books and shit and people that have said in the past, and then think, well, that must be reality. Couldn't you figure that out for yourself?
It may be, but you would have to demonstrate an anarchist community that is successful or something.
Where did
Like,
the word anarchist come out of? That's strange
because you're saying that it developed a system. Because it developed a system of hierarchy rather than anarchy. That's what the scripture does. It has a different system, and you're saying maybe that is all fake. Maybe the whole idea of hierarchy and judges and lawyers and police officers and all this stuff is just fake, and we don't need any of it. So if we don't need any of that, demonstrate it.
What are you talking about, bro? Where did I say I don't need any of that? What are you talking about? Like,
I'm reading into what you're saying maybe too much.
well, you're reading too much. Yeah, you're too wrong. All I'm saying is you can figure it out for yourself. The power is within you. The things within you.
I agree.
Oh, you do. Okay. Some famous person said that once time. It might actually be in the book. The kingdom of God is within you.
And it says within your midst, because literally God was standing there saying that to them.
And you can let everything go. You can let all the books that you ever learned, all the shit they ever taught you in school, everything everybody ever said to you, you can let that all go and figure it out for yourself. It's within you to be whatever it is you need to be.
Okay, so it's just based on preferences. So like morality is just preferences. So if it is true that it's all based on preferences, then you should have no problem with someone saying my preference is the scripture.
You have a bad way of putting words in people's mouths. Like, I just noticed that. But that's not what I said. What did you just say? Sorry, repeat that.
Can you come to an objective truth inside of you that will be objectively true for all people?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes, but would you share that with the world?
Okay, like what? Can you give me an example?
Like this is not real reality. This is not really true. This is not what life is. This is something very different. This is all fucking made up. This is fucking simulation. This might
Well,
not
that's
be
what the
the world.
scripture says,
Do you know what I
bro.
mean?
The scripture backs up everything you're saying. That this life is but a this life is but a vapor. This is not what life is all about. This is a test. Yeah.
Okay, I like the scriptures. They're closer to the truth than most things.
Awesome, man.
That's funny how we seem to be arguing about things and we come back to the same point that we agree on. That's crazy.
I wonder what is like. Is there a fallacy that like say you're if you're arguing a position, right? And then towards the end of the conversation, your opponent adapts the position and then tries to say that was his position the entire time. Is that a fallacy of some sort?
No, that's
kettle logic.
yeah, good word. Fuck, where'd that come out of?
What is it?
Kettle logic.
Logic.
Freud coined the term.
So, like, yeah, sometimes I'll be arguing with a Glover. I'll be like, yeah, when you point east, if you just headed due east, you'd be at the equator. And then they'll argue with me for a long time about it. And then at the end, they're like, yeah, if you just point east, you'll be pointing at the equator, you know? Yeah, that's what the
Yeah.
point was.
There's a guy I used to argue with on a forum for a long time, and we were like mortal enemies. And we argued and argued and argued, right? But somehow, through the midst of it, we ended up being friends. And I said to him one day, "It's funny how two, people having completely opposite views can argue against each other for years, and yet end up at the end of it being the best of friends because we had a way of talking to each other, we had a way of understanding each other. It was so cordial. Uh, Maybe a little bit of hate in the beginning, but then you come around, and the point of what I was saying was it was really strange because I think we finished up not being friends, not agreeing, but still being the best of friends. You know what I mean? Kind of a sideways thing, right? Let's get back on topic. Fuck that.
No, that's a beautiful thing. It shouldn't be like, just because you're having an argument with someone doesn't mean you shouldn't like that person.
Yeah, it's no need to be enemies and fucking call each other names, and we can talk through it, bro. At the end of the day, we might agree to disagree after fucking 40 years of talking, but we're still friends, like, because you like the person. They made little quips, or they said a certain thing, and you understand. You like this person. He's not a bad person, or she. I'm definitely a he, by the way. You might have got that by the tone of my voice. Yeah, jokes, yeah.
Did we just become best friends, T-Mac?
Did we just become best? Yeah, I think so. Fucking brothers.
I think you guys just hugged each other.
I think we did. I can't even say his name. What the hell? Is it Tora for ya?
Yeah, you got it.
I like it, bro. You're okay, man. You're okay in my book. Let me just put that in my little book. My little book of how the universe works. Tora for ya. He's okay. There you go. You're all right, bro.
Thanks, bro.
It's all about how you react to things. I think that's what life's all about. It's your reaction to things. Somebody says something, you can take it one way or the other. You can make this a really bad situation, really good situation. You can just say, I don't care, or blah, 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 or quip a joke, and suddenly everything's. You disconnect from things, and I guess no point in getting upset about fucking life. Why? Let's all just try and get through it in a nice kind of way, like, because everybody dies, as fucking R.E.M. says. Or is that church? I don't know. I'm just waffling now. I'll shut up. What happened to Kosho, by the way? Did somebody move him to another fucking planet? Where is Kosho?
As far as like every person having all the answers in themselves goes, I think that maybe, but you might have to. The longer you live, the more chances maybe that you'd access that stuff. But I think there is like an advantage in getting wisdom, or
Can I just say something there, Lush? What
Yeah,
you said
yeah.
there is correct, right? I think that there could possibly a burning person called Jesus to try to show us the way out of here and things. I think there is a possibility that a human being can figure it out. Like, I think there is.
Yeah. Maybe some people have, and they've like left signs or roadmaps for people. I just wonder if like you wouldn't kind of be missing an opportunity if you didn't if you, instead of relying just on yourself, if you didn't use some other resources. It seems helpful.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like you can't go too hardcore to one way or the other. There probably is like a middle ground here.
I mean, there's enough contention in the world. There's enough there for us to be sitting here trying to make more. What's the fucking point? I'm not a contentious person. I like debate. I like talking about things, figuring things out, logical, and doing all that crack there. But what is the point of getting upset with people and getting upset with things just because your beliefs don't match?
You're wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
I could be. So there's a very fucking good possibility. The one thing I know is I know fuck all. Like,
How do you know that?
I read it in the book.
It is true though. The more I learn, the less I know.
The more I learn, the more I know. I realize I know fuck all.
Feedback.
Bubba.
P stands for politicking.
Well, my actual name is, I can't tell you because you doxed me, you bastard. My initials are PMA, so to me that sounds, that stands for positive mental attitude. But I can't tell you my real name for reasons unknown.
Sound like a Philip to me.
Wrong. You didn't even fucking get, you got nowhere close to the bullseye, bro.
Steve.
Yeah, that's it. Well done. We were talking about names the other day, but this is a whole other story, right? This will take fucking about 20 minutes. You have to listen to me, and I don't think anybody's prepared to do that. About names. The way the Indians used to go, 2 years they're waiting to see, and like an eagle will fly over, and so, and he who flies with eagles, right? So I would love that because my grandson's name is Rio, right? And when he is, I wish, that my parents had waited instead of calling me that fucking name like Peter, Paul, like 1,000,000,000 other people on the planet have. Why, that's so fucking Borg. Like, you are Borg. Do you know how many Pauls there are or Peters? All sound the same. I wish my parents had waited. And about 3 years old, they would have seen me in the field, shagging the sheep. They were he who shags sheep. That would have been my name.
Like. What?
He who shags the sheep. Do you know what I mean? It'd be better than fucking Paul and Peter, whatever my fucking name is.
Well, some people think that, you could. Some people choose or get given a new spiritual, like, if you. Some people choose new names.
Get it out, bro.
Yeah, some people choose new names. It could be like a spiritual name for you.
Yeah, I'm willing. I'm open to fucking suggestions.
But I know what you mean. Like when my son, before my son was born, my wife gave me the job of naming him, and that was my thought. Like, like wait until the horse runs through camp, and you're like, hey, he's running horse, or something like that. And I kind of actually ended up doing that. We were like, listening to a random shuffle on the iPod, and Hey Jude came on, and we ended up naming him naming him after the song that was playing.
Jude. That's a nice name.
Yeah.
So he's a Beatle now.
Yeah.
Hey, Jude.
I saw you nude. Don't try to fake it.
Put your clothes back on.
I saw you naked.
Oh my god, I've never heard that before.
We are original, if anything. We are original. You'll hear things you never heard before. You'll be wondering, what the fuck am I doing here? My name is Paul, by the way, so you can refer to me as Paul. The Magnificent.
Nice to meet you, Paul.
Nice to meet you too. If you ever said that.
Well, my name's Matthew.
Matthew, you sound like a Matthew.
All right, fuck. I'm William. God damn it.
God damn it, William. That's a terrible name.
I love William.
Call you Billy. If you were in Scotland, William, your name would be Billy.
It'd be what?
Billy.
Oh yeah. Well, I started as a Billy, but then I said fuck that.
Got a big gruff.
Well, who the fuck wants to see a bill? Like, you go to your mailbox, no one wants to see a bill, so why do you want to be named after that?
I hate bills.
Yeah, we do.
I don't like them, to be honest with you. Right, next topic. Here we go. Not names.
Man names what?
I'm trying to figure out what you just meant there. I have no idea.
Oh, I thought you said man names. I was like, oh yeah, man names.
Man
things.
names what? Yeah. No, next topic. Let's go. Let's see.
Chemtrails.
Yeah.
I have one of the dumbest topics I ever thought to bring up.
What
I don't know
is
if this
it?
is dumb though. I think this is interesting. Why do we avoid what we know is funny? Like there's towns when you drive through Pennsylvania, it's like Buttsville and I don't know. There's literally a Buttsville, Pennsylvania, but there's some other weird names. Like I imagine a world where everything was named with some humor in it. Why didn't we do that? Like we could be laughing every time we refer to something. But we're so boring. We're just gonna name it like First Ave.
Then, but life would just be
Oh.
like Monty Python or something. I'm not sure that would.
You
be
could you could come here and go to hell if you want to. Talking.
Hey, what?
You go to hell, bro.
Yeah, we got we got a place called hell.
Oh.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
We do too. We just call it New Jersey. Just kidding.
Yeah, New Jersey is worse than hell. I'd rather go to hell than to New Jersey.
No way, New Jersey gets a bad rap. There's
know, I'm
really
kidding.
fucking kick-ass places in New Jersey. In Southern Jersey, man, there's some cool places.
Do you know what
Pine
place
Barren.
is cool? Do you know what place is really cool?
The Pine Barrens are sick, actually. You're right.
Mhm.
Do you know what the coolest place on earth is?
My home.
Antarctica.
Nah, not true, bro. No, wherever I am.
That's why
Is
I'm
that
here
what you're
today.
living?
I was looking at some Twitter posts, and these guys were like, "Look at all the trolling these bird watchers did," because apparently, like the names of the birds that they give them, kind of trolly. But I don't have the post. I don't have any of the names.
What's the pity?
What do you mean, like Birdie McBirdface, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, like they got names like I don't fucking know, like
a swallow.
Yeah, birds have some dumbass names, dude. I gotta find this article.
You know, I was thinking about that the other day. It's funny you should mention that. So there's a black bird. People for the first time see this black bird, and it's this black bird. And it does other things. So what do they call it? A blackbird. It's black. It's a bird. It's a blackbird. That's a bit like unimaginative, isn't it? Can you think of
Nah,
anything else?
no, they just couldn't come up with a name for it.
Well, there's a red-winged blackbird. What are you talking about? There are blackbirds named blackbirds.
yeah, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean,
just kidding.
Think about orange.
Now,
Orange
if there was
bird?
an orange bird, I would honestly, I would look at it for like 2 hours and go, "What should we call this new bird? It's orange. It's a bird. Let's call it orange bird." Isn't that fucking amazing? That's incredible. Like, how did they come up with that? An orange, it's a bird, and so we'll call it an orange bird. That's amazing if you ask me. Yeah, blackbird. Blackbird is called a blackbird. Fucking brilliant, like. Yeah, fucking stumped you now.
Dude, all I
That
had to
fucking
do,
stumped you now.
dude, all I had to do was Google birds with funny names. We got the the dick sissel, the blue-footed booby, the gray go-away bird, the horned screamer. See, these guys, they were on point. This is how we should be naming everything. The Eurasian pendulum tit. These are crazy. Little bustard, sad flycatcher, monotonous lark, the New Zealand king shag, noisy miner. These are silly names.
Yeah, but they're good, aren't they? Yeah, I like them.
What was it? What was the last one? Noisy Minor?
Noisy miner.
Noisy miner.
Probably, yeah, probably an extremely irritating little guy.
Oh yeah.
I like that. I like that bird.
That's why I'm
I do
confused
like
by the
birds,
medical
though.
industry. I'm not about to talk about medical stuff, but they be naming their shit like triglyceride oxytini. Like I don't know how they come up with this bullshit. How do you come up with all these names, these suffixes?
It's on those names based on chemistry, normally.
I know if it's like an eum or if it's a teen. I know there's a reason, but it ends up all sounding like bullshit, you know.
Yeah, and fancy.
Now, they got those long ass words so you don't question what the thing is. They name it that, so there's like, oh, that's not poison. They should just call it rat poison, but they call it triglyceride phenyloxetine or something.
Yeah, well, it's the all information is in the name, but unless you're a chemist, it's a bit difficult to know what it is.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go to the store and Google every freaking stupid word they put in the ingredients. They should just stop putting rat poison.
Just call it. This will kill you quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
They should put a Surgeon General's warning on the entire aisle at the supermarket.
All foodstuffs. This is not good for you. This preservative, that preservative. E16, E15, E15. Yeah, you're grand. Just eat it, you'll be grand.
Have you ever actually sat down and read about all the side effects pharmaceuticals have? It's fucking scary.
Yeah. I've been researching it.
It's almost like I'd rather just get sick.
It's kind of scary. The preservatives they put in there. Fuck you, put it in your mouth, man. Like I buy what do you call it, lumpfish? It's like a cheap caviar. It's like £5 for a little 50-gram bowl. And they eat preservatives in there. It's like, what the fuck am I eating? Like, But it's very nice. I think it's lumpfish. Is it lumpfish? Hang on, I get the jar.
What happened to the microwave food? What happened to the microwave food?
What happened?
No, tell me.
I can't understand you, dude.
What?
What up, Democ?
Don't wake him.
What? I said, what happened?
Oh shit!
Fuck you, welcome, bro.
I don't know. I'm asking.
I'm just talking about random ass bullshit.
If it likes heat and it gets energy off it and it works off heat, then what happens when you magnify a frequency from a, you know,
Entropy.
microwave?
Hell yeah. I'm as dumb as a bag of rocks, but at least I'm smarter than most people. I'm just kidding. I'm actually not.
Did you guys see this news that they're saying that apparently the former president of Russia is saying that there's plenty of countries willing to supply Iran with nukes since we just took out their nuclear program.
Yeah, it's we're in for something, isn't it? It's a bit fucking scary, bro.
Yeah, a lot of things are developing quickly. It's not good.
They are, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, we're on the brink of fucking something here now. I think. Not too sure.
Everybody's bubble's about to get bursted, man.
Completely different world you can be living in fucking 2 years time or a year or 6 months.
I feel like everybody's mentally prepared to lose all of the luxuries. Like everybody's like, man, it could be that one day in America that I can't just pull up to a gas station and fill my tank. That I can't just pay PSE&G $100 and have electricity for the month. Like everybody's ready for the possibility. That's fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. I thought for the last 20 years there's no way the human being would move into a third world war because they probably must have learned from the first and the second, blah blah blah. But if you look at human nature, it's inevitable. People are gonna. How are you gonna stop that shit, man? It's just gonna do it. We're just dumbasses following fucking governments and shit.
Yeah, you're right, dude. Ultimately, we're subject to whatever the fuck they want to do to us. Like, we're just going to end up having to deal with it.
That's why I don't like government.
Unless we organize. We can
Breaking
organize.
news. Breaking news. Iran fires missiles at U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq.
Yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, hold up. You got an article?
Yeah, hold on. It's live. I'll post the video.
No surprise there.
Why do governments do that? Like, for instance, take America or England or wherever. They send all this money to other countries and they do this here for stability and shit. Why did you see that $8 billion you just sent to Pakistan, India, and fucking? Why didn't you just take that, build your fucking roads, build your bridges, pay for your veterans, look after your own country, and have a great fucking life? No, governments have to do all this fucking sending money to foreign lands and stuff, billions and billions of dollars. I mean billions. It doesn't make sense. It's like insane.
Well, very often it's to get some sort of impasse, goodwill, stuff like that.
Sorry. Say that again, Stefan, but in English.
Sorry, I'll do it in Norwegian. No, I said I think very often it's to get some impasse into the region, get some support from that country or a base or
Oh,
something like
economic
that.
stability and all that bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, goodwill.
You just close
I
your
think
borders, look after your borders, spend all the billions that you're sending somewhere else, put it inside your country, and live a good fucking life. But the joke and the movie that is fucking the world, they're doing all these. Oh, we have to keep perpetual war and keep people in fear. Do you know what I mean? It's like why?
yeah, well, we are in
Alex,
a sort of a luxury position. Our country got so much money that we can't spend it. We can only they got this rule now. It's maximum 4% of the huge pension fund that we have.
but we give our power to dickheads, to governments that just keep spending money and sending it to other foreign countries and destroying the infrastructure that they have. When if they just fucking stop that, they could something else more uh, conductive, conducive. Something good could be done far better. But here we are in a world where since 2012, all we've heard about is war. Ukraine, fucking Middle East, this, that, and the other. Why? I don't get it, man. But the peons, the plebs, we just, oh yeah, sure. You know, just get rid of the bastards.
Geopolitics, though, isn't it?
Yeah, geopolitics.
Yeah,
Get rid of
to
that.
build allies.
That could all be stopped tomorrow if the right person came along and just put his foot down and went, fuck us, bugger that. This is the way we do things now.
That is true.
It's just insanity to me the way the world behaves. It's just not correct. A little bit of an anarchist, to be honest with you, but there you go. I think the world would be a far better place if we had fucking governments. Like, the Germans used to have it. The Irish used to have it too. Anybody who put their fucking head above the pole and tried to make themselves king, they fucking did away with them. They're like, no, you can't do that. We're a conglomerate of tribes. We all have to meet together and decide on something. You just can't come up here and say like I'm now the central power. I can do things as I do this thing. Anybody did that in the old days, they'd do away with you. They'd hang you from the nearest tree if you try to take that bit of power. You know, because people in the olden days used to know how things worked. Today, everybody's just, oh yeah, whatever. You know, it's crazy. It's insanity the way the world's going on. Why would you give the power to a bunch of people that only self-enriching themselves? Vinny, you're a little bit hot making, bro. Thank you.
I don't want to die.
I don't care if I do.
I don't want to die.
Well, don't then. I don't want to push that. I don't want to die. Well, don't. Just don't. Hey guys, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy talking to you. I have to go now. Good luck.
You too.
Did we just become best friends? Yeah, we did.
Later, P Mac.
Later, bro.
Yo, Torah, why does Jesus make his disciples eat his meat?
Oh man.
All right, I'm gonna moderate this.
I think that was a KO one shot.
I don't know, what chapter and verse are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know the Bible? You think there's
Yeah,
more than one part where Jesus
there's
offers his
there's
body to his disciples?
well, there's 3 gospel accounts. So what are you talking about? And
Well,
then
so yeah, but
Paul redid it in 1 Corinthians 15 as well. Is that what you're talking about? I'm just asking which one you're talking about.
the one they all pretty much say the same thing, right? So I think one of them mentions the word lamb at the beginning, but the Mark doesn't.
You mean like when
The
he
Holy
broke
Spirit.
bread
I
and
talked
he
to Mark.
said, take this bread as if it is my body, which has been broken for you.
Oh, he does not say that. That is some Jewish interpretation that you just claimed is what it says in the Bible.
Okay, can you read it for us so we
Please show me
know what you're talking about? Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15,
No.
bro.
Tell me. No, you just literally claimed that it says that somewhere in the Bible. Please show that first.
Well, there's 2 instances. There's one that Jesus is preaching and he says, eat my blood, eat my flesh, drink. Instance of the Last Supper where he says, this bread is my body, which is broken for you. So there's 2 instances, and I'm trying to figure out which one you want to talk about,
Can
bro.
you? I've never. Yeah, I don't know. I've never read that one. I'm just curious if that actually exists.
It's the Last Supper. It's pretty popular.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're talking about the Last Supper, so that's a good start. So, which account of that and what verse is the thing you just said?
I don't know exactly. It's at the end of the gospel, so it's towards the end.
All right. I'll do the research to find out if what you're saying is actually in the Bible.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, I thought you had something that you were bringing forth. I would think you would make the argument for when Jesus was preaching, because most of his disciples walked away and only 12 stayed
Yeah. No.
after that
100%.
message.
100. Okay, that's not relevant. So I am talking. I was going to bring up a specific verse. I have the translation, the correct translation, but you just said some random shit. Like, did say that because you don't know the verse that you're even quoting, or just made up or whatever. I mean, if you want to say you don't, if you just kind of spitballed, you just kind of put together that verse based on your belief on what he might say, and then we can move on and I don't have to look for the quote, and then I could just show you the actual
You could
quote.
just tell me, yeah, you could just show me what you're actually looking for. But yeah, in 1 Corinthians 15, it goes over when Paul is doing this with the church, the Corinthians, and he says, and he breaks bread and then he gives them wine, and that's how he describes it. So
It's still really vague on.
it's 1 Corinthians 15. I don't know, how is that vague? That's very specific. Says like something like, on the night the Lord was betrayed, he took matzah and broke it, saying, this is my body, which has been broken for you. That's like literally what it says.
So Corinthians might say bread. So that okay. I'm not sure though, because it's hard to find out if Google is telling me something that is the interpretation or the actual quote.
I mean, it's something that's read in churches like every time they do communion.
So yesterday I was talking with the lying about this, and he said that that it actually says it's Passover lamb that Jesus was giving them and not his own meat. So he actually told me that that's what it says in Luke, and I looked it up, and it does say that. It says the Passover. Then came the day of the unleavened bread, on which the Passover lamb had to be sacrificed. Which I was like, oh shit, Lion was right. It does say lamb. And then I checked the Greek and what the Greek says and what it was translated from, and it says no. The Greek word arnion is not the word used in Luke 22:7 to refer to the Passover lamb. Instead, Luke 22:7 uses the Aramaic term pasha, which is translated. First of all, that's a Greek word, so I don't know why it's calling Aramaic, but okay. Which is translated as Passover. So in Greek, the Greek that it was translated from, it doesn't say the word lamb in Greek. It doesn't say Passover lamb. It just says Passover. And they translated this into Hebrew, writing Passover lamb, which is just, one of the examples that, every time we get into this, there's always things that I figure out that they changed, deceptively.
Yeah, I don't really see an issue as Pasha would be associated with Passover, and everyone understands that at Passover they would sacrifice a lamb, so I don't see an issue.
Well, because you don't understand how the Hebrew interpretation and belief system that now exists that you believe that you think is just.
Well, I don't think Luke was written.
I wasn't
in
even.
Hebrew.
Now I was just the beginning of my sentence, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about. The New Testament.
I don't even know where I was going with the sentence
I
anymore.
don't know about in Hebrew, bro. I don't think Luke was written.
I don't know
in
what
Hebrew.
we're talking about. So we're just gonna yell over each other. Okay, you go.
Yeah, when you say the Hebrew.
Okay, I'm just gonna fucking go and we're just gonna fucking talk. I'm gonna forget what I was saying.
All right. I'm gonna moderate. Not really. I don't have moderator powers.
Why are you saying Hebrew?
Oh, I'm just gonna fucking talk right now because fucking Torah's talking. You want to start your sentence?
Yo, what the fuck?
Start your sentence. Go ahead.
Quap.
Go ahead. Try and make a sentence. I'm not gonna let you.
Go ahead. Make the sentence.
The book was written after the life of Jesus, apparently, right? So when you read the text, the following 2,000 years of history, and it says that they ate the blood of Christ or whatever it says. I think that's what you're referencing. Like, what? How would anybody be able to take that literally if Jesus isn't walking the earth? It's not about literally eating the flesh of Christ, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
It's literally about him giving his flesh to his disciples because he took so many drugs that there's actually drugs in him. This is what all this snake stuff has to do with, right? The what was the lady with the snake hair? With the snake. Yeah, Medusa. That's based on literally basically witches, like pagan shamans who literally infuse their hair with drugs. So these people had fucking incisions with drugs, capsules basically in them. They had drugs in their skin, they had drugs in their hair. All this bullshit symbolism we're given, and just metaphorical symbolism is just garbage. The Greeks, you could just go into the Greek text, they were using all these drugs. They had all the antidotes for all these things. They're using all the words that are in the Bible in different ways, right? In medical ways. And Jesus literally, so they translated the word that literally means meat in Greek to meat into flesh, which is still basically the same thing. But it says meat in Greek. And he's giving his disciples his meat, and they're going to trip balls from it.
That's quite an interpretation.
Yeah, so from my understanding, it would be that the life is in the blood, right? And then your flesh also would be like how you live out your life. And I do believe that people were eating people and drinking blood and whatnot. So, if this was in today's world, right, Jesus would say something maybe more similar to, don't drink Red Bull drink my blood. You know, like he's like trying to say, like, get off of the pagan rituals of that stuff and just feast on every word that I say, because the life is in the blood. So when someone says, like, drink my blood, they're saying, like, take an example from my life.
Yeah, it's just an excuse because it's literally just a pagan ritual, right? Like if you look at Mithricism and like the depiction of the Last Supper without Jesus and the disciples with, I believe it's Mithras or like I believe they're drinking bull blood. That's what the mainstream claim is. But there's like a painting that looks exactly like the Last Supper, and they're doing all the same things. They're just drinking blood, eating bull's blood, and who knows? I don't even know if like the Last Supper we're given is actually even, it could just be a tradition, keeps changing over time, but it's still all based on like paganism and drinking blood and doing drugs and all this crazy shit.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
kind of drugs?
Go
I
ahead,
was
Les.
just curious what kind of drugs.
So
I would think it was
so
monatomic gold, personally.
that's not based on anything in the scripture. So the scripture says that on the
You
cross.
never heard the manna?
Oh my fucking god, dude! You fucking okay?
Could be lag, just be forgiving.
There's stories about them coming across Amanitas Mascara, right?
Area.
Not that I know of in the Bible.
Not in the
maybe.
Bible? Damn, I'm wrong.
Austin talks about it in the cross and the mushroom or something like that, but yeah.
Well, so he's lit. So
mushrooms.
So Jesus is literally given myrrh, and so it's gall, right? So gall is myrrh, I believe. He's given gall and vinegar, myrrh and vinegar, which is literally just like an ancient Greek medicine for the when you're bitten or when you drink like the dipsauce venom, which is what makes the word the dipsauce snake is literally named after the fact that it makes you thirsty, and Jesus was thirsty, and they, instead of giving him water, they gave him the antidote to the dipsauce venom, which is just something you can look up. Like it's very obviously a Greek treatment for that. So Jesus in the Last Supper, they're drinking what's called thanasimon, which is literally what it says in the Greek Bible. And they translated this into death inducer, but it's more than just a death inducer. It's a snake venom, like shamanistic death inducer, which gives you a near-death experience. So he when he got arrested, he didn't get to get the antidote to that drink he had.
So it's gonna kill him or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's why he died so quick on the cross, because he was dying from the snake venom, not from being crucified.
And that's the drug you're talking about, is snake venom?
Yeah, it's like a snake venom mixed with like what they translated into purple dyes. They really watered down the translation. So this purple drink is basically like an ancient Greek purple drink, with snake venom and other like different mixes of stuff to make it less of a poisoning and more of like a trip. Just like we poison ourselves to get drunk.
Like Jesus was on scissor.
Yeah.
What was the name of the drink that you said is in the Bible? Did I understand that correctly?
It's like a theriac or thanasimos. I think it's pretty much the same thing.
Tora, do you know what he's talking about?
I know what the person he's talking about that talks about this is talking about. It's referring to that weird dude. I can't think of his name right now, but
Oh, it's not in the Bible. It's like commentary from somebody or something.
No, it is. He's saying it. This is the way he's interpreting that Greek word. This gentleman also does this word with the word leistis and different words in the Greek that he believes, if you translate them medically, these would be what the terms are. But that term is used over and over again, so you can find it throughout all of the New Testament if you'd like. And you could, read the context to figure out what it's talking about. If you think it's snake venom, that's fine. Whatever. It doesn't. I don't really care.
Jesus, like it's even in the Hebrew version, like it still says that Jesus gave his disciples snake venom to drink and that they
What
wouldn't die.
Hebrew version? What Hebrew version?
The one that you know.
The one I know. You mean the Masoretic?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
So it would, I mean, the original is Greek, so everything was translated into Hebrew and then becomes, not the original. It's a watered down version in Hebrew.
What was the original Greek?
That's not what the people did, though, dude. Is that what Tyndale did? Is that what Jerome did? Did he translate from the Greek or the Hebrew?
So no, the narrative. I forget if the mainstream narrative agrees with you or not, but you guys, at least you got the Hebrew apologists. They say that the Hebrew was translated into Greek, but the thing is, the Greek Bible has more.
Stop. Hold on, I got to stop you. No, the New Testament was technically originally written in Greek from an Aramaic source text. So the actual original writings of the New Testament were in Aramaic. Then they were translated
Where's
to
the Aramaic
Greek.
version?
Then they were translated to Greek because Greek was the lingua franca of the day.
So where's the Aramaic version? Where's it? You talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, the Gospels were originally
after the Dead Sea Scrolls. He's talking about the New Testament, dude.
The New Testament.
Which is the Aramaic New Testament? Where's that at?
I don't know. Maybe we haven't found it yet, man. I don't know.
What?
But
you know that paper, like over years, like disintegrates,
so
right?
this is just a story that can't be proven. Oh, okay.
No, it doesn't have to be proven, bro.
It doesn't have to be proven. Oh, even better.
Be proven.
It's not going to be proven with no evidence. Great.
Hold on. It's not
I'm
going to
very
be
convinced of your
proven.
story.
Hold on one second. It's not going to be proven in the empirical way that you're looking for it to be proven.
Yeah,
but
I'm not religious, so I would need it to be proven in an empirical way.
Yeah, you are. You're saying I want to see the actual empirical scrolls. You want to see the scrolls in
because you guys
Aramaic.
make claims
That's
as
an
translated to Greek
empirical.
from that.
Okay, dude, I trust that we have translated it properly enough that it's good enough. What is my evidence for that? It's my lifestyle, bro.
That's beautiful, man. It's so beautiful, man.
I apply the principles from the scripture. So I did a science experiment, and I apply the principles.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
And the outcome that comes is what it says will be.
I'm glad you're happy, bro. That's very nice.
You are.
So again, the oldest complete version we have is in Greek. They can claim the Hebrew was translated into Greek. They can claim Aramaic was before the Greek, even though we don't have any texts to prove that. Besides maybe a couple letters in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But either way, so the Greek is the most complex version. It's the most detailed. There's more words. There's more detail. And to think that you guys they took the Hebrew and then translated it and then got more.
Nobody is saying Hebrew. You're the one saying Hebrew. It was Aramaic.
There is no such thing as Aramaic, dude. It's just a bullshit Hebrew fucking ad hoc made up language. It doesn't exist.
Aramaic came before Hebrew. You can't just rewrite history
no fucking text
because you don't like
text to back it up. You even said it. It's just a story, we believe. Congrats.
No, do you think the guys who wrote the Bible, right, the New Testament, do you think those guys who were fishermen spoke Greek? Do you think they wrote Greek?
God, dude.
Do you think they wrote Greek? Do you think those guys wrote Greek?
I don't even think this is a real fucking story for the most part, like as far as what I think. So don't fucking ask me about what I think happened. I'm just talking about what we have. The texts we have are in Greek. There is no Aramaic text. There is no fucking Hebrew fucking classical text that exists fucking back farther than 500 years ago. There's no Hebrew. There's no classic Hebrew study
from 500 years ago. The Dead Sea Scrolls. What do you? I mean, dude, are you just making up history in your head? You're literally just making up
ancient Hebrew. Aramaic was really just fucking Arabic,
it up in your head to fit your beliefs. That's what you're doing. You are literally making up history in your head so that it fits your story.
What did I make up? I'm just talking about what text exists.
You keep saying translated from Hebrew. It was not translated from Hebrew. So stop saying that.
I know it wasn't. I agree.
Okay, so stop saying that. Second, it was translated from Aramaic. Do you think the guys
There's no Aramaic.
Do you think Christ's disciples wrote Greek? The guys who first picked up, do you think they wrote?
Honestly, either Greek or Arabic, but that's not really, that's besides the point. We don't have either Arabic or Aramaic, so it doesn't matter.
They spoke Aramaic. I know you don't like that word for
What
some
is
reason.
the proof of that? Show me the proof of that.
Oh my God! Wow, dude, read a history book.
Oh my God, proof.
I'm not gonna go find it for you right now because I'm at work. But what I'll tell you to do is,
for me. There's no Aramaic ain't fucking
I'll tell you
Bible,
what to
bro.
do. I'll tell you exactly how you can find this out. Right? Whatever town you're in, city, whatever. I don't know.
Oh my
Go
God.
to a library, get a library card, and read some fucking books. That's what you need to do. Not
I'm gonna
look
need this
things
guy
up on
for
the internet and think you're smarter than everybody. So you're gonna tell everybody things that are just not patently true. Like you're just making
it's so
shit
great
up
when you meet him.
your fucking narrative. So I'm gonna go back to work now because you're an idiot.
Well, that was special.
That was wild, man. Holy hell. Like, I mean, I can get maybe, I understand sometimes people may be misinterpreting history or having a different interpretation of history, but just wildly saying things that aren't true because they fit your thing. Like, I don't get it, man.
There may be times not to take some people especially seriously.
Yeah, yeah. It was almost like he didn't want to accept that Aramaic was a language or something. I don't know, but it happened. It was there. I don't get it, man. I really don't. They don't like each other much, huh? They didn't seem to like each other much.
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, Torah, Tuop's views on religion are strange, and Torah's maybe equally strange. So,
Yeah, strange in opposite directions, kind of
yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
they're both flat earthers, so
it's tough because I get interpretations of religion, but we know a lot of history nowadays, and that's when it bothers me. It's like you can't just go change the history and make it to fit your thing. Like you can maybe say my interpretation of these words in the Bible is that's different. But you can't just go making shit up. Like that's not how it works. Like history is history.
That's what the Nicene Council did. They made shit up that wasn't in the Bible.
Listen, 100%. The Nicene Council didn't necessarily make things up. They just decided which books they were going to make a part of it. 100%. No disagreement there. That is exactly what happened there.
The Nicene Council didn't have anything to do with canonization. The Nicene Council set up Easter, and they set up the Trinity doctrine.
Okay, man, you
The
gotta go read
scripture
a
was
book.
already canonized by the Nicene Council.
No. They decided which books were going in the Bible. That was the whole point of the Nicene Council. You need to read a history book, man. I'm just telling you the truth. That's what happened.
Okay. Post your source.
Damn, Tarai, you said post your source with a lot of confidence.
I'm 100% confident in it because I have researched it, because I used to be under the same impression that this gentleman was under.
Everybody's heard all the different things that get said about it. I'm not sure which one is actually true. I know which one is considered to be true by, theologians. Tarai, do you have any comments on why they put the word Lord in there to replace? I don't know what word for the Most High was replaced every time they put the word Lord in there, but is there anything significant to that in your opinion?
I think it's just the Jews thought it was, if they were in sin, they shouldn't say the name Yod He Vad He, the YHWH as we see it today. So they would say Hashem or Adonai. And I believe that just trickled over. From my understanding, Catholicism is just the Reformed Judaism. It's just the horror of Babylon. It's just Jerusalem. It's just a beast system. So yeah, why did they take it out? It's interesting because it's a direct disobedience of the second commandment or third commandment. Sorry.
Yeah, don't change the word of God.
Yeah, or take his name in vain, which means like don't remove it.
It's exactly what they did. I think this is what leads people astray. This right here, the clear revisionist history.
Yeah, no, it definitely did for me. I was brought up in Christianity and walked away from it, became a total atheist, man, for like, I don't know, from 18 till I was like 27.
And then everybody gets bombarded with alternatives that are just sensational. The crazier it sounds, the more people want it to be true, right?
Yeah, that could be, yeah, it could be the case. I know. Yeah.
I don't claim to really study the Bible at all like that. So I'm not up here trying to tell people what's right and wrong about it. Born of Brooklyn. I'm learning.
Yeah, no worries. It's a big book, man. It's kind of intimidating. I mean, I like to study it. I try to give myself like an hour or two daily to study it, but yeah, it's hard to be diligent to do that, and there's a lot in there.
It's not that I want it to be true. It's just like me, like who I am. Like when I hear it, it like something clicks. Like, okay, I feel like I gained a piece of the puzzle that wasn't given to me by the revisionists. And I'm talking about what the word Christ meant before they gave, Jesus the title. And that's something that I think that really like throws a rock in the gears for me. how do I break this down? Like, if the creator really wanted humanity to achieve enlightenment, like understand God's will, demonstrate God's will, I feel like this is where the word Christ comes from, to be anointed. And anointed is just to be like higher order. So this very poor breakdown. Why did they assign the name Christ to Jesus? Because it had previous meaning. This is not somebody inheriting a last name. They are giving someone a title, and the title holds like you associate the title with, this person practices a bunch of things. And who else received the title of Christ before Jesus? Who
There's
wasn't
many.
considered anointed, right?
Yeah, there's many that classify themselves as the Christ. They still, there are people that still do it today, so. It's just, it was that title given properly. Like, I don't deny that that title existed before the Messiah, but it's just like, how did they show the miracles and wonders that the Messiah did? Did they heal the sick? Did they make people that had no sight see? Did they put a coin in a fish's mouth to pay a tax?
I don't know if similar claims were made before Jesus. I don't know everything claimed about, other people that were claimed to be anointed.
Yeah, true. It is hard to get that info. Yeah, I hear you.
And then I'm just in the dark, and I just have to accept that, like, there's things that I truly value, and then there's things that I truly question. And I'm just sitting on the fence, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna fall either way right now. I'll probably end up falling on the follower of Christ side of the fence at the end of the day, but I need answers. I don't know who to go ask. I'm gonna go to Italy, and I'm gonna just go roam the Vatican and just try to sneak around, find some secret doors, find some trap door.
Well, the Bible says that you can ask him yourself. I mean, I know prayer, it kind of feels weird, but maybe there's
Probably
something
easier
to
than
it.
learning how to read Syriac.
That's great advice.
Be careful; those Swiss Guard guys are no joke.
Yeah, we'll see who's really Swiss afterwards.
Up there in your ass to Swiss cheese, brother. They got big ass pikes and they know how to.
Yeah, that's what the pikes are
Dude,
for.
other way around, dude. See, you are the one that would just be like, yeah, those guards that are protecting secrets that'll bring you knowledge. Yeah, they're gonna whoop your ass. Like, why are you cheerleading the fucking oppressor?
I'm not cheerleading them. I'm just saying that those dudes are badass, and you don't want to try to like fuck around in the Vatican.
Totally took that the wrong way, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like I'm not saying it in terms of like, I think highly of them because they're guarding secrets. I'm saying is in those are some badass dudes who live their entire life to protect the Pope and the Vatican. So you may not want to mess around with them. It was just I was being kind to you, Jesse. I kind of like you. I think you're a little crazy, but like I don't want you to get poked full of holes with
All I gotta do,
pipes.
all I gotta do is I gotta get a red laser, and they'll chase it around like a fucking cat toy, and I'll just waltz right in.
Until the guy walks up behind you and puts his pike in your back. I'm just letting you know, man, these guys are no joke. All right.
They have some machine guns.
Yeah, that too. Like you see the ones in the funny outfits. The guys in the suits that you don't see are the ones you really got to worry about.
I think it might be a form of idolatry to think that like an artifact is going to tell me something that what's written on my heart can't. I probably didn't say that grammatically correct, but yeah, I just got to look within for those kind of answers sometimes.
It's kind of what got me out of atheism. Was just thinking about all those, like, where could this morality come from? Where could knowledge come from? All that stuff. I wasn't
could
into
be.
Christianity after that either.
It could be that we really were led down one of the most wickedest paths possible, and we needed true judgment and liberation. And it came in the form of God in the flesh. It could be. I don't know. All these people misled, calling people anointed. Then the real anointed one, anointed by the actual king, comes through and is like, oh, yeah, we were looking for Christ, giving all these people the title, considering them idols, and then, whoops, my bad, here's the real one. All right, we fucked up.
Hey, Tora, I don't get this whole where knowledge comes, like the needing, what do you say, the necessary antecedent for knowledge, or however you phrase it. I forget how you say it. I don't understand that. Like, to me, like, knowledge is like a personal thing. It happens between me and the outside world. Like, why do I need something that somehow makes it possible that I don't know about or not aware of? And like, what's the benefit of that? Can you describe that better, or for me?
Yeah, I don't argue that knowledge exists or not. I mean, it's basically like a deeper thought on like what is making intelligibility, like the intelligibleness of the world. Like why is it that we can predict the different movements? We can predict how something falls to the earth. Why are all these things ordered in such a way? And you can just say it just is what it is. But when you get into philosophy, they want a deeper answer for that. So basically, it comes down to there must be a source for this intelligibleness. And then that source would have to have a few qualifications. And it would have to be like non-contingent. It'd have to be, which is ultimate, like, always existing. And these things. And then when we look into the external world to find something like that, the coherent version of that is found in the scriptures.
Okay, so are you saying that because I'm imagining like, okay, like when you say coherent, would you agree like if I offered understandable, is that like would you agree that's just about the same? Like
No, really, because something can be understandable but not coherent. Like I
Yeah, it makes
understand
sense.
what a married bachelor is, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not coherent. Yeah.
Okay, it's something is like there is the world around us and we can understand it and it makes sense. You're saying the reason it can be understood and made sense of is because of God. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. That's the part I just don't necessarily, that doesn't seem necessary to me. And so I just wonder, like, but I guess what you're saying that I don't understand is that it's something that philosophers call for or think is missing and needs to be answered. So then my question then is, what are the people who oppose that in philosophy, that oppose that idea that God is the necessary source of intelligibility? What's the argument against that?
Typically, like if they're gonna make the not God argument, like not God world, they would have to provide that source, and typically they will point to the actual thing we're talking about. So they'll say it's this universal laws, and so it gets circular. The argument keeps on going back to, well, what makes the universal laws possible? And they're like, then eventually they just say we don't need a justification for it. It's just axiomatic that the universal laws exist the way that they exist, and we can't know why they exist that way. We're just here in natural form observing it that way.
Okay, it's a brute fact. It's kind of
Yeah. It's a proof.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The other one is Well, not really. I guess. Actually, I take it back. Probably not. So sometimes you'll hear the cogito argued, which is I think, therefore I am. I can't think I exist and not exist. But that's not necessarily an argument for intelligibility so much as an argument for
knowledge without
for knowledge with
It typically jumps to the point that they will make themselves the arbiter of knowledge. Like they'll make themselves the thing, and they'll give themselves all the attributes of God. So,
Well, in a way, each of us is a knower unto themselves. Like we can only know ourselves, and so somewhat godlike in that manner.
correct. And the scripture doesn't disagree with that because you were made in his image. But there's a difference between him and you. You know what I mean? And that difference is important.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing I say that you're like the necessary antecedent, it's like, when one thing I say is faith is a necessary antecedent to knowledge or to belief or to whatever you want to call it, or truth. And then the other thing I say is God defined would just be the necessary ultimate source for intelligibility.
Yeah, I guess I can recognize that this is whatchamacallit, presuppositional apologetics, right?
Yeah. Flat Earth kind of pushed me towards presuppositionalism just because it was the first time I was made aware of the amount of presuppositions I make in an everyday life.
Yeah. But there are criticisms of presuppositional apologetics. I think it's something like that in a way it's its own, there's a circularity to it. If maybe I could have that wrong. I can't remember. But.
That is correct. No, that is correct. A lot of people will call it a circular argument. And a lot of people will say, well, circular arguments are not accepted. But all brute facts are circular arguments.
Yeah, maybe at least I could give them the same weight as a brute fact, for sure.
It's when something becomes an axiom because it's circular. So what I'm saying is the necessary thing, the necessary ultimate source for intelligibility would technically be circular in nature because it would be a base axiom. So like it's the same, like I can't give you a y 2 + 2 = 4, you know?
Hey, have you ever met MacGruber? His profile picture is Captain Picard from The Next Generation. And he when I met him, he was atheist, and then he started becoming infatuated with Darth Dawkins and following him, and like just first to argue with him because he disagreed and so forth. But then he found himself convinced by the logic of presuppositional by Darth Dawkins like stuff, right? and he accepts it. But he is the saddest Christian you've ever met. Well, I don't know that he's a Christian. He's the saddest theist that you've ever met because he believes it all now. He was convinced, but he's convinced also that he's going to hell and there's nothing he can do about it. So he's just, it's a terrible thing for him.
Oh man, that is sad. Definitely would love to have a conversation with him, but yeah, I mean, I don't know him, and I'm not really a fan of Darth Dawkins that much because some of his arguments, I like. A big thing with the tag is that the God is outside of reality, but yeah, I don't really necessarily, and he's non-physical, and I don't necessarily agree with those 2 points. I think we
What
have
about the conditions for the creation? Are those outside of physical reality?
Yeah, I don't, the hard part for me is distinguishing between physical and non-physical, and that's where I get kind of, maybe I'm confused, but I can't separate the two. What is physical and non-physical? It's hard to draw the line. I bring it up like this, like how do we know the planets are planets and they're not stars? Right? Because the argument that the sun is a star and it looks different from all the rest of the stars is because it's much closer. So then why can't you just apply that same argument to Mars? The reason Mars looks much different than all the stars is because it's much closer, but it's still a star that gives its own light. So yeah, I mean, of course you can pull out your telescope and say, well, we read the light coming off of it and it's exactly what it would be if it's reflecting sunlight or this or that, but it's a bold claim in my opinion.
This is why you are a star earther.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, without a telescope, the planets do hold a similar brightness to the stars.
But Jesse, you've seen moons going around some of those, right?
Hey, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
I mean, technically, all of the planets going around the sun could be considered that same thing. They would, if you were far enough away from the solar system, you would just look and go, oh, all those stars are rotating around that big star. Or you would say they're planets. I don't know how you'd come to the conclusion that they're dirt, made of dirt and not illuminating themselves.
I think all planets don't have to be dirt.
No, yeah, you're right. Or made of, that's interesting too. Like, they're just gas balls, some of them, which is what stars are, right? So it's like really weird.
yeah, they invoke that there is like a dense iron core at the center of Jupiter, even though they've never been there. They say that the atmosphere of Jupiter is so deep that it never actually becomes like, like a rocky surface, like how we would picture it on Earth. It just goes right to the dense iron core from the gas cloud.
Wow. Cool.
But like, how do you know that?
Yeah,
I
do you
think it's
think
theory, isn't it?
you think that's stuff you can know, like what the core of Mars is? You think that's something as a man on Earth that was just born here, knowing absolutely nothing, could possibly figure out in a lifetime?
I think it's pseudoscience, personally.
I think it's theoretical.
The dense iron core at the center of every planet causing gravitation, and you haven't, like, when are you ever going to confirm? It's just, you just say there's something super dense causing gravity. But all you observe, all you can test, all you can experiment is the gas cloud.
Yeah, you know, they say we have a soul in us. I can't point to it, but I think it's there, maybe.
We'll go to Jupiter to get more stupider. It's weird because, you know, even in their own Big Bang cosmology, gas clouds have no problem creating gravitational wells.
If they're massive enough, right?
Yep. The gas cloud becomes so condensed at a point that it coalesces into a liquid sphere. No gravitational well caused by center of mass needed. Dude, Jack Stone was in here, and I was hoping he'd say something.
Who is it?
Jack Stone, Flat Earth Data.
Oh.
You ever chop it up with him?
I think he came in once and was super rude to me. That sound about right?
Uh-oh.
Is he the guy who wrote a book?
Yep.
Okay.
Blah, 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 Jesus. Blah, 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 Bible. Blah, 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 globe. Blah, 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 free will. Blah, 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 Iran. I can't wait for all this shit to not matter and I actually have to go fucking worry about, you know, who the fuck is hitting me with missiles. I'm ready for this shit. What do you think, Omnivore? Is there something on the horizon that's not obstructed?
I don't know. I feel like, you know, in terms of the I don't know how to say that. I feel like in terms of what's on the horizon is, you know, I think we're all going to be pretty fucked.
Me too. You know, I think the cost of everything's about to go up. They're going to do these fake shortages, these fake brownouts. They're about to hit us with it all, man. mRNA vaccine mandates. Sorry to say that, but I think it's all coming. I think we're about to get fucked.
Yeah, maybe.
Donald Trump is literally like a bull in a china shop right now. Like he fucking gave the fucking country to the wrong guy. God damn it. Biden wasn't doing the right thing either, though. So what the fuck?
Well,
that's why I stand on my position, Omnivore. Us as a collective, the people, the United States citizens, we all need to participate in a great not vote year. Everybody needs to not vote. So when they pretend like, oh, look how many votes our guy got, everybody's just gonna be like, no one voted for that guy. What are you talking about?
Or everybody should vote, and then
No, we tried that. Everybody voting, trying to get everybody to vote. Keep getting Donald Trump, dude.
Yeah, but you're just gonna have the same amount of probability getting no one to vote as everybody to vote.
Yes, it's a theory. I think that if everybody were to reject the voting system and say nope, I'm not participating, whoever you claim is elected, that is your dictatorship. And once that becomes apparent to the people, then we're going to be more organized. We're actually working together against them. But we don't work together. We constantly just bow down and hand power to these people that just fuck us. Oh, you said you're gonna pay my student loan? You're gonna kick out the Mexicans? Okay, I'll vote for you. And then what happens? They don't kick out the Mexicans. They don't relieve student debt loan, and you're fucked.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that was a pretty ignorant thing to say, actually. I mean, that's crazy, the amount of Americans in this country that really thought Donald Trump was about to do something special.
Well, a lot of people are idiots.
It's that Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS, your freaking LGB, all that stuff. All that stuff is why they voted for Trump, because they're watching the news and they're just becoming infuriated.
Yeah, that's true. And for the most part, it's about shit that isn't even actually happening.
Yeah, mainstream media is at fault, big time. They coerced an entire generation of just regular blue collar Americans to vote for some guy that wants to bring America into a war. And he did it with all this like puppeteering and charading, fake promises. The media portrayed him as a hero. This is wild. Why the fuck do people think Donald Trump is a hero? He ain't never ran into no burning building or anything.
He's a demagogue. He appeals to people's most base instinct.
True.
The mainstream media is responsible for building this idol. They've built the shrine. Worship this guy. He's freaking defeating women left and right. He's beating Kamala, beating Hillary. He's just getting everyone out of here. He's got freaking rape allegations. Well, I beat those too. Like, dude, what the fuck? He's literally a woman beater.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. But it's not the mainstream media that did it.
Okay.
Well, he uses the mainstream media to great effect in a way that no one else does, I feel like.
It's the controlled opposition argument, omnivore. So they radicalized the left to disinterest blue collar Americans. Yes, they portrayed Donald Trump as a bad man in the media. There's Donald Trump's such a bad man. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled programs where we put rainbows in your dog food and we're putting like hormones in your milk. And everybody is like, dude, okay, well, I think the lesser of two evils is Trump. Because the liberal agenda, that media, they're acting like he's the bad guy, and then they're telling me that men can be women. So clearly they're in the wrong. I'm going to vote for the guy that they say is the bad guy.
Right, because those trans and gay guys, they're going to come up and take you to war and start World War III, right? Yeah, that's good.
It's the perspective of like average blue collar Americans when they're watching the news and they hear left wing media trying to portray this man as like a monster, and then right after that they tell you that men can be women. Yeah, you're going to make people just
lean to the right. And I think
Got
that's
it,
what they
because
wanted. The mainstream media
you don't
wanted
want to
people to
you
lean to
wouldn't
the
want to
right.
give you want to give all those transsexuals equal rights or anything. Treat them like people. No, you want to treat them like second class citizens. Someone's got to have their turn in the barrel. You can't do it to gays anymore. Can't
It's
do it to
literally double
African-Americans.
reverse psychology. That's
You
what it
can't do
is.
it to African Americans. You can't do it to gays anymore. So this transsexuals turn in the bucket because there's so many of them. Let's not worry about the shit actually happening in the world, but let's pick on somebody. Let's have a scapegoat.
What's up, bro? I mean, I don't know if you understand what my point really is right now.
Yeah, I understand what your point is. There are a bunch of dumb people in the United States, and we have to cater to them. That's right. We have to treat them. We have to
They're
have somebody.
misled.
We have to have
They
somebody for them
they
to hate.
rely they rely and trust on the information that they think they have valuable sources. Okay, you call them dumb for believing what they think is a valuable source. Dude, who the fuck is claiming to be a valuable source
Well,
while lying?
50 years ago they hated African Americans. 10, 20 years ago they hated gays, and it's got to have somebody to hate now, since you can't hate the gays and hate the blacks. So then Trump's trying to bring that back too.
Right, who are you gonna hate instead of gays and blacks?
The transsexuals, and drag queens. That's the people in the sites
I
on
don't
the
hate
right
trans
media.
people. I don't hate trans people though.
Yeah, you do.
Nope.
Well, your fellow conservatives do.
I'm disturbed by grown men that I think should be intelligent
Should
and
be.
progressive. Yeah, grown
Right.
men.
Grown
Grown
men
men.
should think the way you think because you have the
Yeah,
right. You have the.
I think grown men know better. Yes, they need to internalize what they're doing.
So grown men know better because you say so.
Yeah,
You can tell what
I think
people
it's
should
common
do
sense. I think
based
there's
on
common sense amongst men.
common sense, right? Common sense, right? Common sense also 50 years ago said that blacks were second class citizens, and 20 years ago said that gays were second class citizens.
It's not the same thing. They're trying to create a new category altogether.
It's the same damn thing. The goddamn same thing. If you don't see it, you have your head up your ass. I'm sorry.
No, we're not talking about people that have like whatever you call it, like people that
Whatever
just
I call
straight
it,
up.
right? Got it.
Jesse, do you
Well,
believe?
I can explain. What's up, Lex?
I was just gonna ask, do you believe that everybody should have equal rights? Absolutely.
No.
Okay.
Oh well, why not? I thought all men were
You're talking
created
about
equal.
you're talking
You
about
don't
absolutely everyone.
you don't believe in that? You don't believe in all men are created equal? That they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable
You
rights?
lose
You
your
don't believe that?
rights if you commit a crime. Yeah.
That's right. If you commit a crime, what crime have
Yeah.
they committed?
So not everybody is going to have equal rights.
Oh no, they were. Oh, so you're saying that they committed a crime? What were they convicted? What crime were they convicted of?
Something bad. I don't know. This is a hypothetical.
Oh, something bad?
Yeah.
No, we're not. We're talking about African Americans in the 50s, gays 20 years ago, transsexuals now. What crime did they commit to be treated as second class citizens?
Hey, Master Show, I won't interrupt you. You don't got to be so fast-paced. I actually didn't understand what you were asking. Can you just say it a
What
little
I'm
slower?
asking is, what crime have transsexuals committed that they should be treated as second class citizens?
I don't think it technically. I don't know if it's technically a crime.
It's
to
not. That's the point. It's not a crime.
no, it's not a
No.
crime to walk into a woman's bathroom, right? Or is it? I don't know.
So what are you saying then? You're basically, are you
No,
backtracking now?
you're
That
trying to. Well, okay. There's some delusional grown men that want to get rid of
delusional.
women-only spaces. Okay, that doesn't mean I hate trans. I don't like people trying to get rid of women's only spaces and blur the lines and conflate when a man and a woman and how we've distinguished these two sexes for years. They want to blur those lines, and that's not happening because that's not reality. And you know who's the people that try to do it the most is these grown men that know better. The fuck?
You don't want to blur the line between the races. You want to keep the races pure.
Racists?
Races. he's making the same analogy. You said it wasn't the same, and he said it's exactly the same, and he's pointing out that if you apply it to race, then it kind of sounds silly.
Oh my god, the true I hate the word victim, but yeah, like blacks in America have a real victimhood, and trans people acting like they fall under the same category or umbrella is really offensive. Like you
Well,
guys
they've been.
didn't suffer 400 years of slavery. You're out of
Oh
control.
no, they suffered, like millennia of discrimination. Actually,
You guys are
there've been
not in the
transsexual
same. You
people.
guys are not.
There,
Just because
there
you're
have been
both victims
transsexual
of
people.
whatever
There have been
kind of
transsexual people since the
aggression
beginning of time.
doesn't mean you have the same. You have the same. You're not. No.
Well,
No.
if you don't see the analogy, you're purposely have your head up your ass. I'm sorry. If you don't see the
All
similarity
right, pull
between
my head
those
out
two.
my ass for me. Explain to me what I got wrong.
Well, basically, that if you don't see the analogy between blacks in the 50s, gays in 20 years ago, and the transsexual now, you have your head up your ass.
All right. I don't think so, but all right. I mean, yeah, they're disguising the movement as if there is something.
Disguising?
Yeah,
Wait, disguising the movement.
this is a
Oh, I
fake.
mean, that sounds
This is a fake.
sinister.
You want to have a conversation?
That sounds sinister. They must be really smart to get this sinister.
You gotta let me explain stuff. I mean, I don't know, dude. We're
Yeah,
getting
let
there.
him explain. Go ahead and explain.
I forgot what the fuck you asked me. The type of oppression that hold on, let's talk about something else because I like that Shubo's here now.
I agree, kind of, Jesse, that it would be kind of ridiculous to compare, like, you know, racism, like if you think about slavery and stuff, to like the gay community or whatever, the trans community. I agree that, that might not be an apt comparison, but
Why not? It has to do
well,
with the rights.
there was a whole institutionalized system.
It's in the Constitution, you know.
Yeah, I think there are similarities, but I don't know that it's an exact analog.
Black people weren't considered people for a while. They were considered persons. They literally came up with a new word so they wouldn't be considered the same class as American citizens when they freed them as slaves. They went from slaves to second class citizens. They weren't even allowed to call them people. There's nothing like that happening to the gay community. Maybe go to
Okay,
Russia.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and make that. Say, oh, they didn't have it as bad, therefore they don't have it that they don't deserve. Yeah. Okay. So they didn't have it as bad. They still had it. For fuck's sake. There've been
Yeah.
transsexual people. There've been gay people since the beginning of time. Okay, so they weren't in slavery bound and brought over on boats. Okay. So what?
That's a big
I'll give you
deal.
that much.
And
No, it's
and
not.
honestly, the
It's the
people,
same thing.
the black
It,
Americans, not all of them were brought over on boats. See, they lied about everything. You believe that every single black person in America was brought here on a boat. That's really
well, if you
offensive.
track their heritage back, you'll probably find one.
No, dude.
Yes, you will.
No, there were black people in America before the Atlantic slave trade.
Oh, there's
Incorrect.
always some exception. That's true. But I think sorry.
There was so many black people in America before the Atlantic slave trade. The
Black
amount
people.
of
Where?
slaves that they were even capable of bringing by means of these boats, like to the amount of black people there are in America. You think they brought that many black people here?
Well,
Do you know how people? Do
born
you know how
here.
sex works? Do you know how
Yeah.
sex works? In
Dude,
case
the
you
type of
don't know.
oppression that black people faced in America, like literally pales in comparison to what's going on to the trans community. It's like it's apples and oranges, dude. You're delusional.
I don't disagree with that.
You know how sex works? That how there were a few people and now there are more people. If you don't know how that works, maybe you should talk to your dad.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sex when you bring
Look, I want
few
trans
people
people to
over,
have rights. I'm
and then
not saying
You know,
Yeah,
they,
slaves
yeah,
are
they do
almost
they
We
do the
do
they
need
do the
to.
naughty, and
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you know that you bring a few people over, they do the naughty, and you end up with kids. And
I've heard of this thing.
you've heard of this?
Hey, what is this? What are you describing?
The naughty.
What's that?
The old in out.
Huh? Like the burger?
Oh, hold on a second. Need some more.
It is kind of. Apparently, yes.
Sadly, it was a lot of raping.
No, that's what you're saying.
No, I don't know. I was only partially listening.
Yo, NASA, I'm telling you now, dude, we do need to reform how we treat people in this country. 100%. I don't like how gays and trans are being treated. I don't think they're being represented properly by the LGBT agenda. I think all the rainbows and the let's give puberty blockers to kids and let's like put hormones and everything, that's not giving rights to trans people, technically. That's just further affirming gender dysphoria. I mean, that's not creating acceptance or like,
You don't know what
people
gender
have learned
dysphoria
behaviors
is.
because they grew up in the 80s, dude. If it wasn't for the fucking, y'all racist dads and shit, nobody would be calling each other faggots and shit, man. It's not my fault. It's your parents.
You don't know
But
what
yeah,
gender
there's now
dysphoria.
we got to learn some shit, right?
You
Now we're
don't know
gonna
what
now we're gonna start
you're using.
shaking off. We're gonna start shaking off the delusional things our parents taught us, right?
You're using gender dysphoria incorrectly.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
Being
people
of
have
the
gender
opposite,
dysphoria. That's
being
what
of
people
the
think that
opposite,
they're the other
being
gender. That's gender dysphoria because they're not the other
being
gender.
of no, that is not gender dysphoria. Sorry, you need to look what it is again. It is not mental
That's not
illness
gender
to be
dysphoria.
transgender.
Okay, so when you don't know
It
what
is
gender
not.
you are, you think you're the other gender. That's not gender dysphoria.
That's correct.
All right, whatever.
Look it up.
No, I don't have to. I know what it means.
No, you don't. You're using it incorrectly.
All right, tell me what it means.
Oh God, do I have to
you
Google
gotta
for
Google it
you?
first.
Hold on, I got to Google for you. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me do your work. Typical flat Earth argument here.
You're not even what you're googling isn't even going to be science. You're googling some like weird funded gender study.
Oh, what you mean? I'm doing what the psychologists say, right? Not some 1950s shit, right?
Yeah, y'all are changing the science. Okay, from the
Yeah,
50s
wow,
now,
science changes.
not
Fucking
me, not
amazing.
me
When we discover new shit, science
misrepresenting
changes. Wow.
not me
Imagine that.
Dude, no, it's
No,
you guys. It's the medical field saying that they have gender dysphoria, dude, and that's an illness, and that it needs to be
no, they're
treated
not.
with
But you don't know
hormone
what
therapy.
gender dysphoria
That
is. Hold on, I got to
considered
post.
science. Dude, no, what the fuck?
Here's what gender dysphoria is.
I don't care.
It's not being transgender. You don't care. Of course you don't care. That's the point. You don't care. This is from psychiatry.org.
Because I'm not the person that thinks that every trans person should just fucking start dressing like a dude again. That's
Why
not
not?
me.
Oh, you don't?
I got
Well, then
no
you sound
problem
like
with
it.
how people want to dress. No, I don't give a fuck. Dress how you want. Dress how you want. But when I see you and I think that you're a man because you were born a man, and I say, hey, what's up, dude?
Oh, so
Don't get
you can tell
offended
by
because you were
you can
born a
tell by
man.
looking, right? You can tell by looking, right?
Yeah, dude. People don't pass like they think they do.
So yeah, you'd be surprised.
No, people really don't be passing, dog.
Yeah, you would be surprised.
I'm not confusing no dude for a girl. No, I never confused a girl for a dude in my life.
Is
Yeah, you'd be
Michelle
surprised.
Obama a dude or a girl?
I seen the shadow on the dress.
Oh fuck! That you seen the Photoshop picture, right?
Photoshopped the shadow on the dress.
Yeah, they did actually.
And I'm a conspiracy theorist.
No, it's proven. What are you talking about? The conspiracy theorist did that.
Yeah, Barack Obama called his quote unquote wife Michael on accident.
Never seen the actual tape on that. Heard people say that a lot.
I could try to find it.
You know, in the meantime, though, for someone who accepts transgender, you're very biased against them.
Well, it's not. Can I explain? I don't accept telling somebody before puberty that they need to go on puberty blockers because they think they're trans. Young people should not be dictating something like this before they even grow up and develop their brain. Like kids telling, like their parents telling their kids that they're gay at this point. Parents want trans kids. It's really demented what's going
It's
on,
usually
and
the other.
there's
It's
people that
usually
are coming out. They're post-op and they're saying like, dude, look at these Reddit posts, man. There's trans people
Reddit
post-op
posts.
coming out
Right.
saying that they're literally miserable, that their body is like shutting down. Every day they think they're gonna die.
Right.
They're
Reddit
crying.
posts.
They
Yeah,
smell
absolutely.
bad because of the wound. It's insane. Now all these doctors giving reassignment surgeries, they need to be locked the fuck up forever, and then drop a
Right.
bomb on the fucking place.
There we go. Yeah, but we're not against trans at all.
I'm not against trans. I'm against the forms of treating it.
Oh, right. You're not against trans. You're just against
Yeah, it is
treating
inevitable.
people
There's
like.
going to be
Yeah,
gay
got it.
people. It is inevitable. There's going to be people that are bi-curious and they're questioning their gender, whether or not they want to wear a dress.
Well,
They feel
excuse
comfortable
me.
dressing like a boy or a girl.
Excuse me. Excuse me. These are different topics that you're all conflating in one again.
I'm not the one that conflates the stuff. It's the people
No, you're
that
conflating.
act like that's
So far,
not
you're
what it boils
conflating
down to.
one's gender, one's biological sex, and one's sexual preference as the same thing, and those are three separate categories.
I got a better way to describe it. So there's feminine presenting men. There are men that know that they're dudes, but they really want people to call them she. They really want to look like a girl. They really want to act feminine. And that's always going to be a thing. There's always going to be feminine men in society. Now, for these guys to start cutting their shit off and start taking hormones and start telling everybody that they should be canceled because they said he instead of she when referring to them, that's insanity. That has nothing to do with them being trans. Dude, you don't even know NASA. I have trans friends. Like
Oh,
I had a
the old
trans
black friends
girlfriend.
excuse. I got black friends, therefore I'm not a bigot. I got trans friends, so I'm not a bigot. I just act like a bigot when they're not around. You tell them what a bigot you are.
I don't know why
Do they
they're
know what a
friends with
bigot
me
you are?
all these years. If
Do
I'm
they
such
know?
a bigot,
Do they know
and I
what a bigot you are?
disrespect them, like I
Do they
disrespect their
know?
identity, why are they friends with me?
Do you know? Do they know that you think they should be treated as second-class citizens?
I express this stuff more to them than to you, man.
Yeah, what do they say?
And
They say
they agree with me, dude.
they agree with you, right?
Yeah, they do. I know dudes that think that bottom surgery should be against the law, should be banned, and they're trans. I know dudes that got breasts now. They literally took enough estrogen to grow breasts, and they don't want to be referred to as a woman. They want you to use their hetero pronouns. Not hetero, sorry, the masculine pronoun.
I was gonna say you once again you're conflating sexual preference, biological sex, and gender.
No, that's not me doing it. It's the people that are questioning their gender, running around trying to present themselves, and they haven't realized that their gender didn't change. It's just their identity. And people are asserting pseudoscience left and right nowadays, man. You know, when people tell you, oh, wait a second, that idea you have right there, I don't like it. And they go, oh my God, my feelings are hurt. Cancel them. It's like, no, dude, you're fucking talking about pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience, right? Because you disagree with it.
Well, because it's not backed by science.
Actually, it is, but that's okay.
No, women give birth, dude. Men have penises.
Again, now
you're gonna really make
you're
you're gonna
conflating
really make me bring
again.
it back to play.
Again, you're conflating biological sex, gender, uh, sexual preference, sexual. You know, all these things are different things. I'm sorry, they're not the same thing. I mean, it's easy for you to just say, "Oh, they're A or B" all the time, but it's not that way. Sorry.
I'm not the one that conflates sex with gender identity with biological. I
You
don't do
are
that.
too. Yes, you
No,
just did.
nope.
You
It's
just
not me that does
fucking
it.
did.
It's them that do it. They say that
Yes, you did.
because I
You
want the
just
10%,
did it.
that because they
You
want
just
the
did
10%,
it. You think that
therefore
they
they
can't?
are the other biological sex. That's what
No,
they
no, no. You
say.
don't. No, that's not
The
what they
people that
say. They're
say
talking
that there's
about
people that say
gender.
that
They're
men
not
can have
talking about
children.
male, female. They're talking about man, woman. Do you understand the difference? He'll have to post the gender man, obviously.
Yeah, everybody knew what man and woman meant before all these psychopaths started trying to change what the words mean. No, you have an infinite amount of gender studies. It'll never change how people perceive what a man and a woman is. So when you want a woman to be referred to with male pronouns, like people in their head go, huh, what? That goes against objective reality. Now you're telling me that like the first time you heard somebody really asserting this, you didn't have that like, huh, what kind of reaction? Like, oh shit, men think that they should be addressed with feminine pronouns now? Since when? Like that started happening recently. Yeah, there were drags. There were people that tried to pass as women, but at the end of the day, they would tell you straight up and down, "Yo, I'm a man." Everybody knew RuPaul was a man. He would fucking tell you, but he femme presented like crazy.
RuPaul's a drag. There's a you don't again. You don't drag is something totally different. Come on, stop it.
Oh, dude, people that are claiming to be transgender, these are the drag queens.
The drag queens are someone different. No, drag is different. Oh my god, you can't.
I know
Really,
drag is different,
you
but
have to be a po now. Nobody can be this
no,
dumb.
I know. You think I'm a foul. Great. Okay. All right.
Here, let me post it again. Maybe it's been a couple weeks since I last posted the gender man, so you can get the difference here.
I'd rather be on this side of history, man. Y'all are telling little kids that you should
Of course,
question
you'd
your
rather
gender.
you'd rather be on the side of history. You probably wouldn't in the 50s. You'd probably say, "I want to be on the side of the keeping of some races separate." 20 years. I want to be on the side of keeping them gays from getting married.
The children don't know.
The children. Here we go. The children. They
Hey,
got to
come on,
keep the children safe.
it's very relevant. The
And
children
when
don't
did
know.
you know? When did you know that you were a little boy?
I said, don't interrupt me, dog.
When did
Come
you
on, man.
know that you were a little boy?
I was gonna say something. I'm still gonna say it. Just waiting for you to stop interrupting.
Well, you gonna tell me when you knew that you were a little boy?
Yeah, children, they don't conflate what the word like boy and girl means. That's
Oh my
what grown
God, the
weirdos are
children.
doing. Yeah, when a little kid hears
Children are
boy
young, they don't
and like
when
I'm a
children are young
he,
when
oh, you're
children are young they
interrupting.
don't understand sex. When
Yeah,
children are
no,
young they don't understand sex.
they don't understand the three definitions of the
Oh, when
genders.
children are young they don't understand sex. Yeah, you
You
generally
are
don't
claiming as
understand a lot of this
scientists.
stuff. Yeah, you generally don't understand a lot of this stuff until you become, puberty around then. Then you start noticing, hey, there's a difference here. Yeah,
No,
young
that's,
children
the
don't know the
difference is
difference.
not
I'll give you
explained
that.
to
Yeah.
them properly because there's the gender dysphoria happening. These people think they are
Excuse
literally the
me, gender
opposite sex.
dysphoria is not what
They
you said. I've
literally
already
want
posted. I
they literally
already
want
posted the
the
definition for
opposite
gender
sex. So they
dysphoria.
give them the
Do I need to
opposite
post? Do I need
genitalia.
to post here we go with gender dysphoria again. You're using it
Yeah, you're
incorrectly.
missing
Let me
one.
post it. Here, let me post gender dysphoria again so you know what it is.
Why are you over talking me and not
Because you keep
participating
on saying
properly?
the same shit after I tell you you're incorrect.
Well, I don't think you're capable of really having this conversation right now.
I am capable of having this conversation, but you were just saying the same stupid shit over and over again, even after I post to you that you're incorrect. You at least use the term gender dysphoria correctly. It has nothing to do with being transgender. It's the dysphoria that your body isn't what your mind says it is, and that's not a mental illness either. So you can
No,
kind of
it's
stop it.
specifically the word gender because it's not body dysmorphia, it's gender dysmorphia.
Because here we go. The term transgender refers to a person whose sex assigned at birth is
Fuck you.
usually
You
does
are
not align
being
with
such
their
a
gender identity. Some people who are transgender will experience gender dysphoria, which refers to psychological distress that results from an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. Though gender dysphoria is often begins in childhood, some people may not experience it until after puberty or much later. That's direct
Yo,
from
NASA,
that's what the doctors
dude?
say.
Do you think I'm a dude right now?
I don't care. I really
I'm
don't care.
asking,
You sound
do
like a
you
dude.
think
I'm
I'm
treating you
a
like a
dude?
dude.
I sound like a dude, yes. I'm telling you right now, I am a dude. You are correct. All right, check this out.
Okay.
Ready? According to the trans ideologies that are getting spread right now I can tell you that I'm a woman and you would have to respect it, even though I just told you I'm a dude.
Okay. So what? I could use female
Yeah,
pronouns if you'd
that's
like.
dysphoria for sure. Like you could just switch
Yeah, I would like.
genders
I would.
based
No, wait a
on
minute. Hold on. No, that's not dysphoria. If you're happy with who you are, that's not dysphoria. See, again, you don't know what dysphoria means.
you're getting on my nerves.
Of course, because I'm here again. Some people who are transgender will experience gender dysphoria, which refers to psychological distress that results from incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity.
According to this philosophy, I could just claim to be a woman and therefore I am a woman. That is insanity. You are delusional.
Gender identity, sure, you can change from man to woman. However, your biological sex is something different, and your
No,
gender
I don't
expression
require
and your
any
sexual
surgery. I
orientation
don't
are the same.
require any surgery. I don't have to femme present at all. I don't have to dress like a woman. I don't have to claim to be a woman at all leading up to this point. I could
I
just
could
tell you
use some
right now,
pronouns if
I
you want.
identify as a woman and you would have to respect it according to the philosophy.
I could
No
use some
gender
pronouns if
dysphoria,
you'd
no
like.
evidence of me going to a doctor telling me that I have gender dysphoria, no evidence of XY chromosomes
Fine,
imbalance. I don't know what the fuck they claim they say people are becoming trans because of, but I don't have to have any of those things to claim that I'm trans. You understand that?
Well, if that's what you choose, so what?
No, like you literally, there's no science required to claim you're
This is
the other
correct.
gender. It's not about science. It's about how you feel. It's just what the person tells you. I want to be a man. Okay, I gotta call him a man now. It's like little kids telling you that they're Frankenstein or dinosaurs.
No, it's not.
It is.
Gender identity is who you in your head think about yourself. It's the chemistry that composes you and interprets what that means. That's the gender identity. It goes from man to woman with gender queer in the middle.
Yeah, I'm a man. Now I'm a woman. Now I'm a man. Now I'm a woman.
No,
Now
it's
I'm a man.
generally you don't switch back and forth. Gender expression is how you demonstrate your
As a
gender
matter of
based
fact,
on
I was
traditional
wrong. 5
gender
minutes
roles.
ago, I wasn't a man. I was actually confused. I was actually a woman.
Gender expression is how you demonstrate your gender based on traditional gender roles through the ways you act, dress, and interact. That's gender expression. Biological sex is generally, organs and chromosomes and hormones and stuff. And sexual orientation is who you're physically attracted to. These are 4 different things, not the same.
A woman is a biological female. When a man says he wants to be called a woman, he's
Nope.
saying he wants to
Men
be
and women
considered
are
a biological. And he is
men and
going
women
to
are
femme
gender
present
identity.
by growing tits and changing the
Nope,
sound of his voice,
that's biological sex.
pretending that he's on his period, and doing
That's
everything
biological
he
sex.
can to act like he is of the opposite sex because he is not of the opposite sex.
You're conflating gender identity and biological sex again.
Nope, this is all about just, dude, no, there's all these different weird things you claim is going on. They're all the same thing, dude. It's all the same road.
There are 4 separate things that you're conflating in your head because you're either simple-minded or brainwashed.
Are you a robot or a roman?
Is that Daymok?
You know, if my opinion was so like agitating to the trans community, I feel like I wouldn't have all the trans friends that I have. You know,
Well, do they know what a bigot you are, or do you hide it from them?
they know my opinion and they don't think it's bigoted. I'm not lying either.
Like this is just how most normal people
Oh
think.
God, Denmark is
You have
here.
to accept what most normal people, just how they act, dude.
Normal. Normal. There we go. What's normal?
People that have like I see a man, but they want me to call them a woman. Oh, okay, my bad. That's normal. You know, like casually identifying somebody as the wrong gender shouldn't offend you, especially if you were born the other gender. What the fuck?
So
Well,
someone
these
asks
guys
you
are
to
they're
use
pulling out pitchforks.
someone asks you to use pronouns you think are inappropriate. Do you use them, or do you say no? I can't use those pronouns.
Actually, there's only a couple people where I don't respect, and it's because they're grown ass men acting like they're biological female, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not respecting your pronoun bullshit right now. Why don't you respect the fact that I don't respect it?
Well, this doesn't have to do with sex. This has to do with gender, though. That's the problem. You're conflating these two. I keep telling you this, and you keep on saying no.
Yeah,
Then
but
you go
you
right
use the
back and
same
do it
word to
again.
describe both, dude.
Incorrect. One is man, woman. The other is male, female.
Yeah, and I don't know why you started making distinctions between words that always meant the same thing.
They don't mean the same thing, though.
Well, they always did.
Let's see. Hold on.
Female always
Man.
meant women.
Wait, hold on a second.
Male always
Man.
meant man. Yeah.
Man. Male. Those are separate words with separate meanings, aren't they?
And only nowadays
See,
you're trying to
woman,
conflate terms.
female. Those are separate meanings too.
Yikes. Yeah, this is how they get you, man. They get you with the language. They manipulate the language. That's how this all works. You don't know what words mean anymore.
No, you just conflate the words with words that have separate meanings that you just conflate. And none of these, by the way, none of these are as digital as you think
Well,
they
it
are.
wasn't a
They're not.
conflation because the words always meant the same thing, dude.
None of these are as digital as you think. It's not like A or B, because even
You're
the most,
conflating.
even the easiest of these four concepts to identify, the biological sex, is not as digital as you think it is. It's not as,
All right, let's
it's
just
not
agree.
male or female. It's like
I
a
don't think we're
scale.
ever gonna. We're not
There's a
really.
scale.
We're
There
not
are
talking
people
about-
that are born intersex. I mean, so none of this is A or B. It's like a scale from A to B.
There's nothing else to talk about.
Of
That's
course
it.
not, because you know I'm right. There are people that are born intersex. There are people that are bisexual. There are people that are
Dude,
androgynous
honestly,
in
dude,
their sexual
I
expression.
didn't disagree with you at first. There's some radical ideas I think that you got wrong, but you accused me of being a bigot.
It's true. You are. You're
All right,
purposely
whatever, dude.
conflating these terms, not realizing that these are not, binary. They're not A or B. That they're like shades of gray from female to male because they're people that are born intersex. They're androgynous people. The gender expression. You can walk up and you go, I'm
All right,
not sure what
so
this
full
individual is.
blown. All right, right. So a full blown grown man that now chooses to identify as a woman. Me accidentally identifying him as a man and referring to him with male pronouns. You're comparing that to like 400 years of slavery.
Well, in the first time you do it, they probably wouldn't be upset. I mean, they'd probably say like something like, "Please use this pronoun for me." The second time you did it, that would be bigoted.
Yeah, and you compare that to slavery.
Well, that's the scale. I mean, slavery was much worse. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
come
good.
on.
All right. All right. I hear you. Well, you gotta stop trying to claim the same victimhood. Like now you have to try to fight for the same type of rights. Like as if gay people are being oppressed in the same fashion.
Yeah, they are.
What the fuck, dude? Just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't. So slavery was worse. That doesn't mean that we can treat these other people like shit just because you want to.
Yeah, I miss cartoons when there wasn't gay people in them. Like TV shows growing up didn't have all this fucking gay shit going on.
Oh, I know it's horrible, isn't it? Horrible, horrible.
Yeah, I don't watch
I mean,
TV to watch gay people kiss, dude. Straight up, what the fuck is wrong with that?
Skeletor was gay in He-Man.
Yeah,
true.
He-Man was pretty damn gay.
Yep, He-Man was pretty damn gay.
Bert and Ernie, they're pretty gay.
No, they never expressed their sexual interest for each other on camera,
Of
like
course
all
not. It
these
was a
new,
children's show.
like all these new
It was a
TV
child.
shows.
They slept in the same bedroom. One said B, one says E.
Nobody thought that Bert and Ernie were fucking gay, dude.
Yeah, bullshit. Look it up.
No, I'm. I was a kid. You think I'm? What the fuck?
Of course, you're a kid, but you didn't know that, did
Oh,
you?
you think
Yeah,
they're
because
lovers?
as kids, a
They're
lot of
not
things slide
lovers.
past you that you didn't know about.
Oh, Bert and Ernie are gay lovers now. Okay. Yeah, so is SpongeBob and Patrick, right? Everybody's just gay lovers now. Now, how many transgender friends do you have, Demok? Shut the fuck up.
Dovid's
I
one of
don't
mine.
know. Right now, I don't know of any.
Oh shit, that's yeah, low key. Not trans at the moment, actually.
No way.
Yep, going by her government name.
Oh shit, wild.
Yo, she's a real one, bro. She used to dominate these fucking places.
Fuck yeah.
We gotta bring her back, bro. She's not motivated to be around. She thinks y'all are too globy. Too much globe shit going on. Not always the best topics. Doesn't really strike people's interests all the time, you know? Globy woby. Yo, NASA. I think you're a flat earther at heart. So you can feel it in your bones. The flat
I'd
earth
have to
is
go out
with
and
you.
I have to go get a lobotomy to be a flat earther. Takes a certain denial of reality to be a flat earther.
When they perform lobotomies, is it always to just remove parts of the brain, or is there any like rearranging? I don't know. What do you even rearrange about the brain? Fucking nothing.
I'm convinced that most flat earthers had a severe brain trauma at one time.
Yeah, NASA, how many transgender friends do you have?
I know of right now, none.
It's because you're bigoted.
No, because I don't have that. I've moved recently. I don't have that many friends who've shared with me their
You don't
situation.
even keep up with them on the phone? You don't keep in touch with anybody?
Nope.
I keep in touch with a lot of trans people, man.
Cool.
Like these people are actually friends growing up. Like, dude, these people I went to high school with, fucking hung out with them, like literally like went to parties with them, watched them fucking have girlfriends and everything. And now they're trans and we still communicate. And they know everything I believe and they don't think I'm a bigot. Now there might be some hardcore blue-haired trans person out there that thinks I'm a bigot for my views, but I don't know. I'm not like when I have these conversations, it doesn't go that way. And something newer and cooler is going to come along, and all this stuff is going to be old news. It's not even going to be the cool thing for kids to do in about like 10 years. Everybody's going to be talking about their vampires
Yeah.
or their
Everybody's going to be
robots.
talking about something else. Yeah, everybody's going to be talking about something else because, just like African Americans, they're pretty much accepted more or less.
It's a trend. Exactly, dude. You're right. It's a trend.
It's not a trend. There's no
Yeah, it is a
reason. I
trend.
mean, No, it's not true. What do you mean? Once they
People,
get their,
people
once
want
people get their rights in.
people want to distinguish themselves in this blur. So
Oh, you think that people
they find
choose?
cultural
People
identity,
choose to be gay.
and
People
and
choose
when
to
you
be
have
trans. Huh?
come on, man, and when you have tunnel vision, and you're like locked in with mainstream media, and you think that they're really giving you truth, like yeah, you're gonna pick up cultural identity.
So you
And
think people choose to be trans? Huh?
nope, I think
People
they're
choose to be
manipulated.
gay.
I think they're manipulated into it by other things. Yep.
So how? When did you choose to be a
But we're
male? When
talking
did you
about
choose to be hetero?
we're not talking about. There's a different context of trans. We're talking about the type of person that has it all wrong. What's up, Dr. Pepper?
Yo, what's up, dog?
Yo, your mic is abrasive.
My mic is abrasive.
It is, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. It's the mic that I have for my headphones that is built in, and it's a little bit wonky.
It's good. It kind of gives you an edge.
Yeah, is it like peaking and shit, or like is it like fucking ear rape, or like
Yeah, yeah. It's like Call of Duty. It's like Call of Duty.
Also, the only thing missing is the racial slurs and saying horrible things about your mother for camping on that map, huh?
That's the only thing that's missing. Yep.
God, I miss the old Call of Duty days.
I gotta load up my truck real quick.
So I had an interesting discussion on the other server, like some fucking moron was going on how about atoms don't exist, and because we can't see them, then our model of what they are is wrong, and that there's no proof that atoms are what they say they are, and that bunch of shit.
Oh yeah, I could push you in that debate if you'd like.
That would have been Dyslow.
No, Dyslow doesn't. He doesn't. Dyslow annoys me because he doesn't get it all correct. He's got some Ken Wheeler shit going on. And he doesn't have it all figured out.
Yeah. But I mean, I managed to convince like the entire fucking server of how and why he was wrong, and it did become a rather interesting discussion, even though this fucker, I made him basically shut up. But it was a rather like fun and eluding discussion about how like all these type of methods exist, and a lot about how these methods are kind of like the ground basis for everything that is medical and medicine and everything. It's really cool stuff, actually.
Yeah, what would we sacrifice if we abandoned the atomic model? You know.
They already did it. Quantum mechanics, quantum phone.
No, but it doesn't have to do with quantum mechanics. It has to do that we have the ability to see molecules that are very, very small, and most of all, and the most important part of it all, is that we can determine the structure and function of proteins, because
It's just a
proteins
region
are
of it's just a region of space where you observe a phase, and when you quantify it, when you try to represent it and simulate it, you make a model and you make it spherical. But under a microscope, it doesn't look like a sphere. It's just a region of space where you're observing things appear and disappear or whatever.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but the most useful part of science where we use molecular modeling and scanning and all these type of methods to detect what things look like into the smallest molecular structure is medicine or biomolecular science or biochemistry or cell and molecular biology, all these STEM fields, is where these things matter the most, because molecular structures and proteins and amino acids are so freaking small. They are so small that they cannot be seen with a microscope. So and the importance of them comes specifically in trying to understand the mechanisms of reactions, the mechanisms of mode of action, how proteins interact with each other, how viruses interact with cellular structures and everything. And that's where these things matter a lot. Just in the field of medicine, how medicines are developed and how we are able to understand different type of mechanisms of different diseases. Like, these things are extremely useful in those fields and have been the very foundation basis for modern drug development.
I don't know, dude. It might not be a little dot. It might not be a little tiny physical sphere. At that scale, it might be like a phase. You know, does it ever truly form into a solid sphere? That's the question. Well, what is an electron?
Solid sphere?
Yeah, the atom model is a sphere orbiting an atomic nuclei.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, yes, they do, because they use in modern science, they use something called, okay, if we start to boil down things like this, proteins have a very, very specific structure. This is because proteins are like a 3D structure. It is a structure that exists in 3 dimensions. And exists of thousands, 10,000s of atoms. And what you have to understand is that proteins have a very, very specific pocket. In biochemistry, it's called an active site. But for simplicity's sake, let's call it a pocket. Now, what that pocket does is that it is the protein's site where it reacts with something. So proteins have the ability to break down stuff or activate stuff or deactivate stuff. And it does that by having the substance go into that active pocket. Now, what medications are basically small molecules that fit into that pocket perfectly. So medicine are basically just chemicals that fit into this active site and either deactivates the protein or overactivates the protein or disables the protein entirely. Now, that pocket has a very, very specific shape that is very specific for each and every protein. So when you're creating a medicine, you can't just create any random molecule because it won't fit in there, or it'll fit into the wrong protein. So our understanding of drug development is based on having an extremely accurate knowledge and representation of the structure of a protein down to the smallest molecular level. We're talking about a measurement of 0.1 angstrom of resolution. If our model of how atoms are structured, including spheres, if there would be gaps in the way we understand that, then our entire model of modern medicine would completely fall apart. And it doesn't do that because
Modern
the models that we have.
medicine is in shambles. Biochemistry is not solving a lot of these supposed virus issues. Like, you know, what is medicine really solving?
I mean, you do realize that we have developed millions of medicines extending humans' lives and ending suffering throughout time. Sure, it's not perfect, but it's still based on, I mean, it had extended our lives significantly. And what is even cool about this is that what I'm saying, and I can prove that I'm not talking poppycock here, is that the database where they uploaded these protein structures is entirely free. It's called the Protein Data Bank. You can go there right now, and you can download all the protein structures you want to do. It's called the PDB.
Well, we're
I
not
can
talking
post.
about proteins, right? We all know we can see proteins. We're talking about your elusive electrons and your protons.
You mean subatomic particles?
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty well known what they look like and their properties. I mean, the protein was discovered in the late 1800s by Thomson, J.J. Thomson, I think his name was, where he created this electron cannon inside of a glassware where he would shoot the electrons, and the electrons would bend due to the magnetism, and calculating of that, he could calculate its weight, I mean its mass, its charge, and a bunch of other stuff. So it's I mean, these subatomic particles have been known for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken. And Rutherford discovered protons and neutrons itself. So I mean, it's pretty well understood. And X-ray crystallography is another method that we can actually see these subatomic particles and measure them as well. So I mean, it's fairly known.
Yeah.
You might disagree, but
the models have been around for a long time, but the observations of what you claim is happening on that scale, no.
I mean, the observation of what happens on the scale on a molecular model is pretty accurate, as I said. But I mean, a subatomic level, I think that, yeah, I mean, thanks to particle accelerators.
There's more to be learned and to be had.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, there's things that we discover even to,
you know, not dogmatic
Yeah,
tiny
but-
spheres.
Yeah, but molecules aren't just tiny spheres. They're tiny spheres that are interconnected due to the overlapping bonds of electrons. It's not just balls and sticks.
Proton electron medicine? Hell yeah, give me a proton pill.
We need a what?
A proton pill, an electron pill. That medicine you're talking about, all your medicine that's wrong because you don't got a proton.
A proton pill? Not sure I'm following you on that one, Demok.
You said if protons are wrong, all your medicine's wrong. So can I get the
I
proton?
didn't say that protons is where my medicine is from, Demok.
Where's it from? No protons and electrons and neutrons? Got no ass.
I'm not sure I'm following you at all. Hold on, I'll be right back.
You couldn't follow a dog down the road, we know.
Here, puppy, puppy, puppy.
I've got a proton pill for you, Demok.
Yo, mic check.
Yep, I hear you.
All right, cool. I'm going to talk a lot more. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to talk even more.
Okay.
You know, for me, it's not about globe or flat. It's about the value I find in questioning the globe. You know, I actually am really proud of myself that I didn't just stay on my knees my whole life. And I said, you know what? Let's not just accept everything they say and like really question the model. And like, yeah, maybe I came to a conclusion that not everybody comes to. It's like I value that I strayed off the path and I checked everybody's sources and I give a fuck about knowing where people are getting their information from. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't think that Earth might not be a globe. That would never happen. Now I know all this fucking shit about the globe that don't matter. It's like I value that experience. Questioning the
Okay.
globe is probably the best thing that ever happened to me, bro. It's not about being wrong. It's about knowing when something is indicating to you like don't trip. Like keep going down that path. Why are you interested in that? Keep indulging. And dude, it's all bearing fruits.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know it's hard to say what I'm trying to say right now. It's like I'm not gonna let a glober trip me up and tell me like I'm wrong, I'm stupid, you should just go to the globe, stop talking about flat earth. Like, nah, dude, what led me here, it has been such a valuable experience. Me questioning shit is the fucking best decision I've ever made. Like it's literally done nothing but has bared fruit. So questioning shit is the answer, dude. Telling people they shouldn't question the globe is a problem. Everybody should be like, yeah, you should go check out flat earth. Like you should go find out why you think the earth is flat. And then, you know, maybe you're gonna find out that it's not flat according to you or someone else, but
Well,
it doesn't matter. At least you tried.
so I wish that worked, you know, universally. So, you know, when I ask people why they think the earth is flat, it generally does not have to do with a, you know, what I would consider to be a well thought out theory of case. You know, it's just a sense that everybody's lying to them. You know, and the bigger the lie, the more interesting it is.
Right. The truth is crazier than fiction. And when you start going down that rabbit hole and it's like, damn, if that's true, that's a wild truth. That's very enticing. Like you want more of this like gratifying knowledge, you know? And it can become an addiction.
So yeah, but I don't see anybody who is actually addicted to truth. I see people who are, you know, at best maybe addicted to feeling special.
Yeah, the truth can certainly make someone feel special.
Well, the problem is they skip over the part where they do generally skip over the part where they do a test to determine if there's any truth to it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And it sucks that I have to drive right now. All right. Well, I'll try to pick this up with you later.
I mean, so Jaren is you know, there's a great deal of variation in how people, you know, feel about Jaren. But the thing that's most notable to me about it is that, you know, Jaren's, I don't know what you call it, you know, his journey seems to have, you know, really been one of I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Intellect-
literally, I haven't left yet because I want to hear what you have to say.
yeah, I know. I need to. So it's like one of intellectual clarity or intellectual integrity. That's the word I'm looking for. So, as far as I can tell, and I could be wrong about this, you know, he had a real theory about what he thought was going on with, you know, with the shape of the Earth. You know, he thought it was the AE map. He thought that, you know, literally you could follow it. You know, you could make a case for, you know, how the sun moved on it, and it would be compliant with, you know, how we understand the sun to move from, like, you know, nautical almanacs and stuff, and therefore, you know, he had an idea about how it all would work, and I don't know if too many people, you know, and then people gave him a load of shit for essentially just, you know, going, well, my theory didn't make any sense, so I abandoned it. Which doesn't seem to me, it's like he actually had, to my understanding, he had, you know, outlined the theory. Like he had actually, you know, gone through the process of making that theory, laying it out, and then living with it.
And then abandoning it.
Well,
And
yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, because
he thought he had truth, and he thought he was valuing like the journey and all. I hear you.
Well,
and
also,
I think I have to cut this conversation off. Fuck. What were you gonna say?
well, he just had a theory, and that seems like mostly what most other people do not have. Like it seems like for the most part, you know, people who have theories about how this works are thin on the ground. Like they mostly don't, like, you know, if you ask like Geo, how many suns are there? It could be like as many as 5. And I'm not. It's not that I really want to get on somebody for saying I don't know, because I think it can be extremely legitimate to say I don't know. But I also think that if you're going to make a case that, you know, this is how I think it works, and then, you know, it becomes clear to you that that doesn't work, I think if you're, you know, if you don't abandon it at that point, you know, then that's, you know, then what does that mean? Does that mean that, you know, you now just don't care how it works?
You know, I felt a lot like Jaren. I predicted that Jaren was going to be a Glober a year before the final experiment was even announced.
Okay.
Just by the tone of everything that he says and like how he says it. Like I knew that dude was questioning flat Earth a lot. And he reminds me of myself. And you know what's crazy, dude? I wouldn't be questioning the globe again if it wasn't for the final experiment. That shit made it suspect, dude. Like they stunk up the place.
Well, how so? How do you figure?
Well, I'll break that down in 2 hours. I have to start
Okay.
writing.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
peace.
Fair enough. All right. Bye.
Are you one of those people that consider the whole final experiment to be CGI faked?
He's got to go. Don't.
No, don't go.
He left. No.
Are you not entered? I'm just joking. I'm joking.
I was just gonna say, yeah. Don't try to. I don't think he thinks.
Don't
it's all
poke the bear.
Just if somebody has to go, just, you know, let them go. Don't. But yeah, I mean,
I'll let him go.
well, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Jesse thinks, but I am kind of curious.
I'm kind of curious what he thinks of those video footage of those amateur rockets sent out to 72,000 feet, and where you can actually see the curvature. Amateur rockets built by people that is at NASA.
Okay.
I wonder what he thinks of those.
Well, I don't think so. You know, Jesse, to my understanding, to my appearance, to my assessment, is mostly just a contrarian. Like, I don't think he's especially super engaged with trying to have a coherent view of flat Earth, or even his complaints with the globe seem to mostly be aimed at Globers who they think of as being too sure of themselves. At one point, somebody, I think it was Osco, accused me of talking about quantum theory as though I understood it when I really didn't. And he challenged me to do it, and we had Tapioca Weasel in here, who is working quantum physicist. And yeah, I was like, yeah, well, I'll do it. I'll take the challenge. Let's find out if if what I think about quantum mechanics is really true or not. And if I have a deeper understanding of it than just repeating talking points. And the the conclusion that we came to was that I did seem to have a reasonable understanding of it for a layperson. But more importantly, I think that it was a good question. Like, he was right to ask that question. It was fine of him to question whether or not I had the understanding that I was kind of claiming to have. So,
but I mean, your understanding of quantum mechanics doesn't affect the reality whether it exists or not exist. I mean, I
True.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
but how does that affect?
Well, okay, so that's it. I mean, that is a good point. So the way that I think that it actually affects things is that Jesse reacts very poorly to people who seem to have people who claim to have a great understanding of this stuff, while not really having much of a they don't have the understanding of it they kind of need to. And I think that is I think he's okay. I think it's within bounds of things to question it. To say, hey, I'm not sure that you have this understanding that you claim to have. So that is kind of what Jesse is doing, in my opinion. He's, for the most part, doing that. I don't know how legitimately he really is, actually questioning the people, the shape of the world. Like, I don't get the impression that he honestly thinks the shape of the world is in great question. He might, but I don't know.
So
I don't know.
so you think that he is calling out the hypocrisy of people pretending to know things when they're really
Yeah,
don't?
I think it's more about it's more about an anti-hypocrisy. He really has a bad reaction to to people acting like they know this stuff when he thinks they really don't.
I mean, that's fair enough, but I don't see how that is a productive, how that can be a form of productive debate other than an intellectual exercise in how much you know about something. I don't see how that would be useful. But I understand how you're framing it, that it can cause frustration in a selected group of people to the point where they question it, but I fail to see the relevance in the scope that we discuss how current phenomena are being explained, or if things exist or not.
Okay, well, I mean, so if you think, if I think, you know, you guys are claiming to be smarter than everyone, and you know, taking this sort of superior position because you claim to have science on your side, and you know, you believe that because you've got, you know, this scientific rightness, then you don't have to understand the science. You don't have to be a scientist. All you have to do is just look at everybody else and be like, huh, you know.
Well, that type of thinking does breed itself into positions like this, where and I'm not excusing it, by the way. I mean, I totally understand you, and I'm not defending it. So yeah. We're being clear on that. Sure. But that type of environment, that type of rhetoric, does come into effect in a place where you have contrarians, conspiratory level of thinking, and flat earthers and so on, where they think they know better than scientists do, while basically not even understanding the science on the ninth grade level.
Okay, so that's the worst of both worlds. What the person who, so you know, I think what Jesse is more, for lack of a better word, triggered by, or what I see him as, you know, fighting out of it, fighting against, is not that he thinks the world is flat. He doesn't really have a handle on the science, and he is, you know, upset at people who claim to think they know otherwise. That, I don't think that's what he's doing. What I think he's doing is, you know, kind of the opposite of that, where he does have, you know, a good lay understanding of the science. I mean, like he, you know, he does, you know, he's not right about everything, but on the times that I've heard him be corrected, you know, he you know, he took it well, which is, you know, better than a lot of people do. But you know, when he's talking to a Glober, and the Glober says, yeah, well, you know, that's not this thing that, you know, I'm explaining this as some other phenomenon or whatever it is. The Glober says, you know, of course we fully understand electricity, and he, you know, decides to take a charge at that, you know, take a run at that and see if you can answer some of the more complicated questions about electricity. I think that when he's doing that, it's more about puncturing the hypocrisy than doing what a bunch of flat Earth guys do. Not all of them, but some of them, where they don't have an understanding of it, and they just are declaring, well, you know, I claim that relativity is bullshit because it claims the entire Earth is moving upwards or expanding. It must, you know, it must be, because, you know, I can't see this claim working any other way. So, you know, when a flat earther says that, you know, it's like, It's like,
Yeah, like I said, I had a debate in the other server with a guy claiming that atoms don't
Yeah,
exist, or that we don't have a firm understanding of what they look like, or because they can't be seen, we don't know what they are.
Yep. Yeah.
Or like some dude here saying that we don't even know what they're spheres. Like it's I mean, honestly, I think this. I understand what you're saying, but I think that this also happens both ways. We have globers that try to use science as a form of a weapon.
Oh, sure.
In an
Yeah.
argument, which is dumb as hell all by itself. But we also have flat
Yeah.
earthers who claim to have the science that somehow can cement their idea or model of the world based on a complete lack of science. For instance, as an example, I had a debate with a flat earther that claimed that the air pressure is due to a container existing around the Earth. Because according to them, the laws of thermodynamics doesn't allow pressure to exist unless there is a container. And I tried to explain to them, yes, this is true, but only in a closed system. The Earth is not a closed system, and gravity can actually hold in gases as well. And the whole thing that they try to understand, they don't even understand the laws of thermodynamics or how there can't be a container is a very ignorant way of not even understanding physics on an 11th grade level.
Yeah. I mean, the container argument is particularly egregious because they wind up citing a bunch of gas law that they certainly don't have, a good handle.
Any level of understanding of it.
Right. It's like Boyle's gas law, and it's like the ideal gas law. Ha! See, look, it's got volume in there. That's the volume of the container. Ha ha!
Yeah.
I mean that's
and I had a fun discussion this about a week ago where I was talking with Gio and I pretended to be a Pastafarian. And he was like, yeah, but you're trolling. I was like, am I? Like, yeah, my argument for why the world exists is explained by a flying spaghetti monster. And as ridiculous that sounds, the merits of evidence I have to prove that is as lacking in evidence as you have for your things. So therefore, my evidence for it is like my theory of it should be given the equal amount of space and credibility as the stuff you present.
Yep.
And he didn't really have a good answer for that either, because, I mean, as stupid as it sounds, what? No, not at all.
Okay. All right, good.
but because look, I did present it in a very respectful and in a very sound way, because
that hasn't that hasn't stopped some banning from happening in the past.
No, dude, I totally understand what you're saying. I totally agree. But if you listen to the argument by the definition that the sound argument that, hey, if I'm able to make up that the world is flat based on my beliefs, based on basically zero evidence and what I consider to be small scale experiments of my broken belief of how physics works, then any theory what the world looks like or how it functions should be allowed into that type of a debate or room as well.
Yep.
Because if you allow people to say that there's an invisible glass shield holding the gases in, then me saying, yeah, and that shield was built by a flying spaghetti monster isn't that far off from the same level that they're presenting.
Right.
And we can take the same level of conjecture where they think, oh, A exists because of B, then I can present anything where I think A is because of B. And be as ludicrous and as completely bonkers as they are, and my argument would be still as valid as they.
Yep. True. I mean,
and that's the center core of the satire, because obviously the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster is not a real religion; it is a satire
Right.
which is riffing on Christianity and creationism and this
Yeah.
whole debacle.
Oh yeah. I'm with you there. Yeah.
But it still begs the question, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And in its core, it's all about science credulity, because there needs to be a level of credulity when it comes to science where we base our theories and facts based on actual real scientific evidence that are according to the scientific method. And if we don't, then we're poisoning the well everywhere. It's that's what it's about, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know if you read the Gospel of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, which is kind of like their Bible, so to speak. I mean, it's
I am not unfamiliar with it. I'm not super well versed, but I do know about the noodly appendage.
According to Pastafarian, the flying spaghetti monster, the reason for gravity is the flying spaghetti monster pushing us down with his noodly appendages to the floor.
Ramen.
Yeah, ramen to that, indeed.
Yes. Well.
It's as silly as it sounds, but it is just as ridiculous as claiming that gravity doesn't exist, or that electrostatic forces is what keeping us to the floor, or and I mean you know you get the idea.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
they make all those wild assertions, but they can't show practical application. In other words, oh, it's electrostatic. Okay, make an electrostatic plane, would you? Well, make an electrostatic elevator in a building, would you?
Well, Ken Wheeler is supposed to, he's
come up with a celestial navigation solution without using spherical trig.
And in the Gospel of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, according to their theory, humans used to be shorter back in time, and now they're taller. And the explanation for that is that his noodly appendage, since there's so many people now, his noodly appendage isn't enough to keeping people down, and thus for that reason, there's taller people now. Like it's the same level of absurdism and satire that is used for them to explain things. And yeah, if you allow that level of conversation to come in, then yeah, that's what's going to happen, unfortunately. I can post the Bible, the Pastafarian Bible in the side chat if you want it down. It's pretty funny to read because I mean it's not at all serious, but it does ask certain questions of the validity of all these alternative theories and the science behind them, because the satire is very much based on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I am, I am familiar with it. So.
Oh dear. I'm just laughing my ass off at how Witsit declared how celestial navigation is done.
Witz, I saw him on a bizarre interview where he was commenting on the crashing helicopter in LA. Oh, the several ones that were crashing in LA, like I think it was last year, if I'm not mistaken. And it was like this TV show on YouTube that looked really, really bizarre. And it turns out that the person hosting that was a woman working for InfoWars from the old Alex Jones show. And she had hired Witsit to be kind of like the expert reporter on that subject. And Whitsitt was just going on the most absurd fucking thing during that show. It was completely bizarre. I'm not sure if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it. But he was on that. And this was after the final experiments, by the way.
That's horrific.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
their
it was
science.
completely fucking nuts.
Yeah, he became their science reporter.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't remember who it was. It was one of those Infowars ladies. I don't know her name. I never heard about her before, but apparently she has her own show where she talks about like this unhinged conspiratory level crap. And Whitsitt is kind of like the expert witness, expert reporter on the subjects, which is kind of funny.
I remember when Patricia Steer had Brian Mullins, and she was just like so impressed with Brian Mullins and all his physics acumen.
Tricia Steer, did you say?
Yeah, she used to
Maybe it was her. I'll look her up if it's her.
Yeah, she had a podcast, and she was like interviewing Brian Mullins, and Brian Mullins was all about, rockets can't work in a vacuum, Earth can't be rotating, or you can't land on north-south runways.
Patricia Steer?
Yeah. Oh, come on, you haven't heard of her before?
No, I have not. And she only
man,
has photos of her cats on her Instagram. That doesn't tell me much.
Well, yeah, she's pretty much, because you go back about 10 years. She was one of the top ones. It was Subarats and Sargent and all these others, and she was like, and she'd be a presenter at the conferences, and then she disappeared. Then she came back, and now she's gone again.
Interesting.
And of course, when she disappeared, and when she, after all this flirting, whatever is going on with Sargent, well, as soon as she disappeared, she's a trans.
Let's see now.
No, that was Subarats. That was Subarats that did that.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's a very tight cluster between Subrats and Sargent, and yeah, the flirts are fucked up in the head.
Let's see now. Yeah, I found it. Hold on. Here, I got it. Plane crash psyop. Planes are falling from the sky. I found the show. It's called. Her name is Deanna Lorraine. And Whitsitt gets interviewed in like as if he's some sort of fucking expert witness in this. I will post it in the omnipresent text chat. There it is.
Yes.
It's very, very bizarre.
I wonder like when Whitsitt was on Infowars, and even Infowars said, "Whitsitt, you're crazy."
Oh, by the way, she's not even allowed to be on YouTube. She was perm banned from YouTube. And I'm posting the Rumble link where the original is from this lady. It's from the Stu Peters Network. I have never heard of this. I've never heard of Deanna Lorraine or where the fuck she is, but she is from the old Infowars, Alex Jones sphere. Yeah, it's a very, very bizarre interview.
Welcome back.
Yeah, she's from Truths. Yeah. I found some information on her, Deanna Lorraine. Oh.
Let me guess.
She was a Republican political candidate from California. She ran for the U.S. House of Representatives in 2020. And I found somewhere that she was from the InfoWars. Yeah, all this crap. Witsit really was going full Alex Jones on that clip. Yeah, there we go. She says on her page that she is a political TV show host on InfoWars. I found the link here. So you can see that I'm not making this shit up. Oh.
It's like 150 degrees outside.
Man, what's it calling out the Iran connection? Wow.